Hello, it's me. And Vincent, he's not here yet, but he'll be along in about 5 minutes. But I thought I'd start without him and say a few things since my last stream to you. And that is a new idea that came to my head about the role of religion and how it prevents sociopathy and psychopathy or discourages it or nips it in the bud. Because from what I was saying to Christine Ramsey earlier, I was basically saying that she doesn't have any principles. She claims to be Catholic, but she just does what she likes. She doesn't really care if she's a good liberal or a good Catholic. She thinks she can be the best, or she can have the best of both worlds and have her cake and eat it. And this is something I've been accusing the Jews of doing, actually. And I've been saying, look, you can't be a good Jew and a good liberal. You can't be a good Christian and a good liberal. You can't be a good Muslim and a good liberal. Can you be a good parent while you're a liberal? And I suspect the answer is no. To be a liberal parent is to basically say, you don't care about your children, you don't care about the parenting. Hi, Vincent, in the chat. Take your time. I'm just getting my thoughts together about my last stream anyway. So I'm saying that you can't be a liberal parent, and so I have to talk about what it is to be a liberal parent. And a liberal parent is about, well, we should ask Christine Ramsey about what she think it means. So she says she's Catholic. Is she also, so she's a Catholic parent. Is she also a liberal parent? And what does liberal parenting mean? It means never disciplining your child. It means not inflicting corporal punishment. It means just telling it a whole bunch of stupid things. Tell it as when it grows up. The thing I can see that is part of liberal parenting is to tell your children that you about Santa and make them believe in it, and then when they're older, tell them it's all a lie, which is really, really crazy. Vincent's in backstage, and I'll just bring him on in case he has anything to say. Hello, Vincent.
Hey, what's up?
Well, I'm glad you're here, and you got a few things to tell us about what's happened. You've been in 2 streams, well, what have you been up to today?
Well, today I just uploaded the I was on Tradcat Night, and I was on Israeli News Live. Israeli News Live is the largest stream I've been on so far. Their channel has over 300,000 subscribers, so that was pretty good. And a lot of the information that, it's repetitive, some of it. I mean, there were new details and coming at it from a different angle, the Noahide laws and stuff like that. But that's about it.
I listened to the Catholic one, and I noticed he was saying he can't stream on his channel because he's got 2 strikes, and so that was kind of like me. So that's why I'm on this channel. And but I did listen to the Israeli network news thing.
You listened to it already?
No, I listened to the half-hour Tradcat one, and that's all I remembered. It's like what you say. I've heard it so many times, so I kind of don't remember what you just said. But I remember what he said about his 2 strikes on his channel. but I haven't listened to the Israeli thing.
Well, the problem is that, I mean, with all these new anti-Semitism laws, is speaking, I mean, Noahide law is a conspiracy, but is it anti-Semitic to just discuss Noahide law, the facts about Noahide law? Because if you discuss the facts, it sounds like a conspiracy, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it could be easily proven that anyone who objects to the Noahide laws are, really quite wicked people, because they're saying that they don't want laws against murder, they don't want laws against theft, they don't want laws against sexual immorality, they want to eat parts of an animal while it's still alive, they don't want courts of law, they want to blaspheme, and they want to be idol worshippers. So that kind of puts you on the spot for being really evil idolaters who don't believe in even having a court system at all.
Well, I don't think that many people are going to agree with that, though, Claire.
Well, certainly not your audience, who are basically anti-Semites, right? I mean, that is
no,
the
I wouldn't call them
educator
anti-Semites because a lot of them weren't anti-Jewish until they heard about these Noahide laws, and a lot of them, that's their only complaint. They're not complaining about anything else.
But why are they complaining? We're not even Noahide. I mean, my complaint is that the Jews haven't been doing their job at all. If they're supposed to be going around Noahidizing the world, they haven't done it at all. They've just been going on, going along with the flow. They've been going with the flow and saying, yeah, gay marriage is fine. Yeah, do whatever you like. Be liberal, be gay, be transgender. We cheer you on, but we won't do it ourselves. But we cheer you. You can just cut your throats for all we care, but we won't be doing it. But
well, the thing,
good luck to you.
A lot of those Jews that you're just discussing, when it comes down to it, will defend the Noahide laws. Even liberal Jews don't want the Noahide laws to be overly chastised.
Well, because they see it as part of them, and I mean, I've been saying it's motherhood and apple pie. I mean, to the extent that I think normal, decent people would be okay with the first 5, but we'll be saying, but oh hey, we want to be idolaters, we want to blaspheme against God. So okay, fine, but
yeah, but well, technically, I mean, when it comes down to it, anything that's not Noahide law is going to be idolatry. You're the one that shared the video itself from Rabbi, what's his name, Reza. That
was actually from John Gischler, right?
No, Rabbi, right. The one you sent from. Let me find his name. It's Reza something. As I'm talking to you, I'll find it.
What did he say?
Well, you're the one who shared it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I do share a lot of rabbi stuff, so I'm not really sure. I mean, if you tell me what he said, then I might be able to kind of put a name to a face or something. But I'm not sure who you mean or what he said. Well, I don't know.
Rabbi Asher Meza. Rabbi Asher Meza. Let me.
He's a young rabbi, and I got his. I think it was John Gischler who introduced him to me. He's an Israeli, right?
No, he's not Israeli. I'm Asher Meza. Somebody put in there. Ollie S. Here, I'm putting the video in the chat box there, where he gives all the halakha on Islam being idolatry. Basically, anything that's outside of rabbinical defined Noahidism is going to be not kosher, Claire.
Well, you're going by these. Look, these Israelis have a thing about Islam because they have this sense that they're surrounded by Muslims who want to kill them. So they're scared of Muslims, but they know Christianity is idolatry, and the only way to make Noahidism safe? I mean, the obvious way is to say, hey, you Gentiles, forget Christianity, go for Islam. But then they think, oh, well, if they go for Islam, they'll want to, or they'll all want to kill us. So we'll give them this sort of watered down Noahidism thing. And this was something that John Gischel was complaining about. I don't know if you heard that stream when he said, okay, John Gischel comes from a Irish Catholic background, and he's now converted to Judaism. And before he became a Jew, he was a Noahide. And he was saying, so I said, well, why wasn't Noahidism good enough for you? And he said, well, we don't do anything apart from go to Bible study every Thursday. And, it's not enough. It's not just, a religion isn't just going to a class and doing Bible study. There needs to be rituals. There needs to be, something more than just a weekly Bible class. So he converted to Judaism and is now happier for it. And of course, the impression I get from the videos of Noahides is that that they're a bit dim, and and also John Gischel said they're mostly ex-Catholics anyway, and they have a problem with accepting Islam because we know that basically Catholics are brought up to hate Jews and hate Muslims.
But if Jews are not necessarily asking people to become Muslims, I
know they're not, but I'm saying that's what they should be doing if they're really serious about Noahidizing Gentiles.
No, because remember the rabbi at Ask Noah told you that. I mean, he said Islam is non-idolatrous, which we know a lot of Jews actually believe it is. He said it was non-idolatrous, but not Noahide compliant. The only thing that's Noahide compliant is Noahidism.
Well, this is okay. The Chabad rabbis would say that because they're hucking their Noahidism.
But I got two rabbis that weren't Chabad. I sent you those emails.
Okay, but it's like they don't really care. They haven't really thought about it that much. And a lot of rabbis I've asked, it's like, yeah, well, these Christians and these Muslims seem all right to me. And they don't want to go beyond that, because if they examine the doctrine of, the Trinity, they'd have to say, it's idolatry, and they don't want to offend Christians. They don't want to offend Muslims. They don't want to get done for hate speech or whatever. So they're, going to be vague about it. But amongst Jews, there's kind of no particular desire to Noahidize the world.
No, and you keep saying that, Claire, but the Israeli government is behind this. Don't tell me that there's no push among Jews to promote the Noahide laws. Go on Amazon and see how many books there are. Go to asknoah.org, go to noahideworldcenter.org, go to Noahide Academy.
But these things are not heard of. This is not mainstream Judaism.
It's not. I never said that Noahidism is going to be implemented tomorrow. I never said that.
Okay, so it's basically an aspiration.
Yes.
And you're saying that the reason why the Israeli government might be interested in it is to, make the angry Arabs, more, less angry and less murderous and less
outside of Arabs. They're going outside of the Arab. They're going outside the Arab world. They're in India, the Philippines, South America, Africa. It's not about Arabs. It's about the world.
Okay, this is not something that it's reported by mainstream media, and the people can say, yeah, this is an aspiration. They kind of want to do it, but I just don't think any self-respecting Gentile would be okay with this kind of religion. That they're not even in control of. They're kind of submitting to Jews to rule over them. And and they'll be laughed at by other Gentiles, like what's wrong with Islam? What's wrong with Christianity? And why are you lowering yourselves to have this take on this religion that's being run by Jews?
Well, I think a lot of people in the third world might gobble it up because I think it would elevate their status. Maybe in the West, not as many people would do it. I'm not sure. But I mean, to have your religion administered by Israel, if you're living in the third world, would certainly give you a one up. I mean, Israel is basically worshipped in India.
Is it?
These Filipinos going and saying that before Jews, we are animals. We only have 3 levels to our soul. They have 5 levels. We need them to lead us out of our animalistic being. I mean, you're underestimating the colonial mindset.
I don't know people like that who are so self-abnegating that they're going to say, you know, we're obviously lower than Jews and they should rule over us and whatever. I mean, you know, it sounds, well, you know, almost unbelievable. You said you know a few Noahides, and I thought you'd introduce them to me on Facebook, and so far it hasn't happened. And these people sound like they don't really exist.
No,
Because
Claire, you know they exist. You know they exist.
Well, I'd like to speak to one or two of them.
I mean, I'm not friendly with any of them. If you look inside our Facebook group, there's 2 Noahides in there at least. There's that, what's his name? Salzar. Let me find his name. What is his name?
Okay, I mean, I saw a few videos of these rabbis sort of taking. There's some sort of weird swearing in ceremony, and there was some white guy and a black woman, you know, sort of swearing by some Noahide oath. But I know it's kind of a work in progress because they haven't got all the laws sorted out, and they, you know, that there's still disagreement amongst rabbis about what these laws should be. So, and I did speak to one rabbi saying, you know, how about this, how about that, and I thought, you know, okay, so basically I said to them that I think you've got the wrong idea about what these Noahide laws are. It's just a, you know, a minimum standard. It's not a religion. So Jews, you know, kind of draw this line, and then, you know, all the other religions are either, you know, near it or far away from it or whatever, and that's its only purpose. It's not.
You keep thinking that they're going, like, they're going to be fine with the fact that Islam is near it. They don't want near it. I mean, almost doesn't count.
You know, it doesn't matter. It's like, you know, if you're Muslim, it's like, okay. I mean, you know, I know Christian anti-Semites were saying, you know, who are these Jews to tell us what to do? And the same goes for Muslims too, who are also, you know, the anti-Semites amongst them. They're saying we don't accept their authority. We don't give a damn what the Noahide laws say. You know, etc., etc. But I'm saying that if you want to go by the standard, then obviously, you know, the closer you are to it, the more Noahide you are. And I'm saying, you know, Jews, there are some, I think the majority opinion of Jews is that Islam is Noahide, and we can use this fact of Jews not being allowed to enter churches, but being allowed to enter mosques as proof of this perception by Jews of Christians and Muslims.
Yeah, but they're just using them. They're just using the Muslims temporarily. They're using them to swell their numbers. They want to get power, and they want to get it as soon as possible. So if they can get the Muslims working with them, that can get them some time. The idea is that eventually enough Muslims, once they've used the Muslims to secure something for themselves, they'll hopefully have enough Noahide converts out of Islam that they'll be able to turn this around and then say, surprise, surprise, Islam is not exactly what we're looking for. And then, you know, they'll slowly infiltrate that, whether it's going to be violently or they're going to do it through subterfuge over the generations. Islam is not the final phase. That's going to be phased out.
Okay, you seem to think that Jews in, you know, what is the percentage of Jews the total number of Jews is what, 14 million? And how many Gentiles are there in the world? You seem to think that's so clever. They're going to, tell 1.2 billion Muslims what to do and tell them that their religion is illegitimate.
They're doing it through subterfuge. They're doing it through subterfuge. Right now, they have very few Christians that they do have Christians that are saying, yes, we should follow the Noahide laws. The idea is to expand that level of Christianity that says, yes, we should follow the Noahide laws to the point that they have control. I mean, they've only been doing this for 20 years, so they haven't taken over all of Christendom.
Well, we know that Christianity is, is basically, if you look at the principles of Christianity, and the Trinity, you will know that it's directly opposed to how Jews think of as God, and it's only people who don't know the theology of Christianity who are happy to go along with it.
No, so, Claire, I don't think that's true. I think there's plenty of Christians that read the Bible and know the history of Christianity and its theology and are very happy to stay in Christianity and want to believe in the Trinity.
And then you get these rabbis who say, "Oh yeah, you're all right. You're Noahide." And it's not true because, okay, you can always find some rabbi who's prepared to say anything, that even actually goes against the principles of Judaism, and that would be most of them, really, because when you think of how many Jews there are and how few the observant Jews there are compared to liberal atheist assimilated Jews, and then you see that there is a problem of who these people are and what they actually stand for. They can't be saying yes but no, but yes but no, and that's what it's not just the Jews who are doing this. Everybody's doing this, and that's why I think we're in such trouble.
There are very powerful Jews that are not doing that. There are very powerful Jews.
Jews not doing what?
That are not. Well, they're not exactly. They're only telling these Christians that they're Noahides and are not playing the hard game because they can't do that right now.
Okay, you're saying
they're doing it indirectly. They can't just come out guns blazing and be like, "Okay, everyone, you need to follow the Noahide laws." They can't do it like that. They don't have the numbers.
Okay, so you think? I mean, at what point do they get to critical mass and you get all these sort of, dim Gentiles saying, yeah, we'll be Noahides, you'll be Noahides, and then at which point will the Jews say, well, right, we're going to, cut off your heads if we catch you being sodomites, being idolaters and blasphemers? I mean, I just don't see how that's going to happen when we know that most Jews are not interested in living under a theocracy.
I don't know exactly when it will happen, but they're trying to get the numbers. It depends on how quickly they convert, how many Noahides, how strategic they are with using Islam, what role the Catholic Church will play in it, what role Freemasonry will play in it, what role the United States government and the UN will play in it. I mean, I don't think they have all the pieces on the chessboard yet, but they're getting it ready. And your complaint that Jews are not being actually promoting Noahidism in the way that they should, and that they're beating around the bush with Christians, that's just a strategy. They're not being watered down. They're not not doing their job. You have to be strategic about what you're doing. And they are, according to the Talmud in the Kol Nidre, they're allowed to lie to Gentiles. The reason you're allowed to lie to Gentiles unless there is a possibility that you will get caught in the lie. So
Kol Nidre is about God, about them
No, it's not about them making vows to God. No,
Okay, so this is a new thing, and if you're saying Kol Nidre allows them to lie to Gentiles, well, it's just not true, is it?
No, it is here. I'll post it in the link. I wrote a whole article on the Kol Nidre. The Jews they try to tell you that it's not, it doesn't apply to people, it applies to God. But when you read the Kol Nidre and the Talmud, it's all about people. And then when you read it in the Jewish Encyclopedia, they said that they would use it when they felt threatened inside Christian countries. So they are allowed to use it. I mean, that's how they present. That's how they.
Okay. Well, I think we should look at it carefully.
It's a long article, but I'm posting it inside the
private chat. I mean, you might sort of post it in the live chat so everybody can read it.
That's what I'm doing. I've been posting it in the live chat.
Oh, I can't see it. I can't see any of it
right now.
Oh, okay. I think I need to wrench you. That's why it just disappears. Okay, so because now you're moderator, you have a wrench and you can post everything, but I'm afraid all the previous times you thought you posted a link, it just didn't come through.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I've just realized because
are you sure I see them in the live chat?
Well, I can't see it.
Oh, that's weird.
But I think it will next time because I've just wrenched you. So I'm afraid all the previous times you thought you posted it in the chat, it never appeared, and that was because you weren't a moderator.
I just posted the Kol Nidre. It's a long one.
No, well, Ali S says it's not there, so maybe you can do it again.
Okay. But the Kol Nidre, it is. I mean, they try to pretend, but then on the other hand, they put it like, oh, well, if we feel threatened in a country, we'll use it. Well, okay, so then all of a sudden it's not about God, it's about other humans. Of course, well, even Jews, they try to get rid of it. Jews don't like it because they say that it makes Jews dishonest. Jews have tried to get rid of it.
Jews don't like the Kol Nidre, is that what you're saying?
Say it again.
Okay, Jews don't like what?
The Kol Nidre.
Are you sure? I haven't heard of that. It's part of their thing that they do on Yom Kippur.
I know, but they've tried. Many rabbis have tried to do away with it over the years, and they haven't been able to, because but
these vows that they are released from only pertain to
they pertain to people. No, they pertain to God. No, they pertain to people. They pertain to people. When you read it in the Talmud, it's talking about vows you've made to other people. Okay, it's using that as an example in the Talmud. And then when you read the Jewish Encyclopedia, it makes it clear that they're allowed to use it when they feel threatened. So they're allowed to lie to people, not to God. And
well, that's the same for everyone then. It's like, well, if you threaten me and say, well, your money or your life, and I see you in a dark alley, well,
no,
I mean,
they're allowed to. They said they're allowed to use the Kol Nidre. It's not just lying. It's not just lying. They're allowed to lie because they said the Kol Nidre. And
okay,
Jews feel as though they can't trust each other because of the Kol Nidre.
Yeah, because they. So the Talmud says the Kol Nidre means nothing. It's like Jews make promises to each other and they can break it every Yom Kippur.
Well, even
I mean, I have listened to quite a few rabbis. That is not the traditional understanding. And if you break a contract, you're going to get sued.
But we're not talking. I know, but we're not talking. You're obviously not going to do it if you're going to get caught. I mean, it depends on what the situation is, but even Jews find it hard to trust each other because of this Kol Nidre.
Well, they probably find it hard to trust each other anyway, even with
I know, but in regards to the Kol Nidre, there was a huge rabbinical council that tried to get. Actually, it was banned. The Kol Nidre was banned.
When?
Let me get that information for you. Kol Nidre. Let's say.
I'm just going to go straight to the Wikipedia one because I guess it's the most.
Okay, in 1844 rabbinical conference held in Brunswick, Germany, it was unanimously declared that the Kol Nidre was not essential and that members of the conference should try their best to abolish the proxy.
Okay, this is probably the Reform Jews, okay, and there is a problem between Reform and Orthodox Jews, and Reform Judaism comes from Germany, and some Jews have been saying the reason why the Nazis went crazy in over Jews in Germany was because of the Reform Jews, and they, completely pissed off the Gentile Germans because of how they assimilated. Okay, so I'm going to read a Jewish
them off because if you look throughout the history of Europe, once they became aware of the Kol Nidre, they would make Jews take Jew oaths. Are you saying that all these judiciaries throughout Europe, they're too stupid to understand the true meaning of the Kol Nidre?
No, I'm saying that the problem with these Jews is that they're not supposed to assimilate. They're told not to assimilate. And by not being observant Jews, they are assimilating.
I know, but we're talking about the Kol Nidre. I'm saying...
Okay, we can talk about the Kol Nidre, but I'm just saying that the problem is assimilation. So you're saying, these Jews don't trust each other because they think Kol Nidre allows them to break their promises to each other, and it's like, well, Gentiles probably don't trust each other because they don't trust each other to keep promises to each other anyway.
We don't have a prayer that dispenses our vows in advance so that we can lie.
Yeah, but it's only to God.
No, Claire, you keep saying that. They're allowed, if they are allowed to use it if they feel persecuted. That's what they tell you.
Okay, that's like Taqiya in Islam, right?
I know, but they're allowed to use it. Then why is there such why do Jews take issue with it with each other? Why do Jews feel as though they can't trust each other because of it?
For the same reason why Gentiles can't trust each other.
No, because of it. Gentiles just can't trust each other generally.
Yeah, I don't think, Jews need the Kol Nidre to, rat on each other. I mean, because Gentiles don't need any special religious dispensation to rat on each other.
Look, in the article that I sent, which I'm going to send again, I have the whole Talmudic tract on the Kol Nidre. It's all in there. You can click on the link to see it yourself. And it's all vows made to other people. It's talking about vows made to people, not to God.
Okay, okay. I wish you just said you're going to do Kol Nidre, because it's also quite a complicated thing, and probably people in the chat haven't heard of it. So it's a special legal formula which is recited at the beginning of the service of Yom Kippur, and I know that Jews are not really sure about its purpose or origins, and it's in Aramaic. So it says this legal ritual is believed to have developed in early medieval times as a result of persecutions against the Jews. At various times in Jewish history, Jews were forced to convert to either Christianity or Islam upon pain of death. However, after the danger had passed, many of these forced converts wanted to return to the Jewish community. However, this was complicated by the fact that they had been forced to swear vows of fealty to another religion. Because of the seriousness with which the Jewish tradition views verbal promises, the Kol Nidre legal formula was developed precisely in order to enable those forced converts to return and pray with the Jewish community, absolving them of the vows that they made under duress.
No, that's absurd, because the Talmud, it's in the Talmud. The Talmud was before Islam was ever even invented, and Christianity wasn't even that powerful yet. And in the Talmud, it says it predates the Talmud. Let me just find it. Let me see exactly what it says in the 1961 Sino-Babylonian Talmud.
Okay, I really think that we need to do a stream dedicated to that because it's too complicated and we will bore people. And so we really need to know.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
let
we can
me
save
just
it.
read the 2 paragraphs of the rest of this thing here, and I'll just read it, and then you can say whatever you want because this is just 2 more paragraphs. And okay, I'm reading the full text of the Kol Nidre, and it says, uh, so it says, this is a translation of what it says. Light is sown for the righteous and for the upright in heart, joy, with the consent of the Almighty and consent of this congregation in a convocation of the heavenly court and a convocation of the lower court, we hereby grant permission to pray with transgressors all vows and things we have made forbidden on ourselves, and oaths and items we have consecrated to the temple, and vows issued with the expression conum, and vows which are abbreviated, and vows issued with the expression kanos, that we have vowed and sworn and dedicated and made forbidden upon ourselves from this Yom Kippur until next Yom Kippur. May it come to us at a good time. We regret having made them. May they all be permitted, forgiven, eradicated, and nullified, and may they not be valid or exist any longer. Our vows shall no longer be vows, and our prohibitions shall no longer be prohibited, and our oaths are no longer oaths. Forgive the entire congregation of the children of Israel and the stranger amongst them, for the entire people sin unintentionally. Please pardon the sins of this nation in accordance with the greatness of your loving kindness, and as you forgave this people from when it left Egypt until now, and there it is said,
Okay.
and Adonai said, I have pardoned them as you have asked.
Okay, here's a part of the Jewish Encyclopedia. The readiness with which vows were made and the facility with which they were annulled by the scribes gave the Karaites an opportunity to attack the rabbinites. And
Okay, so who are these Karaites?
Karaites are people who don't believe in the Talmud, only the Torah. And
Okay, then are there any people like that still around?
Yes, there are, but
Where do they
I'm not
live?
done. They're Karaites make about 10% of Jewry, and forced the Geonim to minimize the power of dispensation. Yehudai Gaon of Sura, author of the Halakot Pesukot, went so far as to forbid any study whatsoever of Nedarim, the Talmudic treatise on oaths. Thus, the Kol Nidre was discredited in both the Babylonian academies and was not accepted by them. For the same reason, Jeroham ben Meshulam, who lived in province about the middle of the 14th century, inveighed against those fools who, trusting to the Kol Nidre, made vows recklessly, and he declared them incapable of giving testimony. The Karaite Judah Hadassah, who wrote the Eshel HaKofer at Constantinople in 1148, likewise protested against the Kol Nidre. Judah ben Brizai, a Spanish author of the 12th century, in his halakhic work Sefer HaEtim, declared that the custom of reciting the Kol Nidre was unjustifiable and misleading, since many ignorant persons believe that all their vows and oaths are annulled through this formula, and consequently they take such obligations to themselves carelessly.
Well,
And I mean, these Jew oaths were all over Europe. So I mean, these were legal scholars, and these people read the Talmud, and it's obvious that it's not made to God, because in the Talmud they're talking about if somebody invites you to dinner and you really didn't want to go, but you say, yes, I'll go, out of incitement. Okay, they talk about
sorry,
incitement.
you need to slow down. What's this about dinner and not wanting to go to dinner or
I
what?
think one of the examples is that someone invites you to dinner, and you really don't want to go, but you feel incited to go because it's your friend and they asked you, then you're allowed to use Kol Nidre
to tell a white lie and say I'm ill. I mean, what to excuse yourself from having to? Sorry. What is the situation you're describing here about dinner and invitations to dinner that you don't want to go to?
Give me 1 second. Let me read it. You give me a second.
Sure.
Let me find it.
Yeah, I'm just going to take your time because, you know, obviously we need to talk about it. Well, talk about it like we know what we're talking about.
Okay. Let me read it right from the... Okay. First, let me read what I wrote, and then I'll read it out what the Talmud says itself.
Okay.
Okay. If one imposes a vow on one's friend, a person, not God, to come to dinner and thus incite them to a vow they originally did not want to make, the friend is absolved when they break this vow, just so long as they remember the text of the Kol Nidre, which was stated in the previous folio. Okay, so what does the Talmud say? The 1961 Sonsino Talmud. Okay, who desires his friend? Okay. He who desires his friend to eat with him, and after urging him, imposes a vow upon him, it is a vow of incitement and hence invalid. And he who desires that none of his vows made during the year shall be valid, let him stand at the beginning of the year and declare, every vow which I make in the future shall be null. His vows are then invalid, providing that he remembers this at the time of the vow. But if he remembers, he has canceled the declaration and confirmed the vow.
Okay, this is a bit complicated. So this is my understanding of what you're trying to say. So I invite you earnestly to come to dinner. You don't really want to come, but you feel bad about telling me no right there and then. So you say things like, "Oh, well, think about it. Maybe I can next week. I'm not sure. I'd like to, but I can't."
I say I feel incited, but I say yes but as long as I remember the Kol Nidre at the time, I say
It's
that
like
I am
crossing
not.
your fingers, right? You're crossing your fingers.
Yes,
This is what girls do, you know. They
I know,
tell
but
white lies all
this
the
is a
time, and
moral
you're
script.
picking it up into some evil shit just because a Jew does it.
No, there's a difference between
All the
no,
time.
Claire.
They make promises they don't intend to keep, and then when the crunch comes, it's like, well, you forced me. I was under duress.
I know, but there's no Gentiles don't have it in their doctrine to do this. This is a doctrine within Judaism.
They have no doctrine at all. They just do it whenever it suits them.
No.
So you know, what was the Magna Carta all about? So King John was basically, you know, said I agree to do this and that, and then as soon as he got away, he said, well, I was under duress. All these barons ganged up on me and forced me to sign the Magna Carta, and because I had to do it under duress, I repudiate it, and this is now in contract law. So you can say this contract that I made with Vince, well, he was threatening me with a knife at the time, and he made me sign my name.
No,
but actually,
we're not talking about a knife. We're talking about we're talking about that I invited you to dinner and you.
Okay. And the thing under that that is less imposing as, you know, blackmail would be undue influence.
Right,
so the
but
assumption of undue influence would be, say we were married, I'm older than you, and I get you to do all kinds of things, and, you know, later you say, I didn't mean to, she you know, exerted an undue influence. So it's always, you know, somebody older on somebody younger in that kind of thing. So that kind of thing is already taken care of. And obviously, in any legal action between a Jew or a Gentile, they can't just say, "Oh, I crossed my fingers at the time I made my promise. I crossed my fingers behind my back when I signed the contract." Of course, you're not going to get away
we don't
with
have
it.
that in our holy book. It's not in our holy book.
Yeah, but you weren't persecuted, were you? Or maybe
everyone's
you
been
were.
persecuted. Everyone's been persecuted.
Yeah, and
were
actually,
persecuted in Rome. Pagans were persecuted by Christians. It didn't mean that they came up with a Kol Nidre.
okay, I guess they weren't clever enough. But okay, it doesn't matter. I mean, it was just that something similar exists in Christianity as well. When I forget which disciple it was, but anyway, Christ told that disciple that before sun, the sun comes up again, you're going to deny me 3 times. Was it to?
I know, but he's not saying you can do that. He's not giving them a dispensation in advance, saying that as long as you remember
It's not a dispensation. I read it out to you, and it's like it's almost incomprehensible.
Okay, wait. There's the okay. Let's. Okay, the name of the Kol Nidre is the law of revocation in advance. That's the name of the law of revocation in advance. You are revoking your vows in advance.
Okay, were you paying attention when I read to you why this whole thing was cooked up in the first place? So it's a special legal formula that's recited at the beginning of this service, as is chanted 3 times. This legal ritual is believed to have developed in early medieval times, all right, as a result of persecutions against the Jews. So they were forcibly converted. So they were they had to swear.
It existed prior to even the Talmud, where it existed in the Talmud. The Talmud is prior to Islam.
Well, okay, according to this source...
No, it doesn't. Wait, Claire, the Talmud talks about someone inviting you to fucking dinner, not getting forcefully converted.
The purpose of the Kol Nidre was to get Jews to come back who had been forcibly converted into Christianity or Islam under pain of death or expulsion, right? This is what Christians routinely did to Jews and Muslims living in their territory.
Okay,
the Spanish Inquisition.
That doesn't mean that that's when the Kol Nidre was or why it was created.
That's the story. So you're saying it's a different story. The Kol Nidre, what? When did it start then?
It was in the Talmud, but the Talmud obviously makes it clear. The Talmud obviously makes it clear they're not talking about all the Book of Nedarim. They're not talking about forced conversions.
Okay, so, I mean, this is a story about the Kol Nidre anyway. It's just saying that this ritual was created as a result of medieval prosecutions of Jews after they were prosecuted to the extent that they were forcibly converted.
They're sanitizing it for you. They're sanitizing it.
I'm just telling you that it was, that's the story behind it. So you're saying there was another reason behind it? Okay, I'm looking at the okay, so according to Wikipedia, it says the date of the composition of the declaration and its author are alike unknown, but it was in existence in the Geonic period, which is 589 to 1038. Okay, so we've dated the beginning of this ritual.
I know, but Claire, they're giving you the sanitized version. They're not telling you that you're allowed to do it if someone invites you to dinner.
You know that the Talmud is just rabbis speculating on what the Torah could mean and a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay,
it's not to be.
Then why did all these rabbis want to get rid of this if it's just nothing?
Yeah, probably because it creates such ill feeling and suspicion against
No,
Jews.
they said it's because Jews use it against each other.
Okay, this is new to me, but my understanding of the Kol Nidre is that they say it to release themselves of promises that they make to God, and obviously you're saying this is not the view now, but the point is that it has no legal effect for Jews. I mean, if they
Yes, it does. They revoke their vows in advance every Yom Kippur.
yeah, but the official view remains that it is just vows to God. They're not allowed to break
Oh,
promises to
they're
each other. And if they break promises to each other, as Gentiles do, whether they can sue each other on it or not is a matter of legality.
no, that's a use of
I
Kol
can break a
Nidre.
promise
That's a
to
use of
you.
Kol Nidre itself. They're using Kol Nidre on you about the Kol Nidre. Just like Muslims will use Taqiya to deceive you about Taqiya.
Okay, Taqiya is something that Muslims are allowed to use if they think they are in danger of uh, state persecution. If they say they're Muslim, if they're going to be killed for being Muslim, then obviously they're going to deny
Yeah,
they're going to
I
be
wonder if
Muslim.
we look deeper into that text, if we would find that, it says if somebody invites you to dinner, you can use it.
Well,
Does the Taqiya say that?
this
Does
is
the
about
Taqiya,
white lies,
does,
okay?
does the Taqiya say you can use Taqiya if someone invites you to dinner and you don't want to go?
No,
Are you
obviously
sure?
not. I mean, the whole idea of Taqiya is to deny that you're Muslim if your life or your living is going to be in danger. And so a lot of people now who are Gentiles pretend they're not Trump supporters or whatever,
You are
in order
you,
to keep their
you're
jobs.
equating lies made by individual Gentiles to a doctrine of lying. They're not equatable.
Okay, you're saying that the Kol Nidre is lying to what Jews lying to each other and lying to Gentiles. My understanding of the Kol Nidre is that they are released from the promises that they made to God, and it only applies to promises made to God. So they have to.
Then how can they use it? And if it's only to God, how are they saying they use it in times of persecution? That means they're lying to someone, not God.
Okay, they're not being persecuted now, I guess. I mean,
They're allowed to use it outside of persecution too. They're sanitizing it for
but
you.
people don't need to use this thing to lie and break promises to each other. I mean, Gentiles break promises to each other all the time, and they don't need to, use this Kol Nidre thing. And the Kol Nidre thing, officially, as far as I understand it, is that it only applies to promises Jews make to God. So I guess. The purpose of it is to, well, okay, I need to, after Yom Kippur, and if I were a Jew, I'd say, well, I have to renew these promises I made to God, and I guess the usefulness of it is maybe some of the promises I made to God last year were not good promises, like I swear I'll next time I see Vince, I'll do something to hurt him. By God, I will. And then I see Vince and he's nice to me, and I decided not to do mean things to him anymore. So what that's a problem. I mean, what is the problem? I
Look,
mean, yeah.
look, not all these religious. Oh, I mean, all of these secular courts across Europe. These scholars were not stupid. I mean, do you really think that you're smarter than these people that inserted Jew oaths officially into their secular courts?
Sorry, was this about secular courts?
Secular courts in Europe instituted what were called Jew oaths because of the Kol Nidre.
The what? This is new to me.
A Jew oath. They secular courts in Europe. If you look in the 1906 Jewish Encyclopedia, they talk about secular courts inserted what was called Jew oaths, meaning that you couldn't trust the oath of a Jew because of the Kol Nidre.
Okay, so that's what they thought of Jews, and obviously they weren't accepting any explanations by Jews. It's like, okay, it doesn't matter that we
Well,
forcibly
that's because
converted you to Christianity because, well, this is what we do. So you think it was okay for Christians to conduct the Inquisition, to forcibly convert people to Christianity? And then centuries later, oh, it doesn't matter. This is the sort of shit we do. What's wrong with that?
well, enough of these legal courts in Europe studied this enough, and they said that, in their opinion, this was a dispensation to lie. And I mean,
Okay, so this Jew oath is basically saying never trust a Jew because of his Kol Nidre, right? I mean, what was the effect of it? What was the wording of this Jew oath?
I'm trying to find one. All I know is that the Jewish Encyclopedia talks about it. I'm trying to look for Jew's oath. Okay, so what is it says? So that many legislators considered it necessary to have a special form of oath administered to Jews, Jews' oath, and many judges refused to allow them to take a supplementary oath, basing their objection chiefly on the prayer.
Can we have the wording of this Jew oath?
No, I don't think that there's a one particular Jew oath. It just says legislators considered it necessary to have a special form of oath administered to Jews. It doesn't say what it is, and that many judges refused to allow them to take supplementary oath. Let's see what this go.
Okay, there's actually a Wikipedia entry on that, and it says, Oath More Judaico, I think. The Jewish oath was a special form of oath rooted in anti Semitism and accompanied by certain ceremonies and often intentionally humiliating, painful, or dangerous that Jews were required to take in European courts of law until the 20th century. More Judaico is Latin for on, by, stroke by the Jewish custom. The question of the trustworthiness of the Jewish oath was intimately connected with the meaning that Christian authorities assigned to the Kol Nidre prayer, recited by Jews on Yom Kippur, and the whole of the legislation regarding the oath was characteristic of the attitude of medieval states towards their Jewish subjects. The identification of church and state seemed to render it necessary to leave a different formula to those outside the state church.
It wasn't because they were outside the state church. It was because they read the Kol Nidre and they decided that it was a prayer which made Jews untrustable.
Okay, these Christians have decided that the recitation of the Kol Nidre meant that Jews can break their promises to Gentiles, and so they're deemed untrustworthy, and they imposed a special Jewish oath when a Jew was called on to be a witness in court. So there's an example actually in this Wikipedia entry. Um, um, so it says, the Jew shall stand on a sow skin, and the 5 books of Master Moses shall lie before him, and his right hand up to the wrist shall lie on the book, and he shall repeat after him who administers the oath of the Jews. So obviously, standing on pigskin is designed to humiliate the Jew. So yeah, so obviously it was deliberately humiliating.
I know, but that
And
doesn't
and
change. That
and,
doesn't
and, and
change the
you're
fact.
you're you're thinking,
That
you're
doesn't.
saying, yeah, let's do more of it. And I
Yeah,
mean,
but that
what?
doesn't change the fact that across Europe, all of these legislators who are lawyers and judges who understand law, I mean, they were all coming to this unanimous consensus, along with other Jews, that this script allowed you to lie. Okay, Jews and Gentiles have all read this script and have come together unanimously, or not unanimously, but in large numbers, and they've said that this allows you to lie. I mean, you think that all of these European courts were just anti-Semitic?
Yeah,
And
damn right I do. That's the whole thing about Christianity. And I keep telling you that this is, because Christianity is about worshipping an executed revolutionary as God. I mean, that is the doctrine of the Trinity. Even Christians were not allowed to deny it, because that would be blasphemy. I mean, I don't know if you're aware of that, but, there was a lot of Christian on Christian persecution as well, because, it's just the nature of Christianity. I mean, I think I might have mentioned to you, maybe not on one of my streams, that Michael Servetus was burnt at the stake for denying the Trinity. So, Christians were pretty mean to each other anyway. So I guess, it's not surprising that they were mean to Jews or
chalk up
Muslims.
anti-Noahidism to anti-Semitism as well. I mean, anyone who takes any objection, it's like anyone who takes any sort of objection with anything Jewish, you call it anti-Semitism.
Well, yeah, I do, simply because it's so provable. It's like, why would you have a problem with laws forbidding murder? Why would you have laws forbidding?
Yeah, but plenty of people have issue with laws forbidding idolatry. Even Christians in the United States, most people don't think that we should make idolatry illegal because we believe in religious freedom.
Yeah, so I'm saying, even within these parameters, you could still work, you will have established a universal standard. So if you look about the Noahide laws as a tick box of 7. So
I know,
in
but
theory,
not everyone agrees with that tick box, and they think that it's immoral.
who is everyone?
I didn't say everyone. I said a lot of people.
Okay, so I'm just assuming that normal decent people would be okay with the 5, but I suppose there will be atheists who say they want to blaspheme against God, and then there will be idol worshippers who want to practice idolatry. So we're just left with these two. But I guess if you're,
which is a lot of people, Claire.
You can take 5 boxes, you're better than better than countries who can only tick 4 boxes. And if you can tick 4 boxes, you're better than countries that can only tick 3. And if you can tick 3, you're better than countries that can tick 2. And if you can only tick 1, at least you're better than countries that can't tick any of those boxes.
Claire, haven't you noticed that the Noahide laws are anti-Gentile?
No. Because as far as I'm concerned, Islam falls, Islam would take all 7 boxes, even though I know rabbinical opinion.
But what about Christianity? What about Hinduism? What about Buddhism?
Yeah, I'm telling you that Christianity falls right below, because, it is most
anti-Gentile.
And most idolatrous.
It's anti-Gentile. It's a legislation that would be anti-Christian, therefore anti-Gentile.
It's anti-idolatrous. But, I understand.
Christianity.
Yeah, I'm saying that, what's worse than worshipping an idol is to say that an executed revolutionary is the co-equal of the God that created
the universe. You're giving supremacy to the Jewish worldview. Why?
Because if you worship the Abrahamic God...
And what's so wrong is worshipping a man as God? What's so wrong with that?
Because it's idolatry.
But who said idolatry is wrong? You're just like saying, well, my worldview is just penultimate, and if you don't see it my way, there's something wrong with you.
Okay, I'm happy to give you reasons why I think idolatry is bad.
Okay.
Well, I mean, look what happened to the Christians. They don't even believe in it. So okay, the narrative against idolatry is this: that if you worship idols, then you won't be following laws. You'll just think that this idol you worship has magic powers that will protect you from all kinds of things, when really you should be following God's laws, right? That would be the first thing. So if you don't follow God's laws, what you're doing is praying to something and wasting time and sacrificing food and stuff to it when really it will neither hurt you nor harm you. And this is what the Quran says about idol worshippers. It doesn't say kill them or execute them in a way that the Talmud does, but it's saying you're wasting time if you worship idols that won't do anything for you. It's better for you to actually follow God's laws. And I guess it's saying that you're going to be unprincipled, and what happens to unprincipled people is that they end up worshipping themselves. And Narcissus, who worship, who's famous for self-love, died a tragic death. That is basically just self-destructive. Narcissism, I mean, as in narcissistic personality disorder. And I can explain why it is bad, because you're just basically following you've basically made a god of your appetites, your emotions, your moods. And if you have no consistent set of principles that you follow, then you won't actually accomplish what you set out to do, because you'll be very easy to threaten, you'll be very easy to bribe, because you'll just be thinking in the short term that you'll just go with the flow. You maybe want to go somewhere, but you'll be easily diverted if you don't have a set of principles that you follow in order to get from A to B. It's like you don't have a map when you want, when you're going through a desert. You have no means of navigation. You have no way of ever finding out where you are in relation to anywhere else. So you'll end up lost. So that would be the moral reasons against idolatry. And the other thing is to compare all the societies that practice idolatry. They're nowhere.
Maimonides said that non-Jews are not allowed to create their own religious system, so that makes Islam kaput.
No, because
that's because they invented their own religious system.
Okay, you seem to be thinking that's going to, think, oh, I have to, say, I have to obey what Maimonides says. But the point is that the Talmud doesn't have the same authority as the Torah.
No, the Talmud has more authority than the Torah. The Talmud negates the Torah.
And this is what confuses Jews, in that the Torah is so harsh that they can't go with it, so they use the Talmud to moderate it and to dilute it.
Well, but that's Judaism, Claire. You don't get to define what Judaism is.
Well, I know what the principles are. I know enough of it to
obviously
see,
not if you think Torah is more authoritative than Talmud.
Because the Torah is believed to have. Jews are required to believe that the Torah was handed by God to Moses on Mount Sinai, witnessed by quite a lot of Jews. So that's what, if you are an adherent of a religion, you have to believe in a certain narrative, in just the same way that Christians are supposed to believe that, Christ, is the Son of God and is a co-equal of God, and all that kind of thing. If you say you are a Jew, Jewish, Muslim, or Christian, you're supposed to believe in all this sort of thing. So anyway, this is what Jews are supposed to believe in, and they can't, So technically, they're supposed to say, well, right, that's Torah. We have to believe that was given by God to Moses. So obviously the divine book has more authority over some stuff written.
Claire, not according to Jews, according to you, but according to Jews, the Talmud supersedes the Torah.
Well, are you sure?
Yes.
You mentioned the Karaite Jews, and there are 40,000 of them, are there not?
There's not a lot of Karaite Jews. They make up like 10% of Jewry.
All right, but there are enough of them. They're sort of about maybe.
Yeah, but they have no power.
Okay, so in the same way that there are more liberal atheist assimilated Jews and there are observant Jews. So who is the authentic Jew?
Well,
nobody seems to know or care.
who has
It's
the power to get the U.S. government to recognize the Noahide laws, not secular liberal Judaism? Okay.
Well, obviously the rabbis. It was Rabbi Mendel Menachem Schneerson, right? And these Jews thought he was a Messiah, and they haven't even declared him dead because they think he's going to be resurrected, which is kind of idolatrous, which is why Jews don't like Chabad when they examine the actual Chabad doctrine. So they break their own rules. But it's useful, Vincent, that they have rules so we can hold them to it. At least we don't have to be Jews, but we know what their rules are, and we can tell when they're breaking their own rules. Isn't that useful?
Okay, no, Claire, they're not worshiping him. To believe that someone will be resurrected is not saying they are God.
And I know Jews who say that these Chabad rabbis, they are practicing idolatry. The late Rabbi Schneerson is their holy rabbi. They are worshipping him in a way that Christians worship their saints, and that's idolatrous.
Claire, give me 1 second. I need to use the bathroom.
All right. I'll just read the chat then. Hi, Jen. Well, you make a good point. I'm so glad you've been listening. So, the usefulness of rules, Jen, is that not only do the people who follow them know them, people who don't follow them can hold them to the rules that these people who are supposed to follow them so it's a standard, and if you fall below it, people will know how far below you have fallen. If you,
all right, I'm back.
It's like saying you're going to do something and then you don't do it. But the fact that you said you're going to do it means that that was a standard that you were supposed to hold yourself to, because you made that promise, and the fact that you broke your promise means that you are a person who breaks your promise. And I suppose we can all admit that we have occasionally broken our promises, and then we can judge each other according to how many times we've broken our promises or told lies, that kind of thing. So I'm saying rules are very important. And obviously, rules uphold standards, blah, blah, blah.
Believing that Rabbi Schneerson is going to be resurrected doesn't break the rules.
Yes, it does, because
How?
I just don't believe it, Vincent. You said you've been complaining ever since I knew you that these Jews are going to execute Gentiles for practicing idolatry. So if Jews practice idolatry, they have no right
How
to.
is believing that Rabbi Schneerson will be resurrected idolatry?
Because they're saying that a Messiah is divine.
No, they didn't say that. They said he would be resurrected by God.
That means that he's divine.
All Jews will be resurrected. All Jews will be resurrected in the Messianic era.
Yeah, but they have to die first.
He died first too. He's already dead. He'll be resurrected like any other Jew.
Okay. So we'll have to believe it when we see it.
Okay, but it's not idolatry.
You're just mixing up the time. It's like there's a time when you make the promise, and there's a time when you keep the promise. If you never keep the promise, then everything was just a bunch of hot air and doesn't matter. So you can't just conflate the thing and say it's all the same, or that what you say has already happened, and it hasn't happened.
That's not idolatry. That's not the definition of idolatry.
Okay, what's your definition of idolatry?
Worshipping anything other than the supreme God of Israel.
Idolatry also includes worshipping Christ as the co-equal of God. And
Okay,
what
but
you've
they're
been
not
saying
doing
is
that.
that they are practically doing that.
No, they never said that Rabbi Schneerson was God.
No, but they said he would be resurrected.
So?
In the same way that Christians believe Christ is going to be resurrected.
Yeah, but if Christians don't believe Jesus is God, then they're not practicing idolatry.
Yeah, but they do. Or they're
I
supposed
know,
to.
but Chabad doesn't. You're not getting the point that Chabad doesn't believe he's God.
Well, they might not do all these things, but in practice, that's what it amounts to.
In your opinion, but they're not worshiping him as God, so it's not idolatry. You think it's idolatry because of your own prejudice thinking about Christianity, that if you believe someone's going to be resurrected, you have to be saying that they're divine, but that's not what they're saying.
Oh, the articles, if you search Idolatry Rabbi Schneerson, you get a whole bunch of articles.
Of what kind? By liberal secular Jews?
Yeah, just Google
but what would
it.
they know about it? They don't even know their own religion.
Well, maybe that's a problem. Nobody knows their own religion. Okay, so we have got.
Who are they? Who are they to say what is and what is not idolatry?
What?
Who are liberal secular Jews to say what is and what is not idolatry?
Because, okay, we will look under. We will look up idolatry under the Jewish virtual library. I mean, we already know that Jews have a problem with Christians worshipping Christ, okay? So anything that Jews do that resemble this kind of thing would be automatically idolatry, and there are lots of Jewish sources thinking that the Chabad people are guilty of idolatry.
Well, are they just saying that, or are they showing in the halakha how it's idolatry?
It's quite a long article, and I need time to digest it. But basically, the Muslim conception of idolatry is that even Jews and Muslims praying correctly could be guilty of hidden idolatry if their thoughts are about.
I know, but under the Noahide law, you can't be executed for your thoughts. You can even be an atheist in your thought, but you can't. The rabbi told you can be atheist in thought, and no court can punish you. It's as soon as you go to actually act on this, that's the only time that it's a problem. Which
okay, I'm not going to say that they erected an idol of Rabbi Schneerson and bow before it. No, but it's sort of okay. So the idolatry is hidden. You're not actually, the Chabad people are not actually bowing before an idol of Schneerson that they've created, but they're getting near there. And of course, the whole thing about the Jewish prohibition against idolatry is obvious when you think of the golden calf. I mean, imagine if Jews had been allowed to practice idolatry, that there'd be none of them left anymore, would there? Because they would just have assimilated.
Well, obviously, right? That's what they want, because as soon as you give them the opportunity, that's what they do in mass.
Yeah, because it's like what they call the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination. It's like, yeah, we always want to break our own rules to see if we can get away with it or not. I'm sure you break your own rules too from time to time.
But you can't prove that there's something wrong with idolatry. You can't prove that.
Okay, what I'm saying is that if the Jews had been allowed to practice idolatry, if after Moses coming down from Mount Sinai and seeing his people practicing idolatry and he didn't say a word, then they would have carried on practicing idolatry and they would have assimilated and there would be
What's
no
wrong with that?
people.
What's
Okay,
wrong with
so
that?
what you're saying is who cares? The Jews have assimilated, they're gone, fine, but then you could say then Christianity would never have been created, and without Christianity there would have been no Islam, and there would have been no great global empires such as the British and American ones. And you might say, oh, but so what? But maybe there is a kind of narrative progression to it in that Jews were chosen to Noahide the world whether they wanted to or not, and the fact that they exist meant that Christianity happened. Because Christianity happened, Islam happened, and because Islam is really the most universal code of law for Gentiles, that should be the one to be adopted for the good of mankind. So that would be my argument.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer. It doesn't mean that it's moral. It doesn't mean that what's not legal under the it doesn't mean idolatry is wrong. None of what you just said means idolatry is wrong.
Okay, what you're saying is okay. I basically said that if the Jews had been allowed to practice idolatry from the time when they were worshipping the golden calf, then there would be no Jews left, and therefore Christianity wouldn't have been created, and neither would Islam. And you're saying, good, great, who cares? And I'm saying that without Christianity, there would have been no British Empire or the American Empire, and maybe a lot of people say, great, who cares? But then there would have been no Islam either, and then maybe Muslims might look around nervously, and but we have to think about how these empires rose in the first place, and it must have been through the rule of law, because we can see from Rome, how there is the Roman civil code, and a lot of Europe was under the Roman civil code. So obviously,
but
if you want
the
a big
pagans
empire,
in a
you
way.
need
Pagans
system of law.
had their own laws and their own legal systems.
Yeah, but it was crap. That's why they never made it. I mean, the other empire.
The American system is based on Greco-Roman law.
Yeah. So it was based on a system of the rule of law, which Islam, basically incorporated. A lot of the Quran actually has a lot of Roman wisdom in it. So the Romans were basically saying, okay, the 12 tables of Rome for the plebs, because they basically said, we need the rules, we need to know what they are. We don't have books, so can you carve them on stone tablets in the forum, so we can check every now and then when we what our rights are. So in the end, they the Roman government did it. And that was in Republican times. So that was the first idea of the rule of law. Everybody knowing what the rules were, so they wouldn't be arbitrarily imprisoned and prosecuted.
What that pagan emperor, wasn't it the oldest legal code, that cuneiform tablet or whatever it's called, the cuneiform tablet? Cuneiform. Cuneiform was one of the earliest systems of writing. Oh no! Where's
I think you're thinking of Hammurabi, and I think there's a freeze in your Supreme Court.
Oh, Code of Hammurabi.
Hammurabi Code.
Yeah, I mean that was prior to.
It's a collection of 282 rules, established standards of commercial interactions, setting fines and punishments to meet the requirements of justice. Okay, That was the Babylonian code of law of ancient Mesopotamia. So I mean, I think we're pretty clear now that all great empires had some code of law that was, imposed empire wide, and China had a similar system. I mean, of course, they changed it over the years, but the idea was that you had to standardize, and write it down. You have to write it down, or people won't be able to follow it.
I know, but the Jews didn't come up with that. The Gentiles did.
It kind of did with the Ten Commandments, because that was the sort of basic form, and obviously, afterwards, it was a development of that. You get one basic idea, and people build on it until you get to Islam. But I think each revelation was dependent on the previous one.
Yeah, but we didn't need the Jews to establish empires. Rome was a huge empire. Alexander the Great established a huge empire. What was his name? The Mughal, not the Mughal, the Mongolian guy, Genghis Khan.
Well, the point is that the Jews would say, well, we're still around, and all the ancient empires who persecuted us are no longer around.
Well, the Jews aren't around in the same form that they were around then. And I mean, paganism has at least also continued. It might not have continued as an empire, but its laws and its customs and its beliefs and its practices have also lived on. They haven't died.
Well, we can compare how the Jews have done compared to the Hindus.
Well, the Hindus have been around too, and they're older than Judaism.
Yeah, but basically they've been colonized by the British.
Which they overthrew, and the Muslims, which they overthrew.
But the point is
I know the thing that Jews were colonized. It wasn't until the past century or two that Jews had any money or any power or were doing anything. I mean, they were oppressed, they were dirty, they lived in ghettos. It wasn't like being a Jew was so great 200-300 years ago, and they were like a shining light unto the nations. I mean, India has only gained its independence from the British 70 years now. And Islam is still a big, huge problem there. They're still getting rid of that. So don't spit on the Hindus too quickly.
Okay, I know you're invested in Hindu.
No, but you're saying they're still around. So I'm saying the Hindus are still around too.
Yeah, I know, but look at the relative power of
which has only happened in the past few even century that happened.
Well, okay. You're saying Jews kind of became powerful after Hitler persecuted them, and they got their country back after 2,000 years. I think it's quite an achievement to get your country back after being deprived of it after 2,000 years.
Yeah, but the Hindus were deprived of their country as well.
Yeah, but they never got it back. Look at the curve.
They did.
Who got their country back?
India.
Okay, the Indians they might have been ruled by the British, but the point is that they were never kicked out of their own country like the Jews were.
Okay, but now it's getting into, well, I believe this is better. I believe their performance is better than your performance. The question was, who is still around? And the question is, look, the Hindus just got out of colonialism. Give them a little bit to rev up. Okay.
But what I'm trying to say is that you don't have to live in luxury. You just have to be in existence. Do you understand? It's like where there's life, there's hope, and you don't have to be living in a big fat mansion or whatever. You just have to be in existence, and you have to just keep producing the next generation in order to maybe get stuff back from what you lost many generations ago. So that was what the Jews managed to do in the diaspora. So
okay, well, you said that you don't need to be living. But then on the contrary, you say, well, look at the Jews now, they got their land back, they have all this money there. Is it about money and power, or is it not, Claire? Is it about survival, or it's not? The Hindus survived. but their survival's not good enough for you. And you say you don't need to live in a mansion, but then you compare the Jews to the Hindus by their wealth and their power. So, I mean, you're not very ideologically stable.
I'm saying that in terms of status, people are going to respect Jews more than they're going to respect Hindus. I mean, you may disagree because you're a Hindu. I understand.
Okay, but you just said it's not. People will respect someone who lives in a mansion more than they live in a trailer. But you said that's not the point.
The point is to remain in existence. So, whatever
Hindus
you
have
lost, you
done.
might just be able to retrieve. And I was going to make the point about the Normans, who were very powerful. Once upon a time, William the Conqueror, who was a Norman, came over from France, invaded England. And so he was pretty powerful. But the Normans were basically Vikings who settled in France, and then they Christianized themselves, and then they conquered a lot of territory, and then they assimilated, and there are no longer any Normans now, because they've assimilated so much that nobody can find them anymore. So, okay, you're saying, oh, it doesn't matter, who cares whether the Normans exist any longer or not? But
I'm not talking about the Normans. I'm talking about people that do still exist.
Yeah, but I'm saying that in order to even do anything, you have to be in existence.
I know, but Hindus meet that requirement.
Yeah, okay, but I'm saying that India is a fallen civilization.
No, it's a rising. It's obviously on its way up. I mean, it's the fifth. It's just surpassed Britain and France as the fifth largest gross domestic product.
I know that whenever there's an election in India, the Western media call India the world's largest democracy. But the very fact that it's a democracy means that it is really subject to Western imperialism still, because it's using the democracy, which is obviously not the way to go.
Israel is a democracy. Israel is a democracy.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are not very happy with democracy. They want to get rid of it, maybe become a one-party state, like maybe China.
A one-party secular Quranist state, which doesn't even meet the minimal requirements of the Noahide laws.
It's closer to it than Christianity or any of the others.
Claire. People don't want second best.
I'm just saying, as long as it's the one nearest to it, that will have to do. In my view, I think the Quran satisfies all the requirements of the Noahide laws.
Not according to your interpretation of it, it doesn't.
Well, some Jews think, actually, quite a few Jews actually assume that the Muslims are Noahides because Jews are allowed to enter mosques, but not allowed to enter churches.
Whenever it's convenient for you, Claire, you're not a Muslim.
I don't have to hide behind it. I'm just saying that secular Quranism is based on the Quran, and so is Islam based on the Quran. Yeah, but as soon as
any rabbi hears, look, we have 5 rabbis that have already said no, it doesn't meet the secular Quranism, doesn't meet the minimum requirements of the Noahide laws. You're not going to find a rabbi that's going to say yes, it meets the requirements.
Because not many people will have heard of secular Quranism.
I know, but we explained it to them.
Yeah, but obviously there will be a few problems with people saying, "Oh, secular Quranism, never heard of it." So of course
the problem was they did know about secular Quranism, and they said it doesn't meet the requirements. If the Quran is interpreted the way you, Claire, are interpreting it, it does not meet the requirements of the Noahide laws.
Okay, that would be the Chabad rabbis, right?
No, I remember you made me go get non-Chabad rabbis, Claire. I got Dr. Joe Brown, or whatever his name, Dr. Michael Brown's fucking liaison. He's not Chabad. He's
okay, but the point remains that you can find lots of Jewish authority that says Islam is Noahide, right? You acknowledge that.
Are they being honest? Are they being honest, or are they just doing like they are with Christians, where they go and tell them that they're Noahide compliant, but they're really not?
It doesn't really matter because, all I care about is that secular Quranism is raised above the status of idolatrous Christianity. So even if Jews won't declare Islam to be Noahide, it will still be more Noahide than Christianity. And I'm going to ride in on the coattails of Islam because
don't expect any help from the Jews. Don't expect anything but contempt for secular Quranism. You're not going to get the Jews saying anything positive about secular Quranism, Claire.
That's fine. That's fine. But the point is that I am riding in on the coattails of Islam, which is based on the Quran, and as long as that is raised above kaput Christianity, which is idolatrous and blasphemous to Jews, that will be enough for me.
Oh my goodness, Claire. Oh my goodness, you're hopeless. You're just hopeless, Claire.
Why is it? What's so hopeless about that? I mean, obviously, I am using.
Yeah, I know, but it's like you're so desperate to get. Now you're not even looking for that you are Noahide compliant. You're just looking to be the next best thing.
Yeah.
So then why wouldn't they choose just Islam over secular Quranism then?
Sorry, why wouldn't who choose
Islam? Islam is closer to Noahidism than secular Quranism is, so why wouldn't they choose that?
Who is they?
People.
People would prefer my interpretation of the Quran because it would give them more freedoms while having a reasonable interpretation of it.
But you're saying
I'm saying that my interpretation of the Quran is better than the Orthodox Muslim interpretation of the Quran. Yeah, I am saying that.
Yeah, but you're saying that people respect the label of Noahidism. That's why you want it, because you say that everybody wants it, and Islam has a bigger seal of approval than you do. So what weighs out? Do people want it to be Noahide certified, or do they want liberalism?
I don't know. I can't ask people individually what they want. The people that we associate with refuse to admit that their Christianity is kaput, or they're basically more into hating Jews and hating Muslims, and that's it. They don't want to correct themselves. They don't want to examine the problems of Christianity and how it no longer works. They're not even interested in answering my question about what they think religion is for. So
look, Claire, anyone who wants to be Noahide certified is not going to be happy with a liberal interpretation of Islam. If they want Noahide certification, they want Noahide certification, not Noahide certification.
Okay, I don't know anybody who's sort of, wanting to be Noahide certified for the sake of it. My idea would be only secular Quranism would only be of interest to people who want to restore the patriarchy, and a lot of people don't give a damn about restoring the patriarchy. So, but obviously the people who would be interested in my idea would be kind of thinking, well, we do need a religion. Christianity is kaput. Feminism is destroying our society and civilization, and secular Quranism would protect us from feminism. So that would be my market, really. But I don't see anybody who particularly cares to discuss these things, so I don't know.
Just one Church of Entropy. Jen wants to know if you believe that the hospital collapsing in China is due to idolatry.
I wasn't aware of a hospital collapsing. Was it today? Were you aware of any?
No, I wasn't aware of any hospital collapsing. I don't know if she means physically or Jen, what do you mean that the hospital collapsed? Do you mean a physical hospital collapsed? Let me see.
I'm looking it up. China.
Time lapse of hospital.
China hotel used for coronavirus quarantine collapses. That was reported 1 hour, 6 hours ago on CNBC.
So what a hospital? Wuhan. Yeah, I see Wuhan hospital construction collapsed, right?
Well, they did it pretty quickly, so I'm not surprised because it seemed like, made of very temporary, shoddy material. But it was SE.
Oh my God, it looks like people died. I just looked at a video of it. I'm sure those people died. Or they were very badly injured.
70 people are reported. Just trying to. China hotel used for coronavirus quarantine collapses. Approximately 70 people are reportedly trapped in the collapsed hotel. It's a hotel in Guangzhou. Not much news about, or not many details. So I don't know. Obviously accidents will happen.
Okay, well, Jen wants to know if you think it's because of idolatry.
I guess she's asking me if the coronavirus comes from, but the Chinese are meant to be atheists anyway, so I guess if you want to blame the Chinese, it's like, oh, but you eat everything, and this means.
Well, I saw that they put out a news article. They said that because the Chinese were breaking the 6th Noahide law about eating the flesh of a living animal, that's why they got coronavirus.
That's possible.
Because did you see now they're spreading all these videos on Facebook with Chinese people eating live toads and baby mice and stuff like that?
Yeah, I saw that a while back. So yeah, that could be it. I mean, probably the Chinese do need a few dietary restrictions because there is this sort of joke that they kind of tell about themselves, like, we'll eat anything with 4 legs as long as it's not a table.
Ben is saying that now only the Chinese are absolved of idolatry. Why is that? I'm actually looking atheism. I'm looking for I don't know if I know you're allowed to believe inside your head atheism, but I don't know if there's anything that you could do as an atheist that would be idolatry. I'm looking up, is atheism idolatry? Okay, atheists break. Okay, the ways in which atheists break or undermine Noahide law. This is somebody's blog. Actually, I want to read this because atheists break the laws of idolatry, in this case shown through a quote from the book Secular by Design by Alan Cecil. Okay, so somebody wrote a book about the Noahide laws called Secular by Design. His name is Alan Cecil. So the secular nature of the Noahide laws confuses many who think that the prohibition of idolatry and blasphemy are strictly religious laws. In Torah law, there is much broader understanding of idolatry. The common non-Jewish view of worshiping false gods is only part of what constitutes idolatry. For along with the worship of false gods, there's also a prohibition concerning the worship of false ideas. Rabbi Ariah Kaplan explained that the Torah warns, do not turn to idols, which the Gemara explains as a reference to conceptual idols, ideologies not based on the Torah.
Yeah, I mean, the Quran has a version of it saying, if you make a god of your appetites, you are, guilty of self-worship. And I guess, any straying away from God's laws would be a kind of idolatry.
Actually, I'm going to put this up on my blog. I want to read this.
Yeah, I'd be interested in reading that too.
Here, I'll send it to your.
Thanks.
I'll send it in. I'm going to post it in the chat, in the group chat.
Okay.
Let's see. What is she? Oh, so prohibition on idolatry. Atheism is technically blasphemy, not idolatry. I think it can. Yeah, I think that sometimes there's a. What's it called? There's a gray zone between blasphemy and idolatry.
Yeah. Because I suppose technically you could say, well, idolatry is blasphemy. And then you have to define blasphemy, which is to profane God's name. So you say rude things about God, basically, or you do rude things, to things that are considered sacred. So, yeah, I guess blasphemy is rude and idolatry is maybe not so rude, but, to do with worshipping things that are not God.
So, okay, so Jen wants to know, so now that we know atheism is idolatry, do you think the Chinese are idolatrous?
Well, they probably are in the sense that they worship Mammon, which the New Testament tells us not to worship.
No, they don't worship anything. They're atheists.
You know the worship of Mammon just means sex and shopping, don't you?
They're communists.
Yeah, but they're not really, in the sense that there's a lot of shopping in China, and the Chinese are very materialistic. So, okay, I mean, Muslims do understand the problem of defining idolatry, because I've told you they have this concept called shirk, which means the worship, which is idolatry, and they're saying that there's open idolatry of bowing before idols and worshipping idols, and then there is this hidden idolatry that even a Jew or Muslim praying correctly could be guilty of. The moment his thoughts stray to worshipping God and obeying His laws, they would be guilty of hidden idolatry. But of course, you can't police people's minds. So you have all these laws that tell that say you can't do this and you can't do that. So that's the only way of controlling the evil inclination of people. That you have these laws that you obey. But if you keep changing these laws, or if these laws are not the ones that God made, then you're going to be in trouble. Obviously not immediately, and it seems to me that we're coming to the tail end of getting away with flouting what are supposed to be God's laws. Just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it'll never happen. I mean, there are lots of bad things happening now. I mean, people can say, "Oh, coronavirus means the Messiah is coming," and why do so many people want the Messiah to come? It's probably because they have an idea that they've been bad people, or people around them have been bad, so bad that the Messiah will come. Or they've been so bad that they don't want to tidy up their room, so to speak, so they want the Messiah to come so they don't have to tidy up their room. I mean, when I talk to Jews, it's like, because I would ask them difficult questions and they can't answer it honestly, or maybe they don't know, and they're saying if the Messiah comes, we don't have to answer these questions anymore. And of course, okay, what I think is a narrative, is that the Jews are, after Islam is finally here, they're supposed to say, well, we can be Jews because we've got our Torah revealed by God, and you Gentiles, you've got the Quran revealed by God for Gentiles, so go for it. And then I guess if they want greater Israel, they'd have to have a theocracy. And of course, religious Jews would want a theocracy because that's the whole point of it. They have to obey God's laws. It's not Aten, the sun disk that was created by this Egyptian pharaoh saying, instead of worshipping Osiris and Isis and all the other ones, just worship one through me. And that didn't catch on, and when he died, it all went back to the old polytheist ways. But I think that is probably what we are being kind of pushed towards. Like, well, Christianity has failed. You should have known it was idolaters, but because you were so powerful and you could kick Jews and Muslims around and persecute them with the Inquisition. They got scared and didn't say anything, but now they can say a few things if they're not too cowardly. But it seems that they are. They don't want to say anything too much because they don't want to lose their jobs or whatever. But it's obvious. I mean, there's already all these prohibitions about Jews being allowed to go into mosques but not to churches. It's like, they're there. Nobody denies them. They just don't want to put 2 and 2 together to make 4. Because you do have a lot of rabbis kind of working, in the pay of Gentile governments, like Rabbi Sachs, who's written a new book on morality. I bet it won't say anything about the hopelessness of Christianity. He'll just say some, vague, happy, clappy, thing about, we should all have shared values and just leave it at that and not answer the whole question, which is that we, obviously the West needs a religion that does the minimum of maintaining minimum standards of sexual morality, which is to make sure that most parents in the West are married parents, and that's not the case anymore, not in the UK anyway. And I guess the reason why people don't care is that, I mean, I know you don't care because, you're gay and you're married, and I guess the people who are heterosexual and don't care are the ones who don't want to get married. And that's it. Once you've destroyed the institution of marriage, people won't particularly want to get married, and then you'll get all these problems of immigration, because the whole point about the source of the attractiveness of foreign labor is simply because there is a labor shortage from the indigenous labor force.
And the problem, that's also kind of stupid, because all of this technology, we don't need as much labor as we would, and all these people that are being immigrated, there's not going to be any jobs for them. I mean, the idea that we don't have enough labor force is ridiculous. We don't need the same labor force that we once did.
Yeah, but even cafes need to be run by people, and it seems that all over the West, the only people prepared to do any work are foreigners. Like plumbers and builders, and it's like the locals are just too busy watching daytime TV and claiming welfare. So obviously that's unsustainable, and nobody's going to be talking about that because it's unpopular, because they are worshipping the idol of democracy and the idol of feminism and the idol of the unmarried single mother. And the idol of gay marriage. And the idol of sexual liberation from, the rules of marriage. Oh, well, that was a terrible noise, Vincent.
Well, because
I thought you were being sick.
I was, Claire, you sicken me. Oh my God. So what we have gone over, of course, we've gone over the Noahide laws. We talked about the Kol Nidre. We talked about idolatry. Wait, Claire. Then according to your definition, or to the definition of that book that we just read about atheism being idolatry, secular Quranism is idolatry because it's an idea that is not based in the Torah.
Yeah, but it's based in the Quran. It's based on the Quran.
I know, but he said Torah. Let's see exactly what he said.
No, the thing I wanted to say was Maimonides is the Talmud will not have enough as much authority as the Quran, because the Quran is supposed to be from God.
I know, but it needs to be based on Torah, not the Quran.
Well, which has greater authority? I would say the Quran has greater authority because it's for more people. And the Quran also talks about Jews and kind of it's also Zionist, and acknowledges the presence of Jews and how they should be dealt with.
I'm
You're looking for something, obviously.
No, I was just looking at some things. Claire, any rabbi is going to declare secular Quranism idolatry because it's entertaining an ideology. Allowing people to worship idols is not Torah.
Oh, we're back to that again. Well, I'm just saying what I hope the rabbis will do, which is to declare Islam, which is based on the Quran, to be Noahide. And I think my plan to get Muslims to cough up cash donations for a rabbi-only essay writing competition about why Islam and secular Quranism would be Noahide would do the trick. Obviously, it's got to be big enough for cash prizes, but I don't think that would be too difficult. And yeah.
But I don't think most. There are Muslims, as I've already said, there are Muslims willing to debase themselves, saying, please give us your Noahide certification. We want it. But hopefully not too many Muslims. I don't know how many, but there are self-respecting Muslims who would say, fuck your certification. We don't need it. They believe that the Torah and the Talmud are mistranslated anyway.
Okay, this is a plan. There are lots of Muslims living in the West. They know that globo homo is not for them. They know that their children will be destroyed by more globo homo, and so the best thing for them is for the West to adopt Sharia, which is what secular Quranism is really. It's just that I'm going to interpret it in a way that will be considered more acceptable by Westerners than the brown kind of Sharia. So so that's my selling point really, and I guess I expect the Muslims to support me because that will be better than the status quo.
Well, I don't know if they've infiltrated the Muslim community enough for them to want to do this, Claire.
No, I'm saying that the Muslims should want to do it anyway. No, obviously, I did try to sell secular Quranism to the Muslims, but the problem with these Muslims is that they're so cowardly and so ignorant they can't even bring themselves to discuss it with me.
Claire.
But I just find that the rabbis are more enterprising because they think they're smarter and able to talk about these things.
Claire, is it okay if Jen comes on?
Oh, she wants to come on. Great. Oh, send her the link.
I did.
Oh, great. Okay.
I'm going to let her do some talking.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of talked out, really. Yeah, it'd be nice to have Jen back. Back on my streams again.
I guess she's coming in a second. Where's Conops? I want Conops to come on.
Oh. Yeah.
Or is he not allowed on?
Oh, of course he's allowed on. Hi, Jen. Why is she so quiet? Jen, talk to us.
She just responded in the chat. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
She's just going to be with us, but not talk to us?
Hey, Vincent, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Oh, not bad. Just usual idiots in the chat like Conops and Erica claiming Aryans came from Europe. What's with all that racism? I just don't get it. I mean, why do these golems think that their white skin means that they're Aryans? Never quite understood. Oh, right. Is it because that's what the Jewish religion believes, that somehow lighter skin makes you superior? And the Christians are spiritual Jews? Oh, right. That's it. Gotcha. So, yeah. I was wondering why international Jewry is allying with China, since they're so antagonistic to the Noahide laws. It would appear to make no sense.
Follow the money.
Wait, are you saying Jews are hypocrites and actually don't care about their own religion and just want money? Sounds kind of anti-Semitic.
Well, not all Jews are observant Jews. So there will be Jews who are more...
That's not relevant at all, is it? That's not relevant at all, is it? Because I'm pretty sure the only thing that matters in statecraft is statistics. Last I checked. Oh, right. You don't know anything about statecraft either.
I don't even know what you're accusing me of.
I guess being a liar.
What am I lying about?
Pretty sure I just said it. Are you playing stupid because you know I'm right and you're afraid to accept just how immoral your position truly is? I mean, if people want to go back to their ancestral legal systems, who the hell are you to tell them that that's wrong? And if you can't back up your position with anything, and it's always just
legal systems.
Why the hell would anybody trust a bunch of people who lie all the time?
What ancestral legal system are you talking about, Jen?
The ancestral legal system, idiot.
What are you talking about?
You don't know anything about it, but you feel completely justified to slander it. I wonder why that is. Is it because you're a...
Do you mean your oral tradition?
Cares only about having statues built of yourself, even though that would technically be idolatry?
You don't have to build any statues of me if you don't want to. I mean, obviously, I can only... I mean, if that happened, it'll probably be after I was dead.
So that's not idolatry anymore if you're dead? Is that it?
Well, I don't think people actually worship statues. They just think, hey, that's...
But that didn't stop the, hordes from destroying all the, quote, idols in Europe and India.
I don't know about hordes destroying idols.
Well, you don't know a lot about a lot of stuff because you only know about stuff that supports your narrative, which is about 0.1% of the information out there.
Okay, so when were these idols destroyed? By whom? When?
Are you denying history now? That's funny. This is a new low for you.
I don't even know what event you're talking about. Does anybody in the chat know what event Jen is talking about? Please post in the chat the event to which.
Are you denying that a bunch of stuff
you know.
destroyed in India and Europe that was called idols? Are you denying that?
When did that happen?
Are you denying it? It's still happening to this day, but never mind. Are you denying it, though?
I don't know what you're accusing me of.
So you're not affirming it. So you're denying it. So you're lying, basically.
What are you accusing me
Why are you afraid
of?
of the truth?
What are you accusing me of?
Lying. Again, I have to repeat myself, which is annoying.
Okay, lying about what?
Already been stated.
Lying about?
Already been stated.
No, nobody can follow your convoluted reasoning.
Nobody can understand the historical record? Is that it?
Historical record of what? Historical record of what?
I just told you.
What?
Wow, Clara, I think you should probably think about getting some psychiatric help.
Well, I can't follow you.
I literally can't remember something last
This is actually a little dull. You're making unspecified accusations.
I'm really concerned about your mental health, Claire. You keep rambling. You're platforming people that say that I should be executed and then asking them how I should be executed.
I never said that.
Nuts. I think you're losing it. And it's been
who said you should be executed?
But now it's basically like I really think everybody should be encouraging Claire to get psychiatric help because she's clearly in a very bad place right now. And since I care so much about suffering people, I'd like to encourage everyone to encourage Claire to get the help she really needs.
Well, I'm glad you're here talking to me. It's good to have you back again.
Why isn't Conops coming on? Conops, why isn't he coming on?
Because he's afraid that I'm going to rail him again about the Aryan invasion theory, and he knows he can't back it up. And he knows I'm going to make him look like an idiot because I always do that.
Who is that avatar that you have, Jen?
Jen, can I say it?
You hear me?
Who's that?
Is it me?
It's Conops?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, you're finally on. What's going on?
Ah, there I am. I can hear myself even. How great. That's lovely for every narcissist. I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Good. But you've been listening for a while, so what's your position on everything, or your take?
Are we talking about Aryan invasion, or are we talking about Noahides? Are we talking about out of Africa? All these things came on in the chat. Or idolatry.
Well, do you think Claire's secular Quranism is idolatry, since she's spreading an idea which doesn't come out of the Torah?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. It should be the idolatry was always like, thou shalt not make a graven image, right? So you should not have any other gods but me. I don't think technically it's idolatry. I think Christianity could be seen as technically non-idolatry because they believe in the Trinity and it's a unity as well. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of perspective. If you want to take the Jewish point of view, yeah, maybe. But then
but it's always the Jewish point of view that wins out because Jews control Christianity and Islam for the 1000th time.
That's just very silly. What do you think of that?
It's not really silly. It's just what the evidence supports. And you're somehow allergic to the truth because I guess it's inconvenient, like your whole Aryan Kings bullshit that we all know is fake.
I never believed in the Aryan kings. There's just consensus.
Well, you're saying they came from Europe and Iran.
No,
and it's
I've never said
where's
they came from
proof
Europe.
of that? Well,
I've
what
never
is your position
I've never
exactly?
said they came from Europe. They
What's
came
what's your
from-
position?
They came from Asia. They came from the area what we now call Iran.
Oh, really? Prove it.
Well, there's linguistic.
No,
evidence.
there isn't.
Yes, there is.
No,
There's
there isn't.
genetic evidence for this.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
We see
The Aryan invasion theory is treated as axiomatic in modern genetics. You know what that means? Modern
Axiomatic in
genetics is
modern-
all wrong.
Okay, yeah. Well, you can just deny every form of science, right?
Well, you don't understand that axioms can't be falsified. So if they're using that as an axiom,
you're opposing a theory which you just name an axiom that you can't doubt, which is just a silly
I
way of
didn't fucking make this Aryan invasion theory up, dude. But it is an axiom in modern genetic science. So
No, it's not.
you can't disprove yet. How do you know?
It's not an
Prove
axiom.
it.
It's a
Yeah,
conclusion.
it is. It's not a conclusion. It's an axiom.
No, it's.
That's why there's so many people that oppose it. Like, why is there so many
There
Indian
are not
scholars
that
that
many
oppose it?
people that oppose it, except for some very strange swamis in the RSS. There's actually nobody really who doubts it.
Well, there's nobody in mainstream academia that doubts it, but you do realize that that's actually evidence against it being true, right?
The mainstream academics are not Aryan kings, as you call them. They're not people who believe that that white people migrated to India to civilize India. That's not the theory. It's a theory about linguistic dissemination.
The argument is that Aryas didn't come from India, but that's a lie, and I can disprove it. And you
How
can't
can you disprove it? It makes no sense. Would you really say, okay, so the language was disseminated all the way to Europe, right? So you have people speaking these Proto-European languages.
Yeah, but there's no evidence
India,
of a
very
pre-Sanskritic.
close.
First of all, I want to talk about what's the oldest language.
It's very close.
What's the oldest language, Conops?
The oldest language, we don't know. The
oldest written language.
No. I will actually say it's probably people from the Khoi and the San, and they live now in South Africa. And
okay, what's the oldest Indo-Aryan language?
The oldest well, they're proto-languages, so it's difficult
Prove
to say
it.
what is the old. They're proto-languages, so the languages are not spoken anymore.
Oh, really? So is there any evidence of a pre-Sanskritic language existing? Because I looked on Wikipedia and there isn't any evidence of it. So you're basically
that doesn't
your
matter.
whole thing's based on fantasy.
Relevant. No, because you see the language disseminating over time period. So you see them slowly going into India.
No, you don't.
Yeah, yes, you do. And otherwise, also,
no, you don't.
Your theory is so ridiculous. You would pose that people that live very close, Dravidians and Aryans,
There were
and
no
Dravidians. They never conquered, and
there were no Dravidians, Conops.
Yeah,
Conops.
there is. They have a different language tree.
Conops, there were no Dravidians.
Yes,
there's no evidence of Dravidians. Conops, stop making things up. There's no evidence of Dravidians.
Oh, there's
no
evidence
of a pre-Sanskritic language.
Go to Tamil Nadu and see if there are any Dravidians.
There's no evidence of Dravidians. If people have tricked into calling themselves Dravidians, that's one thing.
You can play this silly semantic game, but people in
I'm not the one playing a semantic game.
Tamil Nadu have a different language tree. You can see the roots of the words. They're different. They're much more different than we are from Indo-European languages. So we in the West, and people who speak either French, German, Italian, or whatever, we have more commonalities with the people in North India with Hindi than we do than they do with Tamil Nadu.
Prove it.
Yeah, well, you can just see it in the roots of the words. Like, would you want me to make a whole language analysis for you?
I don't. I don't think your people are capable.
I can do it if you want, but it's just silly.
Yeah, I think you're pretty silly because you're basically saying Sanskrit is Not you're saying Sanskrit's more similar to European languages than Indian languages?
Yeah, then some Indian languages, yes.
Okay, well, show me which one.
Well, for example, Tamil.
Okay, again, you can't prove this assertion.
Yeah, I can prove this assertion. I need some time, but I can prove it. And you can also just read about
Yeah,
it
I'm pretty
yourself.
sure you said you were going to debate me on Aryan invasion theory like a year ago, and that you needed a few weeks to prepare. How come
I'll
that
give
never
you an
happened?
example. What would be the word father in Hindi? Well, I mean, you're
The
so
point
familiar.
is, you don't even know where the word Aryan comes from, do you?
Aryan. I don't know what the.
So where does it come from?
Does it matter? Does it matter for this?
Yeah, it
discussion?
does matter, you absolute moron.
Oh God, there we go.
Well,
There we
where
go.
does it come from? I just want to prove to the audience that you're an idiot who doesn't know anything. So why don't you tell us where the word Arya comes from?
All right. You want me to Google it?
I'd like you to tell me, because you're such an expert, you feel that you're justified to state an opinion publicly.
Look,
you'd think by now you'd be
it
shamed
was
out
a
of doing that.
designation made by
I'd like to know,
Europeans.
where does the word Arya come from?
Okay, so Aryan has its roots as the term used as a self-designation by Indo-Aryan peoples. The term was used by the Indo-European peoples of the Vedic period in ancient India as a religious label for themselves, as well as a geographic region known as Aryavarta.
Ancient India.
Yeah, but you don't understand what we're talking about. We're talking about a language. So
I do
we're
understand.
We're talking about Proto-Indo.
You're actually an idiot who doesn't understand anything.
Proto-Indo-Aryan languages. So they moved to India, and when they came in India, then it became a literate culture.
Dumbest thing you've ever said.
But when you argue that that people that lived very close to each other have almost nothing in common language-wise, and you see that Europeans have a lot of commonalities with Indian languages and North Indian languages, and that makes no sense at all. That if you wanna believe that, you can believe it. It's just really dumb.
Nobody serious believes in Aryan invasion theory.
Everybody serious believes in
but people who are sellouts to mainstream academia aren't serious.
Yeah.
Sellouts.
You
Just
and
like
your
you.
army of scientists that will be forever nameless.
What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, or just you. You can also say, yeah, me, Maya 40, I'm the best.
Well, I've said
And the rest is all dumb because I did so much research. I know about all the finesse of Indo-European languages, and I know about all the inscriptions and everything. Come on, you don't even read books, Jenny. Come on, give me a break.
I read books, you idiot.
Okay, what's the last book you read?
Yet another thing you've misunderstood.
Oral tradition, that's not a book.
Yeah, but I can still read books, you idiot. You're the one who doesn't understand the oral tradition.
Yeah, but I'm not a Swami like you, Jenny.
Yeah, too bad. Yet you feel that you have the authority to speak on these subjects. You know,
yeah, just like any person, I have an authority to speak on something.
You're delusional. You think your opinions, like, you don't see that as part of the problem. I see it as a big part of the problem. Is these idiots like you, Erica, etc., and Scythe in the chat now running your mouths. You are part of. You are a significant part.
Well, the fact that the Nazi and the non-Nazi can agree should make you think that for me it's not a very ideological position. I don't give a rat's ass. I don't give a fuck.
It makes me think that you're not really that different from each other.
No. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck where the Aryans came from. It just happens to be that it is not a logical argument that people that have a big proximity from each other never disseminated the language, right? And they are very different. So it just, come on, it just doesn't make any sense.
It's your position that doesn't make sense, bud. So anyway, the genetics.
How far are Tamil Nadu and Delhi from each other? How
So
far away?
why is it so hard to accept that you descend from Indians? Is it because you're a racist? Is that why you don't like the idea that your ancestors had dark skin? Is that why, or you just
these people
What?
that are so-called Proto-Indo-Aryans were not white.
there's
either,
no
so-
such thing?
They're not white either, so it doesn't matter. So I don't care.
The
if
point is that
I
there's no
believe in the
such
fucking out of Africa theory.
Proto-Indo-Aryan.
So, that makes us all black in the beginning. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think, Vincent? Or are you taking a break? Wisely. Any thoughts on Aryan invasion? No. I think she's taking a little break. Claire, are you still there, or are you also taking a break?
Well, I am, but it just bores me, this Aryan
Yeah.
invasion theory. I mean, it's like, who
I'm not an
cares?
expert either. Yeah. But what I think is a more interesting subject is something you just touched upon, and that's the Islamic conquest of India. That wasn't all nice. You know,
It was all bad, actually. Very bad.
I would say mainly, yeah.
Just like the occupation by your idiot brethren was all bad.
Who are my idiot brethren? You mean the British?
I'm talking about your little East India Trading Company that you claim was controlled by the Dutch.
Oh, you mean, we had some forts. We were not there for a long time, though. In Sri Lanka, we had a fort. Close to the Dravidians. But you're not a Hindu, or you're not like an ethnic Hindu. And for both
Aren't I?
Yeah, no, but you've never been to India. And
You're
you
an
know what I
ethnic Hindu,
thought? When I was
too.
in Tamil Nadu, I was in the temple in Madurai. And you know what it says? Only Hindus. And you know, if you're white, you can't get in.
Yeah, it's because you've disgraced yourself and lost the honor to wear your ancestral religion.
No,
it's not because you don't descend from Indians.
I'm saying you're not allowed in. You're not allowed.
That's fine.
Why is that fine? I mean, you're not.
Why would I care if I'm not allowed into some temple? The right Indians accept me as an authority, and everybody else doesn't matter.
Who are these right Indians? Jen?
Yeah, who are these right Indians? Hello?
Hello?
Radio silence. Are you looking for them? Are you Googling them now?
I think Jen is looking up her address book.
Are you guys delusional or something?
Delusional? No, we want your swamis.
Yeah, you're pretty delusional.
We want your swamis. Give us your swamis.
How many names would I have to give you for you to accept whatever it is that's in contention here?
Could you give us at least 5? At least.
And then what happens after 5? What happens after 5? What then?
5 in the next minute or two. That would be great.
Then what happens after that?
I don't know. Maybe.
I'll accept
nothing. Okay,
yeah,
so nothing happens.
We will accept you, and we bow the knee to you.
You're going to bend that knee either way, Conops.
Well,
just one will do, Jen.
Yeah,
just one.
I have to be impressed.
And then if one accepts me, then what? Then you write a slanderous article on your blog calling them anti-Semitic because you're a fucking idiot? Is that what happens next?
No,
I'm not falling for this shit again.
To interview them.
I'm not falling for this shit again, and I'm certainly going to tell anybody to stay the fuck off the stream if they know what's good for them.
So nobody's going to back you up?
Well, the right people will, and I don't care about idiots. Like, I don't want idiots repping my ideas, do I? I'd rather they just expose themselves
Are these
as
swamis then under your control, or how does it work?
What the fuck are you smoking, dude?
Well, you say that they can't get on Claire's show, but I mean, who are you? And what authority
A
do you
person-
have to tell other swamis that they can't go on Claire's stream?
What the hell are you talking about?
You said that you would dissuade people from going on to Claire's stream. But if
Yeah.
they're such a big swami, then surely they can make that decision by themselves, right?
I just think it's weird that you've hallucinated this whole narrative where I have like a bunch of swamis under my control. You know how crazy that sounds?
No. I'm just asking you if you have, or are
Well, now
these
you're
like,
asserting it as though it were true, and it's
independent
like,
swamis?
are you drunk right now, or high, or just stupid?
Well, it beats being bipolar, so it's okay.
What the hell are you talking about? People who are assholes to me get treated badly. People who are nice to me get
No,
treated
you
well.
came in here.
That's not being bipolar.
Fighting words, Jenny. Come
Yeah,
on.
you've got my wrath permanently, Conops.
Why?
You think I'm just going to forget about all this stuff you've said about me? No.
Like
It's
what?
permanent. When I don't like you, it's permanent.
Oh,
Yeah, we have a very long memory. That's why we know stuff like Aryan invasion theory is wrong, because we actually
because
know what's right.
yeah.
Because
Just
we have a very
automatically,
long
right?
memory. Idiot. More than 5,000 years? Like, how old is civilization, Conops?
How old is civilization? Well, that's a good question.
Yeah,
That's
you're
a
going
good
to say
question.
something like 5,000 years because you're an idiot.
Well, it depends on what you want to call civilization.
All right, so I would say civilization's been in decay for 5,000 years, and you're going to say civilization's about 5,000 years old. So you have basically a completely
Well,
backwards Christian
we
worldview.
we know the Indians weren't the first to invent language. So
Yeah. This idiot in the chat is proving my point. I think he's a troll. He said Aryan invasion is the primal truth. It's like if your foundational myth is false, you're building a foundation on sand, and it doesn't tend to work out too well.
yeah, I agree. Anything interesting to talk about, people?
Yeah, Claire's platforming people who are calling for my death because reasons.
Oh, what was this? I didn't quite keep up with the streamosphere. So tell me what that is about.
I just did.
Yeah, who is this? What's this guy called Omar?
Oh yeah, Omar was supposed to come on.
Does he want to come on now?
Is he in the chat?
No. But I've heard that like somebody were like talking. Some people were talking about stoning Jennifer.
Claire was supposed to interview him today, but he never came on.
How civilized is that?
I think I heard his voice and he sounded like a troll.
Yeah, he's definitely a troll, but Claire's too stupid to realize it.
Claire, don't you think he's a troll?
Claire is just desperate to platform anybody opposed to me because she's realized that nobody sensible opposes me, and she's like, "Oh my god, what if Jen's right? That means my whole life is a lie. I better find someone. Okay, here's some." Boy, pathetic.
I thought it was Domingo pretending to be Omar, but
Yeah, I thought so too. God. Domingo and his
And there you
many
have it,
voice
folks. Claire
modulators.
platforming trolls who call for my death by
they
stoning.
did not call. Nobody called for your death. Oh, come on.
Should we replay the video? Because I'm pretty sure that
Can we replay
he
the
did call
video?
for my
Yeah,
death.
I'm very happy to do that because
I'm pretty sure he called for my death. Definitely.
Yeah,
I
I
seem
wanna-
to remember
I wanna-
multiple
I wanna-
times he called for my death.
I defended you. I said you weren't guilty of
So,
idolatry.
but wait, you just said that he didn't call for my death, but now you've accepted that he did call for my death. So why did you lie just now? Are you really that stupid?
I might have misspoke.
Oh, really? You might have misspoke, or might have intentionally lied because you know your position's indefensible.
No, because
I think
it's
that's the
a
one.
bit complicated. Let me just find the
Please do.
stream.
And this time, Claire, don't play only the part that you like, but I want to know the full part because otherwise, like, I need some context. And if Jenny says, like, "Oh, there's some part you edited out," that's
I
not.
haven't edited anything out.
Okay. Just don't do it like last time.
I'm surprised you haven't listened to it. It was I thought it wasn't a particularly long one.
Okay.
I don't know. Little puppy. Church of Entropy must be punished. She is an idolater. Allah.
How would you like to punish her, Omar? Beheading?
Death by stoning.
I don't think. I think that's a. I don't think it's. Is she actually an idolater, or she just encourages people? Oh, I'm expect.
Indefensible.
I defended you, Jen. I defended you. I said you didn't deserve to be stoned by death because I didn't think you were technically guilty of idolatry, though you might have given succor and encouragement to those who did.
But that does mean that if she did, you wouldn't be opposed to it.
No. I would defend Jen to the death because I believe in freedom of belief, as chapter 2, verse 256 states very clearly that there is no compulsion in belief, for truth stands clear from error.
Then why are you constantly ad homing people if it doesn't matter and they can believe anything? Why even ad hom them in the first place? Why platform people calling for my death? Seems like you're a hypocrite.
But nobody called for your death. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, I didn't
Do I
know.
need to replay the video? Do I need to
Technically, Claire, if I can interject, like, technically, if he wasn't a troll, he did call for a death. Right?
I would defend Jen to the death.
But you understand that if he wasn't a troll, he was calling for a death, right? You understand that?
Yeah.
And you were encouraging him.
Well, I did. To be fair to me, I said you weren't guilty of idolatry, as far as I could tell.
The point is, you were encouraging him to call for my death.
No,
So
I wasn't. I told him not to call for your death because I didn't think you were guilty of idolatry.
So if you say
Jen,
how should Jen be killed, how's that not encouraging him?
Well, you could ask a question, right? So if you're interested in somebody's belief,
Yeah, exactly. She's interested in someone coming on the show and calling for my death, i.e., she's encouraging him to talk about it. So obviously,
I don't know to what extent she was already aware of the fact that he was a troll, because
No,
I mean, it's quite obvious, isn't it? I mean, if he says "Wallah," then you're like, all right, that's a fucking troll.
Well, did you see how he introduced himself? He arrived in the stream, and I encouraged him to speak, and instead he just you know what he did, don't you, Conops? He just basically played the call to prayer every time I spoke to him. It was brilliant. It was so dramatic and so. Didn't hear that? Oh, I thought it was so funny.
I should listen.
Treat.
Yeah, I missed it.
Well, you can still catch it.
Yeah, no.
I'm
watch
gonna
it again. Like unlike OV streams, yours always stay up.
Well, that's the whole idea of streaming, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, don't you think that people will forget and people will never listen to like really old streams?
I still sometimes I find myself listening to my own streams and thinking how much more fun they are than other people's streams. I know, it's terrible.
Maybe you should do a show like Luke does and investigate your own narcissism.
Yesterday's that was quite good. It was about likability. Luke's stream about likability, and And you very kindly said that I was very likable. Thank you, Conops.
Yeah, you are very likable.
Jen doesn't like me though.
But I think Jen has a difficulty liking anybody.
Punish her, Omar.
Come on, this is plainly a troll. You can hear it now. She's laughing. Come on, Jen. Give it up.
How would you like to punish her, Omar? 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 How would you like to punish How would you like to punish her, Omar? How do you do that?
Why are you encouraging people to call for my death on your show?
I wasn't encouraging him. I merely wanted to give reasons for his desire to punish you. How would you like to punish her, Omar? 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 Yeah, I think that's enough.
I think we get the message.
How would you like to punish her?
So why are you encouraging people who are calling for my death on your show?
Well, I need to know what he had in mind. I think that's a
Why?
legitimate question.
Why?
Because I wanted to know what he thought you'd done wrong.
Why?
Well, obviously, if anybody's going to harm a single hair on your head, I'd like to know their reasons because I care.
Oh, so
I care
I'd like
about
to
you.
encourage people to call for my death on your show so that you
I
can.
have never encouraged anyone to call for anyone's death on my shows. How would you like to punish her, Omar? How would you like to punish her, Omar? That's a legitimate question, Jen. It's a legitimate question to.
You're encouraging him to call for my death on your show.
No. I needed to know what he thought the penalty was, and that led to the question of what he thought you were guilty of. And he said he wanted you to stone you to death, and I asked him why, and he said for idolatry.
So you can see here, people, truth really doesn't matter to Claire. She's just an evil person.
No, truth does matter. That's why she's asking.
Anyone who supports her is also an evil person.
Oh, come on. You're so hysterical now, Jen, that you were accusing David of wanting to behead you.
Duvid literally said if I got brought up on charges by a Noahide court, he wouldn't defend me. I didn't say that.
Everybody's calling for your death now.
Yeah, it's because you're degenerates who have no shame and actually deserve this system of government that you have right now.
And you're going to improve our government by being our theocratic dictator, are you, Jen?
All depends on how much begging happens.
Has anybody ever begged you in public?
Oh, you were begging me for a good half hour to come on your show the other day. So.
And now you have finally arrived, so it does work. I think it was more 10 minutes.
I think Gandalf is probably begging, to be honest.
Right, but that's beneath you, right? To beg for a benevolent dictator, you'd rather just grit your teeth through parasitic dictators that hate you? Is that it? Because you have so much pride?
No, I like democracy, so I don't want a dictator.
Yeah, but it's still a dictatorship.
No. The dictatorship is the
it's essential government. It's essential government.
No,
with
not all
central
governments are of the same regime type. Come on, Jenny, don't compare.
Yeah, I get it. Yours is shit, and but it's still a technical.
Wow, it's so anti-intellectual, even beneath you, Jenny. Come on, this is
okay. How about you prove to me how your quote democracy is not a dictatorship? Let's start with that.
We can vote. We can vote people out of power.
Does that change
and we
anything?
do.
Does that actually change anything?
Yes, it changed the
Prove
ruling.
it.
Sometimes the ruling elite. Yeah. Well, I can actually tell you. I mean, the Trump administration has different people in it. They have different views.
Yes, but has anything changed in practice?
Yeah, of course. There's many things
Prove
have
it.
changed.
Prove it.
Can't prove it. Well, what do you want to know? What has changed? I mean, the attitude towards the Iran deal has changed. First, there was an Iran deal. Now there's not. I think that's a big shift. Do you want to hear more?
So America's still an imperialist nation, still overthrowing foreign governments. Now people think
that's the
Union
consensus. That's also
change.
the consensus of the people. So, I mean, of course.
Oh, really? Is that right?
Of course, the regime is not going to change to the degree in a democracy that people disagree with it. So, I mean, yeah, it becomes some kind of tautology. Your argument. It's a bit meaningless.
The point is that voting doesn't change anything.
It does change some things. It doesn't change everything.
Nothing of substance is changed through voting. Therefore, you have a de facto dictatorship.
No, there's a lot changing. There's a lot of
Really?
substance.
What's the biggest thing that changed through democracy?
Well, you want to take any regime, any democratic regime that has changed from a democracy or from a dictatorship to a democracy?
No. I want to know what is the biggest change democracy has ever given.
Oh, well, I would say that the abolition of the feudal society, the abolition of the
No, you
hierarchies
idiot.
and the tax
Within
policies.
democracy, you idiot.
Yeah, within democracy, of course. I mean, there's some kind of bandwidth. So yeah, there's been
Exactly. So the bandwidth is basically nothing.
No, I can tell you. Well, we can also talk about Israel, for example. There's a settlement.
No, I just want you to
there wasn't a settled policy that was within a democratic regime that changed. It changed after the 6-Day War. People gave a mandate. Policies changed. There's also policies changed. Vietnam War, no Vietnam War. Come on, give me a break.
That was a plebiscite? The Vietnam War was a plebiscite?
No, but you have to understand that we live in a representative democracy, so you don't vote directly on policy.
They don't really vote on anything, do you?
We vote people into office who make decisions for us.
Shills who don't change who the rulers are, is what you're trying to say.
Well, look, they can. Well, they don't change who the rulers are because we change who the rulers are.
No, you don't. The deep state hasn't changed in hundreds of years.
The deep state hasn't changed in hundreds of years. Yeah, no, there have been pivots to different directions. Yeah, sometimes you have a much more conservative foreign policy. Sometimes you have a much more interventionist foreign policy, and we, the people, have decided to vote people in office who are more hawk-like or more dove-like.
But you don't really get a question as to whether you have a foreign policy in the first place. So you're basically like institutionalized imperialists.
Institutionalized imperialism. Well, it depends on which country you're talking about. If you're talking about the United States, the United States United States had periods of isolation when they withdrew from the world, and there were presidents that were isolationists. And there were also presidents that were aggressive in foreign policy. So, yeah, of course, there is a change that we can make. We can vote different personnel into office, and we hope that with our vote, there will be a foreign policy change. And in many cases, that actually happened.
Keep on hoping. See how it works out for you.
You're conflating everything. You're just pretending like, yes, because there is some kind of consensus, therefore nothing ever changes. The consensus also changes over time.
Is that right?
And consensus is something very different from a dictatorship. And if you want to equivocate consensus with dictatorship, you can, but it just sounds very silly.
What I'm trying to say is that it's a centralized government with a monopoly on force. That's a de facto dictatorship.
No, that's not. That's every fucking government. Doesn't matter if it's a democracy,
Yeah, all governments are
dictatorship,
functionally
oligarchy,
functionally a
aristocracy.
Every government is functionally a dictatorship, a theocratic dictatorship. Actually, you're just trying to cheat
No.
You're trying to cheat the rules, basically.
What does a dictatorship mean?
Top down instructions on what is acceptable use of force.
No, that's not true. Sorry, Jen.
Well, then correct me.
Yeah, well, dictatorship is power given that's actually not necessarily legitimized. So it's a
Oh, so you're saying the power that Western governments have is legitimate?
it's legitimized by the people, by the vote, and dictatorship is the antithesis of that.
So you're saying that your government functions in your interests? Is that what you're saying?
That's something different, and interest and consent are different.
So you gave the government consent to operate not in your interest. Smart.
Well,
Democracy sounds awesome.
Yeah, you could actually in some situations see that, but in a lot of situations, the interest and how would you say the mandates they are the same.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, what exactly is your government doing to serve your interests?
Serve my interest. Well, my government, for example, is redistributing wealth, which I like. My government is
taxing the rich to feed the dysgenic, and then wondering why you're drowning in infinity people who can't work.
Well, we're not drowning in infinity people. You know, the birth rate is very low in Europe, right? I mean, if you want to have a sort of a reproductive strategy where only one child is born on two parents, yes, you can go ahead, but that will mean the end of your civilization.
The hell are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, well, if you say like, "Oh, give the poor
the
money,"
point is that
poor, yeah, well, the poor need to reproduce. If you think it's dysgenic,
welfare subsidizes the breeding of people who do not contribute to society.
I don't think that's necessarily the case. Sometimes it's the case, but we also need enough.
So people who take welfare,
the elite. No, but the elite.
People who take welfare aren't leeches on the productive members of the population.
Well, it depends what the welfare is for.
I don't think it does.
No, I think it does.
You're redistributing wealth. Okay.
Yeah, you're redistributing
wealth. Subsidizing breeding of people who otherwise wouldn't have enough resources to breed.
Yeah, but if you are not subsidizing people who don't have the means to reproduce, then at some point, nobody's going to reproduce. Or almost nobody.
Yeah, I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, it does work like that. I mean, you can't defeat the pill. What do you want to make the pill illegal, Jenny? You want to be like Leclerc, Madame Klersky?
Are you cool with women pissing hormones into the water table that make you into a homosexual?
I don't think that was the fate of Vince, to be honest.
Well,
I don't think the hormones.
Do you understand that birth control pills are part of the reason why men have become feminized in the modern day?
That's a good question.
So you're pro feminizing men, so you must be pro, fabulousness.
I really don't care. I don't actually think that that men will become increasingly more gay because of reproductive freedom. I don't think it works like that.
I just showed you, but you don't know anything. I just showed you the literal mechanism for it.
It's a bad explanation.
These hormones are not digested; they're just pissed out. So allowing women to take birth control is putting a burden on everybody else to consume those pissed out hormones. You idiot. So again, this is just your
hormones. Who gives a fuck? What does this have to do with anything?
Well, it does. It affects male fertility.
Male
Right.
fertility.
And it also there's evidence to suggest that it contributes to the incidence of male homosexuality, along with some chemicals that they put on.
Just send me the paper.
forget the name of
I've
the
never
chemical.
heard of this theory. It sounds very eccentric.
Why is it so eccentric to believe that if you spray food and chemicals that fucks up the endocrine system of
What do you
bugs,
think? If people are pissing on a sandwich? Women are like
that
pissing
won't
on their
also?
sandwich before they eat it.
Why
What
are
the
you
fuck are you
interrupting
talking
me,
about?
you utter buffoon? Are you interrupting me because you're afraid of what I'm going to say? Why don't you just
Well,
shut the hell up and let me?
I think it's the last thing. I'm just
Why don't you just shut the hell up and let me
completely
finish?
perplexed by the complete insanity of your.
What's
theory.
confusing about the idea that if you spray food with a bunch of chemicals that disrupt the endocrine systems of bugs, that those same chemicals won't make their way into the human system and disrupt their endocrine system? What's so crazy about that?
Are you going to parrot Alex Jones now? Gay frogs and shit. I mean, what is this?
It just sounds like
It
you're
sounds
making
insane.
it sounds like you're making a false equivalence. Why don't you address the argument rather than trying to strawman it?
No, it just sounds insane. Like,
no, you sound insane to be making these false equivalences. Address the argument or accept that it's a perfectly valid argument. What
you're
exactly
talking about pissing over a fucking sandwich? What the hell?
What the hell are you talking about?
Can you help me? Can you help me,
I'll
Claire?
talk you
please?
through it real slow. I'll talk you through it real slow, okay? You idiot. Listen to me, okay? There's no.
You think that
hormones
we use, like pesticides, other things?
You're a fucking idiot, Conops. Let me explain it, okay? So, woman takes the pill, okay? It goes into her digestive system and eventually ends up in her bladder, where she pisses it out.
Yes.
Have
so
I lost you, Conops?
Pissing over a sandwich.
Have I lost you, Conops?
Yeah, you have already lost me.
Then the PP. I've lost you. So what part about that doesn't make sense?
I don't get the thing. I mean, they're pissing.
So
what? So they're pissing. Unless they drink it, I don't get it.
Drugs is going to eventually lead to those drugs being in your urine. You don't understand that.
In my urine, how?
Do you understand that they can do
people
tests?
Pissing over my sandwich?
Do you understand that they can do piss tests on people to tell if they've been on drugs?
Yeah.
So
I
that
do understand that. But are you suggesting that women are pissing over my sandwich?
I'm suggesting that water's going. Can you just
Who's pissing over my sandwich?
Can you just shut the hell up? I don't really care about your sexual perversions.
No, you brought it up, Jenny. You brought it up.
So, well, let me finish. So, did I lose you? Do you understand that? Have I got you until the point of it being pissed out?
Yeah, but then
okay. So now it's going to get really complicated. Now it's going to get really complicated. Okay, it's going to get really complicated.
You have to make a very complicated argument.
That urine is going to
this sandwich, or that you're going to piss on my sandwich very indirectly.
Can you shut the fuck up for 10 seconds?
Sorry.
I'm just wondering if you're capable of shutting the fuck up, or are you just feral? Can you shut the fuck up for 10 seconds? Is that possible? So now the people, shut the fuck up. Now the urine's going to go into the water table. Did I lose you?
No, you didn't lose me.
Oh, good. You're smarter than a dog. And then the water's going to go back into the public distribution system of water. And then what's going to happen?
Yeah.
You're going to drink
how thick are those molecules?
You fucking idiot.
How thick are those? Like what percentage of these hormones are actually in the reuptake?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it does. It does, because it has to significantly affect you. Otherwise, you're talking about like homeopathic kind of situation where it doesn't even matter. So that's why I was talking about pissing on my sandwich.
The burden of proof is on you.
No, the burden of proof is you're making an assertion that this is happening. Now you may have to make tests. This is science, not your fucking oral tradition. No, you actually have to do the research. Now you have to find levels of hormones that are high enough that this could actually constitute a change in fertility.
Okay, got an article
And,
here.
and in
Science
manliness,
Daily.
you have to also prove not only that these hormones exist, but that they affect
All right, can you
sexual
shut the fuck
preference
up,
in such a way.
retard? How about shut the fuck up? We've got science news. From Science
How about
Daily.
that? How about
Estrogen,
that?
shut
Catch
the
me outside.
fuck
Catch
up,
me outside.
Conops.
Catch
Shut
me
the
outside.
fuck
How about
up.
that?
Shut the fuck up. Estrogen in birth control pills has a negative effect on fish. A new doctoral thesis from Lund University in Sweden shows that hormones found in birth control pills alter the genes in fish, which can cause changes in their behavior. The thesis also shows that nurse midwives, who are the main prescribers in Sweden, lack information about the environmental impact of hormonal birth control methods, which may affect the advice they provide.
Yeah, but it still doesn't say how it affects fish and how it affects fertility or how it affects gayness. So even if you're right that these concentrations
All right,
are right,
October 24th, 2019, Business Insider Australia, birth control pills could add 10 million doses of hormones to our wastewater every day. Some of that estrogen may wind up in our taps. Hormones from birth control pills can travel through showers, toilets, and washing machines to local wastewater facilities. In his book, Troubled Water, activist Seth Siegel writes that birth control pills add more than 10 million doses of synthetic estrogen to U.S. wastewater every day. All right. Do you need me to keep going?
Wastewater. All right. So you think it's not purified anymore before you drink it? People are just start drinking from the toilet, basically.
The point is, does the purification get rid of the estrogen in the drinking water?
This is a good question. How high are these levels of estrogens, and to what extent do they actually affect?
We've got the Berkey, Purify Your Water, Estrogen in Drinking Water, How to Remove It. For the past year, scientists believe there are chemicals found in drinking water which do not naturally belong there. Presence of estrogen.
Years. How high are the levels?
In 2012, researchers found out that it would take 30 billion euros to eliminate the presence of estradiol in water. The estradiol is a type of estrogen. According to studies, more than 2.5 billion women are using contraceptive pills, which are flushed down toilets and into the water supply. Scientists have found that there is 80% of this hormone in more than 50 sites that underwent tests. Shall I continue?
How high are the levels?
The point is that it's measurable, and you just in ignoramus because you don't ultimately want to pay the price for the shenanigans that you get up to.
What shenanigans do I get up to?
Well, now you're basically lying that there's an effect of these women, that there are effects on the greater population for these women taking birth control pills.
No, that's what you argue. Actually, you're arguing that they have an effect on turning people gay. You're like Alex Jones.
Well, you do understand that there's like measurable hormonal differences between homosexual men and heterosexual men, right? So what do you think caused those hormonal differences, dipshit?
Well, they can also have to do with a lot of hormones in the human body. I mean, women make estrogens. They make these hormones themselves. You don't need to have an extra uptake. They already make it.
Wow, Conops, you sound so stupid.
Do you think really like a kid that's that is fathered by somebody who takes some extra testosterone, like an MMA fighter or somebody who's into bodybuilding, you think will immediately turn him straight?
Again, straw manning. It's like the only thing you know
I'm
how
just
to
asking a fucking question. I mean,
well, obviously, I don't think that, and I don't know why you try to so blatantly straw man my position.
It's a comparison. So you think that really has like a large effect? Like you can't really show that it has an effect. Oh, the only thing you can say that, yeah, that maybe there might be some reservoirs of some extra estrogen there. Oh, who cares, right? You have to first demonstrate that it has an actual effect.
I just did. But no, I think I think the bigger contributor, I don't think that the bigger contributor is birth control, though I do think it's a contributor. I think it's pesticides that are the main contributors. It says pesticides may block male hormones. Many agricultural pesticides disrupt male hormones, according to new tests. This was 2011. So this is not really news. I think this is a bigger contributor to this increased statistical probability of homosexuality. But I mean, that's not to say I support birth control.
The Greeks and the Japanese were big pesticide users back in the day.
It's about the percentage of it, right? So
Well, they had a bigger percentage than us.
I don't think you can prove that.
Oh yeah, I can prove that.
It just sounds like historical revisionism to me. I don't buy it.
No, it's just so read Plato's Symposium. Look at the history of the city-states. Look at the Theban horde, the Golden Band. Look at the fucking Spartans. They fuck boys before the age of 25, and then they could go out and marry, but not before. It was like some kind of homosexual state almost before the age of 25.
I really don't know that this can actually be validated. I'd need to see.
Yeah, well,
source on this.
go read Plato's Symposium and then come back. Or maybe you think it's the written tradition, so it must be faked. It must be some kind of shill that wrote it down.
Well, why is Plato so famous in the modern day? I mean, he's obviously being shilled to distract from some other wisdom because he's just not that insightful.
Oh, I'm not his biggest fan, but
the point is that none of these supposed philosophers is all that great. So yeah, I wouldn't take their testimony.
It's not about the philosophy; it's about the historical information.
That's not to say whether it's true or not. But are you really saying that homosexuality had higher prevalence back then?
Yeah. And back in Greece, it had a higher prevalence because the culture accepted it, and in Judeo-Christian culture, it had a very low acceptance rate.
Are you saying in Jewish culture there's less homosexual behavior? Are you seriously saying that?
Well, in Orthodox Jewish culture, there was not a lot of tolerance, so I don't think it happened in the open.
Prove it.
Prove it. Well, you can just look at how it was viewed on, like how the.
Well, if it was viewed really harshly by religious scholars, that means that its prevalence was very high. Idiot.
I'm not so sure. I think people will be clandestine. Although I take your point. I mean, there was many things going on.
Well, if there's laws against stuff, it means that stuff was happening, right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, it can happen.
Oh no, there's never laws made for stuff.
No. I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm saying, like, because there are laws against it doesn't mean it happens more.
Actually, it does mean that.
No, it doesn't.
You're just a fool who can't understand how legal systems work.
All right. No. Then you're the fool because.
Well, if a kingdom has a bunch of a certain type of degeneracy going on, it makes sense that they'd impose a law against it, right? If that degeneracy wasn't going on, there'd be no need for a law against it.
You can also.
Do you understand that argument, you idiot?
Yeah, I understand that argument, but on the other hand, you can also have strict laws against things. And for example, in Singapore, they made all these laws against littering, and they were very harsh. And actually, they succeeded in making.
That's because people were littering.
No, yeah, but
they were littering, weren't they?
Yes,
would
but
they have made a law?
They weren't anymore. After the policy was in place for 5 years,
would they have made a law if no one was littering?
And that's
right?
not the point. When they made the law, no, that's not the point. When they made the law and the law was in place for 5 to 10 years, then almost nobody was littering anymore. So yeah,
You're
I mean,
proving my point. You're proving my point.
No, I'm not proving your point.
Yeah, you are. You're saying laws don't really need to get instituted unless people are doing an undesirable behavior.
No. That's not necessarily true.
Would they have banned littering if no one
are really
was littering?
old and on the book still.
Would they have banned littering if no one was littering?
That's not the point of the conversation.
That is the point, though, because I think you realize now that your position is idiotic.
No. Because what I would say is that in Jewish culture, because they had such a strong strong stance against homosexuality for a time, it wasn't very prevalent, and was definitely not as prevalent as it was in Greece, because it was openly celebrated in many cases.
Oh, Conops, you're such an idiot.
All right. Anybody something interesting to say? Because I think I'm about to hop off. Claire, are you gone? This is your chance to talk to Jenny, and now you're not talking.
Oh, I'm here. I guess I was just doing other stuff on my computer. Jen and I have been. Well, she just sort of came in and started accusing me of all kinds of things. And do you have anything to say to me, Conops?
No, not much actually.
We're so agreed now, and we like each other so much now.
But we always liked each other. Even when I didn't like you, I still liked you.
Yeah, Claire and Conops spent a very long time on Luke Ford's chat yesterday talking about how they weren't snobs and patting each other on the back for not being snobs.
Oh, she was accusing me of being a snob.
Without realizing how ironic that whole thing was.
No. She was accusing me of being a snob, and I said, you're a snob too.
But I'm not. If I really
you are a snob. Come on, just be proud of it.
No, just because I can tell people's class doesn't mean I'm a snob. If I really were a snob, I wouldn't be seen dead with you people.
Anyone who thinks there's anything wrong with my position is a snob.
What?
Anyone who thinks anything is wrong with my position is a snob.
Why?
Because my position is correct.
But you can't prove anything, Jen.
I'm the only one who can prove anything.
But you have never proven anything.
Not to your standard, but your standard is impossible.
Anybody's
standards. Only Gandalf.
I've proven it to many reasonable people's standards.
Gandalf can't explain your theories. So even if Gandalf is claiming that he's on board with you, he doesn't even know what he's on board with.
He just parrots Jen's words. That's why.
Oh, no. He doesn't. He can't even do that. If he could parrot her words, I might actually think all right, that there might be something I don't get or something. But is
it a good idea?
Either.
Is it a good idea to talk about physics if you're not educated in physics?
I don't know. It depends how educated or how not educated you are.
Well, it's a good idea to talk about genetics if you're not educated on genetics.
It depends what the level of education. Not at all educated.
I would argue it's a bad idea, but you would say it's maybe not a bad idea. So I wonder how you back that up.
But if nobody in your field, Jenny, endorses your theories, if there's no scientist,
that's not true.
Oh, that is true. Look, who's endorsing you?
Okay, the point is that
who's endorsing you? Who is endorsing you?
It's not about endorsement. It's about who can disprove the theory. Answer: no one.
The theory. This is always vague. Nobody actually understands what you mean by the theory.
Well, you could start by reading the blog, but you're too much of a lazy pile of shit to do that.
Claire and I tried to read your blog.
You tried to read a section on morality. You tried to read one article on morality. You tried to read one article on morality, and you said, "Actually, I agree with most of this stuff."
Hey, Claire, can we do one on physics?
No, I don't. No, there's no point because we neither of us can do physics.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
so
it's just interesting to
because nobody can investigate.
If it's written down, it might be more easy to comprehend, I hope.
Yeah.
So maybe we should give it a try one day. We should just read it together.
We should do it now. We'll get us there to explain it to us.
Fuck yeah, let's do it.
You do something, and then we'll do learning with physics with Jen kind of session.
Learning with Jen. I think that's what we should do. Can you post the link of your blog in the chat?
Yeah.
Jen?
But I want to do the one with morality, on morality, because at least people will get it.
Yeah, I mean but I don't know.
But Jen's definition of morality is wrong. It's not an aspirin. Morality is not an aspirin minimizing suffering. It's to keep the group together and apart from others.
No, but I think you're both very confused, because I mean you're just saying, oh, I keep the group together, that is morality. That's not being what people historically meant by morality. That's making up your own words, basically.
But well, okay, why?
You can say a function of morality is keeping the group together, but you can't say that is morality.
Okay, how would you define morality then?
I would define it in a very simple way, or a similar way as Jen does. I think it's minimizing suffering, but it's complicated matter, because if you're gonna be a utilitarian or somebody who really only thinks about care harm, you might make some really evil decisions. The standard philosophical example is about a train that is moving on a track, and there is
all those people there. And
there are all these people there. There are five people there, and the question is, there's a rails, and you can change the rails so it will hit that one person, and people say, well, I don't know if I do that. But if you say, like, oh yeah, there's a fat man, you can actually throw that fat man on the train track to stop the train from running, and you can save those five people. Only a psychopath would say, yes, I would actually kill that guy in order to.
Yeah, we already know Claire's a psychopath and that you like her because reasons. I sent you 2 articles on Hangouts.
No, well, the correct answer is not to play God and not do anything.
Might want to tell the Jews that.
I don't know what you mean, darling.
Oh, of course not, because you're just conveniently ignorant of all the things that go against your narrative.
And what's this got to do with the Jews? Jen, what's this got to do with
anyway,
the Jews?
Conops, you there, Conops? You got the articles?
Yeah, history of our planet in under 3,000 words. So what a beautiful title. Here is an interesting look. This is just your blog. Do I need to? Is there any article you're particularly proud of that you think, like, wow, this will be I don't know, remembered by us for years to come?
Yeah, the history of the planet one's pretty good. It's the one JF tried to go up against and ended up looking buffoonish. Atheism, not even once.
Okay. It's just already interesting how you set it up with these updates. Like, do I have to start with, here is an interesting article?
Just start with the article itself. Don't go with the updates.
Okay.
Updates are just evidence in support of my position, because obviously once the position went out, scientists were able to improve their models and had a bunch of evidence to support a better model. So obviously there's going to be tons of evidence that I'm right coming out in the scientific literature.
But I don't know what you're...
will not be able to help themselves from plagiarizing me.
All right. So I don't know how... okay, I don't know what this is a response to. If you can maybe
just
give me the context.
Start at the beginning of the fucking article. Scroll and get to the beginning of the article, for fuck's sake.
Okay. Well, it starts here, but recent research, that's a very strange sentence to start with. But
okay, go with preface. Go with preface, you idiot.
Preface. But that's not in the preface. Where's the all these updates? I mean, everything.
Yeah, there's
everything keeps updating. Okay.
There's tons of evidence in support of my position. Obviously, I'm going to update it when there's evidence that comes out that supports my position. That's what a responsible scientist would do. Be like, look, here's all this anecdotal evidence that proves that.
Claire, could you actually read this? Because I'm dyslexic and I am a non-native speaker.
Okay, let me find the link. Where can I find the link? Sorry, I was
I think like
doing something else. So where can I find
quiet,
the link to even read it?
Yeah, I think. Oh, she may be she might have just sent it to me. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Jen, unblock me now.
Oh, were you blocked?
Eat a bag of dicks.
Graceful as ever, isn't she?
She's still blocking me. She
Yeah, because that's what you deserve.
hasn't got the grace
That's
to
what you
unblock
deserve.
me.
That's what you deserve. You deserve actually worse, but don't worry. That's what your next life is for.
Okay, I can also send it to you.
Yeah, send it to me, and then I can read it. But I don't, I can't read something I don't have the link to.
Yes, here it comes. I think the title was so beautiful. The history of our planet in under 2,000 words.
2,000 words.
It's almost art.
I had to update it. It's 3,000 words.
Oh.
It was originally under 2,000, but then it became 3,000. Yeah, it turns out.
Then I have to give the other article. I think.
No, it's the same article.
Oh, okay.
Gosh, where do I start reading? There's so many.
Yeah,
I would
there
go
are
to the
many updates. Keeps on updating that article. At least we know that Jenny is putting the work in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that I actually have knowledge worth knowing, unlike Claire.
Okay, so preface. Most will want to skip hypothesis, going straight to demonstration and reading the hypothesis last. It is quite dense and may be hard to understand if you're not used to thinking this way. In the great tradition, complex, often verbal explanations are preceded by a short version, sutra. It is contemplated often, so often that it becomes part of you. It is how we have always connected to the past and will continue to do so in the future. A sutra is structured like a hypothesis, but is interpreted as imperative unless it can be demonstrated fallacious.
Unless it can be demonstrated as fallacious or fallacious?
That I read it as is.
Oh, okay. All right.
I suppose Jen means unless it can be proven wrong.
Yes, I think that's what she means. Yes.
She continues. Every chapter in my book starts with a very dense explanation or hypothesis, followed by an expanded one. Reviewers have also found the expanded section dense, however, so maybe it's all dense. The modern age represents unprecedented access to knowledge, but we must discriminate and contextualize our sources. If our findings are scientific, i.e. the ancient knowledge represents the true knowledge, so too should they be verifiable. Unfortunately,
it's great. I have to say that you've managed to have a lot of vagaries and vagities or things that are vague and platitudes in one sentence. It's absolutely marvelous. But continue, Claire.
Unfortunately, the universal knowledge cannot necessarily be Googled in 2 seconds, so please take your time. You are not stupid for not understanding immediately. You are stupid if you think you understand everything with no proof. These are the rigid structures or cataracts my guru speaks of. They dishonor the very nature of the mind, a quantum mechanical waveform. The path of nature can be subverted by neither man nor ideology, nor man-bearing ideology. I don't care how cool your beard looks. I didn't get the last sentence. Did you?
No, and I don't see the relation to the beard and the fact that the path of man can't be subverted. What does that actually mean?
Yeah, Jen. What does it all mean? Jen? Where's she gone?
What I'm trying to say there is that you idiots can't see the laws of nature, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, I think it's great. Just like that first phrase, that reality has to be contextualized. Okay, continue, please.
Oops, I seem to have lost my place. Gosh, there's just so much there.
Does it like form like one indistinguishable word salad? You can't know which is which.
Well, the paragraphs and the headings are mercifully short. And the next one is called the Agrakwa hypothesis. Did I pronounce it correctly, Jen? Jen, did I pronounce Agrakwa?
Is it Agrakwa or Agrakwa?
Anyway, she says, life on Earth
Could
came
you
about...
idiot just read the article? I'm trying to make some food here. Just read the article and stop and ask stupid questions every 10 seconds. Just read the fucking article.
But we need to explain anything we don't understand. Life on Earth came about as a consequence of an impact with a gigantic, mostly ice structure, herein called Agrakwa. Sounds like a god. At the point of impact, a moon-sized rock was displaced, falling away from Earth and into orbit, always with approximately the same side facing inward. The motion of moon around Earth tilts the vectors of escaping water molecules tangentially, slowing their escape. The process of melting of Agrakwa resulted in the distribution of elements we experience today. So, the moon
basically the moon rock. Yeah, so basically what she's saying is like the moon hit the Earth, and that will
no, you idiot, an ice
sky,
an
ice thing hit the sky, and then the moon
did not hit the Earth, moron.
Okay, sorry.
Shut up.
Sorry.
Shut up.
Sorry.
Shut the fuck up, Conops. The moon used to be part of Earth and was displaced by a giant ice rock. That was literally just said, and you're already misrepresenting the position. Like,
no, I'm just trying to find out what it was.
I just don't believe you. I don't believe you, Conops. I think you're coming in bad faith, like Claire.
No,
no, we're not.
So unfair.
Just want to know.
So mean. Stop being so mean to us.
You guys are just lying pieces of filth, and I just want to make that really clear to the audience.
Point taken.
Demonstration. Consider proto-Earth. It has a liquid hot magma core, but what about its surface? Let's say that by its proximity to the cold of space, the surface was less liquid than the core, maybe a little solid and a little liquid. Next, imagine an impact between this rock and a frozen chunk of mostly water. It is catastrophic, breaking proto-Earth into two pieces. Agrakwa, impacts on Earth with enough force to permanently displace Moon, but with insufficient momentum to give it spin. It therefore falls into orbit with approximately the same side facing inwards, geolocked. Consider the following. Do I need to read this formula? No, because nobody will get it. The similarity in their masses indicates support for this breakaway theory, the similarity between the moon and the Earth, presumably. This mass of water could certainly displace...
No, the mass of the oceans and the mass of the moon, you imbecile.
Did you understand Jen's correction, Conops?
The mass of the ocean? No.
Okay, what I did read out was the following two lines. It says mass of Earth's oceans equals 1.37 times 10 I don't even know what to call that sign, which is a kind of like a pyramid.
To the power of, dog.
Should that be X? 21 kilos.
To the power of, you imbecile.
Why isn't it X?
Because there is no X, you idiot. It's not algebra. It's a number. It's 1.37 times 10 to the power of 21. How can you not know this? How can you like put your shoes on in the morning and not know this?
Because I've never encountered to the power in this form before.
Oh, okay. So you're uneducated and a fool. I already knew that. Go ahead.
Mass of moon equals 7.34 times 10 to the power of 22 kilos. And it means nothing to me or anyone else in the chat.
Well, to those who aren't completely stupid with no education whatsoever will realize that these masses are close to each other.
The initial development of our macro state. Can we use our model to make predictions about the state of that system?
Wait. What macro state? What is this? I don't get it.
Know.
What is this macro state you're talking about?
Time to get a dictionary, I think.
Time to ask teacher.
Yeah.
What doesn't make sense about it? Why can't you explain it?
Yeah. I heard Vince mumbling, but I think his mumbling might be on the ball. Why can't you explain it?
Yeah,
or maybe it's just a coincidence.
He's mumbling to himself. Okay, so what is a macro state and what is a micro state, Jen?
It's funny. I think the dictionary probably has that definition.
No, we want you to tell us.
Well, you better build that time machine, you piece of shit.
So
basically,
this anymore because
write all these obscure words
and then refuse to explain them.
Refuse to explain them, and even Caramel doesn't get them.
There's your coffee. Can you take it out?
It's impossible to explain nonsense, isn't it, Conops? And
why don't you just look up in a dictionary, or are you too proud to do that?
Macro state. I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it. Macro state. Macro state and micro state. Okay. I'm going to the Khan Academy now. Okay, in physics, a microstate is defined as an arrangement of each molecule in the system at a single instant. A macrostate is defined by the macroscopic properties of a system, such as temperature, pressure, volume. For each macrostate, there are many microstates which result in the same macrostate. Okay, that doesn't help me much, I have to say.
Come on, Jen. Explain it to us.
Also, it's defined by the arrangement of each molecule. That okay, that helps me a bit further. I don't see any sort of normal. I get the Khan Academy, and I don't know if that's sort of some kind of weird guru thing. Macro states.
The macro state, you idiots, is the Earth, the moon, and the oceans.
Why don't you just say that?
Yeah. Yeah, why didn't you, Jen? Why didn't you?
That's funny. I don't take unsolicited advice from the plebs. Thought that was already made clear.
I was
okay. I have a great I have a definition on Wikipedia. In statistical mechanics, a microstate. Are we talking about statistical mechanics, or are we talking about something else?
Well, is there any reference to a microstate on that blog article?
Yeah, there is. Oh, no, sorry. In statistical, a microstate is a specific microscopic configuration of a thermodynamic system. That system may occupy with a certain probability in the course of its thermal fluctuations, in contrast to macrostates of a system to its microscopic properties, such as temperature, volume, density, etc., etc. Treatment of statistical mechanics. Define a microstate as follows: a particular set of values of energy, the number of particles, and the volume of the isotopic thermodynamic system is set to specify a particular macrostate of it. Now, this is very, very complicated. So,
Yeah, you're a big old idiot, and my blog proves it. You're welcome. Never speak again publicly on these subjects, please. Thank you.
No. We just want you to explain it and how it
You
relates.
want me to explain stat mech, an upperclassman, later year university course level stuff? I don't think so. There isn't even anything in there about microstates. Okay, macrostate is Earth, Moon, oceans. Get over it.
That's not what it says here.
Yeah, it kind of is though. You just don't understand.
It refers to very general things that have to
do the laws of thermodynamics.
No, yeah, but it has to do with
you don't understand how thermodynamics works.
It has to do with very, very general properties of temperature, pressure, volume, and density, but not specifically about the moon, the stars, or the Earth. Right? So why don't you just use a
opinion noted, opinion discarded? Question has been answered. Please continue with the reading.
Okay, continue. You think Claire fell asleep now?
No,
I am.
I'm here.
Okay, just cookies. Yes, I am confused. And that is very true.
Yeah, but it... I've lost my place. Okay, and my computer's slowing down again.
Oh no.
Yeah, just wait a few 10 seconds or something, and it will get back to where it was, maybe. So we were talking about the initial development of our macro state.
Mm-hmm.
Can we use our model to make predictions about the state of that system that might be testable today? If this model is true, maybe it is also possible that part of Agrakwa became embedded in the moon after it impacted Earth. There is no reason to believe they would have made a clean break anyway, especially since Earth was much hotter at the time. Can we find evidence of ancient water on our moon? First, we must consider both sides of the moon. The dark relief on the near side appears smoothed out by ages of liquid water pressure. The far side, exposed only to the cold dead of space, has nothing but craters from impacts of meteors. We will see later on this that this is consistent with the lunar heat trapping phenomenon. We can imagine a more complex hydrosphere long before the water settled down to Earth, one that involved the moon. What storms there must have been! This mechanism begs the question, why did Agrakwa saturate on Earth?
Saturate. Okay.
And then there's a funny picture of Jen. And the macro state here is Earth, solid part, Agrakwa, moon. The microstates here are all possible combinations of these three elements to within the limit that they can mix. In the steady state, achieved once the system stops changing with time, the actual macro state corresponds to the situation of maximal entropy. Boltzmann's entropy formula states that entropy is maximal when the microstates are most numerous by S equals K in W. Is that right? W, number of microstates for a particular macrostate. Think of the individual water molecules. They have more space to potentially occupy on Earth because it's larger than the moon. All water molecules in this 3-element system therefore eventually saturated on Earth. Any questions, or do you understand everything instantly? Or shall I just carry on reading?
Yeah, just carry on.
Oceanic.
Although I have to ask, did the moon have an atmosphere, Jenny?
I don't think you could call it an atmosphere, because an atmosphere would have to encompass the entire surface, and there's only evidence that there was ever water on the near side. That's what, like, did you see the pictures? There's like, you know what I mean? Probably a good idea to actually show the pictures on the screen, because you could see
Can you post it in the chat?
Well, you could see a comparison between the far side of the moon and the near side, and you can see a big difference in what appear to be regions that used to be, like, I don't know if you want to call them oceans or large lakes or whatnot, but it's basically the only explanation for those.
Okay, but how can you have water, like water, without an atmosphere? Doesn't it affect the fact that it doesn't have an atmosphere? Can water flow without an atmosphere? You know?
Well, obviously I guess at the time the atmosphere would have extended all the way to the midline of the moon. There would have been liquid water, water vapor in that entire region.
Oh, vapor, you mean? Okay.
Well, that's what the atmosphere is.
That's not. Is the atmosphere only water vapor?
Well, the atmosphere is majority comprised of water vapor, yes.
No, it's nitrogen, right?
Okay. Conops. What's your question exactly here? You're saying water has to have an atmosphere to exist? Like, I don't even understand what you're.
No. Water, like in a liquid form, yeah.
Why does there need to be an atmosphere for there to be water in liquid form?
Because it's H2O. I mean, you also have to have oxygen, right?
You need to have oxygen to have liquid water. I don't think you know what you're talking about here, Conops.
I'm not an expert, but
look. I know, but you're asking a question. It's like, isn't it supposed to be this way? It's like, no, liquid water can exist under lots of circumstances.
Yeah?
Yeah.
H2O. What's the molecule base of H2O?
H2O?
H2O. That is the combination of which molecules again? I didn't pay attention in science.
Hydrogen and oxygen?
Yes. So you have to have oxygen. There we go.
Well, there's already oxygen embedded in the water, but it's not the same thing as oxygen gas, Conops.
Oxygen and gas?
Yeah. Like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about, Jen?
Yeah.
I think we know what I'm talking about.
Do you actually want to explain things to us?
Yeah, do you actually want to explain it?
Important anyway? Are we just reading word salads?
Well, what part doesn't make sense? There was an impact of a giant block of ice that displaced the moon, and that's what created the atmosphere. Are you really that stupid that you can't visualize that, bug brain?
Well, what do you mean that there has to be ice to have an atmosphere? Like, without an ice impact, you wouldn't have an atmosphere?
What I'm saying
is other planets without ice also have an atmosphere?
The water on Earth came from somewhere.
The water came from somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, but can't water just go, like, molecules can band together, right? You don't have to have impact to have water.
Yeah, but that's
that every place where they have ice is just the impact of another planet. So where did ice originate?
That's the theory that makes predictions. So it's just science.
Yeah, I'm done. What about you, Claire?
Yeah, I think
like this is honestly pathetic. You guys are like, let's look at the blog, and it's like you don't even have enough intellectual capacity to read. Halfway through.
But we don't.
What doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense exactly? Where did I lose you?
You lost us already with microstates.
Yeah, I just told you it's the moon, the water, and the earth. You idiot! What's hard to understand about that?
Why did you say that? Why did you have to say? and then refuse to explain it.
Again, why is like so what part don't you understand? There's a word you don't like, but it was explained to you. So what is it you don't understand exactly? Because I think you guys are just lying.
What are we lying about? We just want you to.
You're lying.
Your
You don't
ideas
understand.
so we can
You
see
understand.
if there's any point.
You
to it.
understand. You're just being lazy for whatever reason. You don't want to actually think about it. Like, do you guys realize how intellectually lazy you sound right now? You can't even get through one article. Like you're so stupid. You don't even understand how stupid you are. Like, what exactly is so hard to understand? Proto-Earth, impact with giant glacier, displacement of moon. What's so hard to understand about that?
No, but you're saying that's responsible for the atmosphere.
Well, we haven't actually gotten to the atmosphere yet.
God, I don't even know if I want to go there. But
Yeah,
look,
because
if your buddy Gandalf can't understand your theories,
again, you're completely derailing it. This isn't about Gandalf. Stick to the article. Actually, I'm going to demand you guys finish that article because I want to torture you right now. So let's hear it.
you are okay.
Let's hear it, you complete buffoons. It was your idea. Why don't you follow through on something for a change?
Do you want to go through with it?
We're happy to do that, but
I'm just wondering why you can't just keep reading. Because, like, what's the problem? Keep reading.
No, there's no point because we don't understand anything, and then
what don't you have? You still haven't told me what it is you don't understand because I've repeated the explanation twice now.
I just wanted to ask Dr. Mengele a question. He says, "Hail Brundlefly, do you think he needs to gas his mamzer wife or no?" It's a bit ironic for somebody like you, an anti-Semite, to hail somebody who has a Jewish wife, which is really peculiar, I have to say.
Yeah, we've all heard Mengele on the stream. He's a crazy person. Why are you bringing up a crazy person when we're supposed to be talking about science? I guess you guys don't really care about truth, do you? Because science is our best way to tell truth. Because God knows modern religions can't do that.
The thing is that they were asking for Mengele. No, they were asking for Brundlefly and someone else to come on the stream. But if Brundlefly comes on here, he's going to be obsessed with my homosexuality, like hardcore, and then that's all it's going to be about. So, I mean, the only way he can't come on here unless he can talk about something else other than my homosexuality.
Why don't we just read the article, you buffoons?
Okay.
Are you too stupid to be literate?
Vince, can you
read it now?
Can you tell us?
Can you send me the article, Jen?
They're so dumb that they can't read. Yeah, I'm really glad this is all on record because wow, you guys are way dumber than I thought.
Ask if he can actually, because I think probably Vincent is probably smarter than me. I don't know.
There's no doubt at all that Vincent is smarter than you, Conops.
I don't mind. I don't mind. As long as he can tell me what this means, I'm very, very perfectly happy.
Well, he's not going to be the one to tell you what it means, dumbass. It's going to be me.
No, you never tell us what it means. That's the problem.
Well, I say it, but you ignore it because you're afraid of what it means if you're right.
Can we both say that Vincent is smart and that if he doesn't understand it, basically you're talking.
No, that's not at all.
Shit.
The only people who'd be able to really understand it would be people with training in math, physics, or who were gifted and had training in biology. So
we're just wasting our time because we'll never be able to understand it.
Basically,
perhaps
you should
accept that you're not smart enough to be stating your opinions publicly. Then I'd be fine to let this whole thing go. But until then, I'd really, really, really like to finish the article. Because it means a lot to me, because it means a lot that people are held to their own standards, and this was your idea.
Vincent, now you're on board.
Where do I start reading?
Oceanic development.
And like after a few paragraphs, could you also please explain what it means?
Yeah, and just don't just read, ask questions, and then you realize that Jen isn't interested in explaining anything because she'll call you a dumbass. And
wait, I can't find. How do you spell oceanic?
Oceanic.
Yeah, it's not coming up. That's weird.
Well, keep scrolling until you get.
No, it's in the find, in the search and find. Jen, did you send me the right article, or did I click on the right article? I didn't click on the right article. You sent me this history of the and under 3,000. Wait,
Yeah.
I click on one of the updates, right?
No, you have to be under. So you have to Google for what is it? Microstates? No, for something below that, something with the moon or something.
And wait, great news! The Uraga hypothesis has been tactily accepted here. This says update 2016-08-19.
Accepted. Okay.
There's like updates. I don't know what to click, Jen.
No, you have to do Control F, and then you have to search for a word. Which word shall we search for? Do you remember the last word of the word salad, Claire?
Look, oceanic development is on that page. Oh,
Oceanic development.
Okay, wait. Okay, wait. I found it. Okay, I found it.
Like, oh my God.
Sorry. Okay. Above is a map indicating oceanic depth. The red sections are ridges and blues are canyons. Blues are canyons. Okay, got it. Age of oceanic lithosphere. Give me 1 second. Okay, so that looks like... Okay, all the... Give me 1 second. I'm going to look at these two things to see what's going on, because I want to... Okay. So the what's it called? The ridges are younger. Oh no. Yeah, it looks like all the ridges are younger. Like right? Let me look at the ridges. Wait, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yes, okay. The ridges are younger, and the valleys are older. That's what you're trying to say there, right? No?
Well, that's what they're saying in the research.
Okay. Above is a color graph of the age of the oceanic lithosphere, ocean floor. What does it really mean for an ocean to be a certain age? Isn't that whole world the same age? What scientists mean by age is elapsed time since liquid Earth solidified upon meeting oceanic water and became part of the lithosphere solid Earth. So, okay. For example, the red line between America and Europe, Africa is a youngest in the center because this ocean has been increased in size, pulling more semi-liquid Earth from beneath the surface as the sun heat expands the ocean. Kind of, yeah. A possible contender for agraria. Okay, so what you're saying, wait. Yeah, you're just saying that I feel like what you're saying is that
why do you have to say I feel like
we can only
fuck up, Conops.
We can only measure the age of the Earth from its last cooling. I mean, that doesn't mean that we know the real age of the Earth. We only know the Earth is constantly recycling itself, so you can't really measure the true age of the Earth. Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is that shouldn't the whole Earth be the same age?
Oh, right, but you only know that because you're only falling into that mistake, or you're only thinking that because you don't know that the ocean floor is always recycling itself.
It's not recycling itself. It's just that some liquid from beneath it is being pulled up, which is what you're seeing that progression of.
I know, but isn't part of it sinking back down? Don't the plates don't they bury each other too?
There are regions where that can happen. I suppose you could look at it as a generalized type of cycling in that sense. But I mean, there's more creation than there is absorption. But okay, fair enough.
Okay, what are you trying to say with this? Okay, no, that's just a fact. Okay, there's a large chunk of ancient seafloor off the coasts of modern-day Japan that is very close to the same age, likely where Rukwa spent ages incubating before completely melting and spreading throughout the globe. So, wait, this large chunk of ancient seafloor. Okay, so they had old seafloor, which is probably a valley, right? off the coast of modern Japan that is very close to the same age of what? The same age of what? Wait, this chunk of ancient seafloor off the coast of modern Japan is the same to the coast age of what?
Do tell.
I gotta find what part you're referring to here.
Well, it's sufficiently obscure that Vincent has a difficult time reading it and understanding it. So I mean, you can always say it's always the reader, but doesn't the writer?
Okay,
have
so what I got here is possible contender for the Aguaqua impact point shown below. There's a large chunk of ancient seafloor off the coast of modern-day Japan, very close to the same age, likely where Aguaqua spent ages incubating before completely melting and spreading throughout the globe. Right, so it's like the oldest part of the seafloor. That's what that's saying.
Right. There's the oldest part of the seafloor is off the coast of Japan. There was another place in the world that had, it says, very close to the same age as what, though? This very ancient valley off the coast of Japan is the same age as what? Likely where Aruga spent ages incubating before completely
It's the oldest, it's the closest in age to the age of the planet.
Oh, okay. The melting of Aruqa across what would later become the Pacific Ocean is consistent with the measured age. The Pacific lithosphere gets younger as we move east. Okay, so you're saying that the oldest point is off Japan, and then the further you go east, the younger the crust gets?
Yeah.
Okay, the moon requisite for life on Earth. We postulate that the development of Earth is not independent of moon. Without her, the waters of Aruqa would melt away to the ends of the universe, a lifeless great entropy state. We will see how the heat binding action of the moon allowed the sun's energy to mix with Aruqa, creating the atmosphere and stability required to sustain. Okay, first, what is Aruqa? I forget.
The giant chunk of ice that I hypothesized collided with proto-Earth to create the moon.
Oh. Wait, I've heard this theory. You're saying if we didn't have a moon, our oceans would evaporate?
Yeah.
Right, I've heard that theory, but that's like an actual, that's like in fact, or?
Well, I don't know how you, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but some people don't agree. I don't know. I don't know how people could disagree. I mean, it's obvious the moon affects the oceans, so kind of ridiculous to think that it's not the moon binding the atmosphere to the planet, but some people mistakenly think it's gravity. I don't know. Probably all that fake science.
Okay. Well, okay, I've heard this theory before. I have heard that theory before from credible places that, I mean, it's not like conspiracy theory to think that, but
how not so? I mean, just a planet that has some effect on water.
I'm saying that she's not the only person I've heard this from. She's not the only person I've heard this from before. I mean, I either saw it on like in one of my science books, or it was on Discovery Planet or something like that. I know it's a theory that it's not an unknown theory. It's not like, what the fuck? It's like, I've heard it before from a credible place. They talked about it and they didn't say it was wrong. They might have said it was true. I can't remember now, but it wasn't like it's not a bizarre theory that no one has ever heard of before. I've heard it before.
Oh, it could also be a bizarre theory that you've heard of before as well.
It could be. So the lunar influence on temperature. Temperature is measuring of kinetic energy of motion calculated using the average of a distribution of velocities of particular constituent particles. Some travel faster, others slower. Different gases have different velocity distributions. Temperature is a measure of kinetic energy, calculated and use the average of a distribution of velocities. The average of a distribution of velocity of particular constituent particles. Some travel faster, others slower, different gases.
It's these sentences that you do have to think and ponder a few minutes.
Wait, okay, well, I'm just...
Yeah, it sucks to think, doesn't it,
So wait,
Conops? It's so hard.
relate to me Maxwell's molecular speed distribution for gas. Okay, this chart shows me that the faster the gas is going, the more kinetic energy it has, right?
Basically, what it's saying is that for a gas, the constituent gas molecules will have different velocities, and that graph it's like a graphical representation of the distribution of velocities. So some velocities will be very high and some will be low, and there'll be an average, and temperature is a measure of the average kinetic energy
Of all the gases on Earth.
Right.
Okay. Example of the distribution of speed for some high entropy elements, noble gases. We can imagine a cutoff point, the escape velocity or minimum velocity satisfying the criterion that is imparts sufficient energy to a particle for it to permanently escape the Earth's gravitation field. As the sun warms Arakawa, the position of the distribution of velocities of gaseous water molecules moving fast enough to escape the surface gravity increases. Escape the Earth's gravitation field. Blah, blah. You can imagine a cutoff point, the escape velocity or minimum velocity satisfying the criterion that it imparts sufficient energy to a particle for it to permanently escape the Earth's gravitation. The sun warms the portion of the distribution of velocities of gaseous water moving fast enough to escape the surface gravity increases. Are you saying, okay, the sun is melting this ice that hit the Earth, and something about the rate that it's released, it creates more atmosphere. The atmosphere gets thicker faster.
No, this isn't about the atmosphere. This is about why, if there was no moon, there wouldn't be an atmosphere. So basically what it's saying is that the sun is heating up the water. The Boltzmann distribution is shifting upwards, meaning the proportion of particles that are at or above the escape velocity is increasing. Therefore, as it heats up, water should essentially just be evaporating off the surface and disappearing. Because once it reaches escape velocity, which is something you can look up in physics, it's a minimum velocity for a system to overcome the gravitational field. Once this is reached, it's not going to be pulled back by the gravitational field.
Right, exactly. So, okay, I mean, okay, I know what you're saying. Initially, the velocity of escaping water particles is radial, like a rocket emanating from the surface of Earth. In the absence of the moon, like the light of an uncovered bulb, these high-velocity particles would radiate away. Since the moon rotates around the Earth, it changes the direction of the velocity of escaping water particles, giving them tangential velocity as well as 90-degree angles. From radial, the over effect is the binding of the heat energy to the spatial interval between moon and Earth. So so the gas is escaping Earth, but it gets pulled in by the moon's gravity, but then the moon's gravity is moving, so the water kind of starts going into making a sphere around the Earth, which is somewhere.
Okay, can I suggest something?
So that's not impossible to understand. So you have someone here who has no experience in physics who is able to understand it. So I think Claire and Conops, you guys are pretending.
Can I suggest something? I would suggest that Vince would rewrite.
Yes.
We don't want unsolicited advice from the scumbags in the fucking gallery.
Could you do that? Could you rewrite her article and then
shut up, Conops.
give it for me to read in a more?
Stop disrespecting Vincent, Conops. Shut the hell up.
I'm not. I'm respecting Vincent.
You are ordering him. You're ordering him about like he's your servant.
No, he's not.
He doesn't exist to fucking rewrite my work for your pleasure, you asshole.
No, I'm asking because I think he's making a lot of
No,
sense.
you
Like, I can
told
actually
him. You
understand it.
told him he should rewrite it. You didn't ask him because that would involve humility, which you
No,
don't
it's
possess.
a suggestion.
Oh, a
Just a suggestion.
suggestion. We don't like
not
unsolicited advice from
unsolicited.
idiots.
Suggestions are not.
Yeah, they are. Shut your hole. You have nothing of value to contribute.
To be fair, I think it'll take Vince a long time as well to actually.
Vince has already been able to visualize how the moon deviates the path of escaping water molecules. It took him, what, 10 minutes?
Yeah,
He's
that
not
was
a
like one
fucking
sentence,
moron.
right? And if he takes like 10 minutes.
Just
for
to be
every
clear
sentence-
here, this is the position JF is saying is wrong. So this is how unsmart JF is.
I don't think JF is unsmart, to be honest.
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I know that you didn't come up with this theory, though, right?
It's possible someone else came up with it before me. I mean, I'd be happy if someone did. If you can point me in that direction, I'd be happy to look at it. I don't need to, take credit for originating this theory. I just think that's the most reasonable one because it explains the development of the oceanic floor.
Oh yeah, if you heard it before, could you could you refer me to the blog of the person you heard before? 'Cause
Yeah, so we can read it.
Yeah, so you can laugh at it because you're moron.
No, so we understand it.
No, you're not interested in understanding anything. Or are you saying you're so much dumber than Vincent that it's in years you haven't been able to assimilate something it took him 10 minutes to do?
Well, I think.
Well,
I
which
think
is it,
Vincent
Claire?
probably had
Which is it? Because we've got some
background
evidence
in math
that
or
people are more than capable of understanding this theory. So what's your excuse?
Well, it took him some time.
Well, I guess it's just because you're cackheads. That's my hypothesis.
All right, Jen, wait, I have a question. I just have a question. So, according to your theory, so Mars has no water on it, so obviously, but does Mars have a moon?
It has 2 satellites, but they're not big enough to bind that water. But also, it's possible Mars never had any water in the first place, right? So I don't know. I haven't studied the history of Mars, so I don't really know.
What about Jupiter?
What about it? What about it? You
Jupiter
idiot!
Does it have a lot of water?
Jupiter
No.
is a gas planet, so
Yeah,
Jupiter's
Jupiter's
going
a
to
gas
be
How many moons does it have?
The dynamics of Jupiter are going to be completely different as a gas planet. I don't want to talk about Jupiter, okay? Let's stay on one thing at a time. This is absurd.
Okay. Can we talk about
why
Saturn,
are you
then?
constantly
Saturn?
why are you constantly derailing? You don't even understand the theory, and now you want to take it off in some pill-pull direction that's completely irrelevant, like Jupiter. Give me a break.
Can we talk about Saturn then?
Like honestly, Conops, you're a joke.
And yeah, how many planets are there, or how many like moons do some planets have that don't have a gas mass? I mean, even Mercury has a moon, right? Let's see.
The point is that the moon is like. All right, I have to look this up now. So.
Hey.
So the difference with the Earth's moon is
I
shut up, moron.
I do. Okay, I understand her theory, but I have an associate's degree in math and science. So I took physics 1 and 2. I took physics 1 and 2. I took up to calculus 3. I know I've heard the theory before. I know that I've heard it before. I'm 99.9999% certain I saw it on television on something like Discovery Channel or something like that.
I'm basically fine if I didn't originate this theory. I'm just saying this is the position I'm taking.
If we had no moon, the oceans would boil. I mean,
yeah, it's so obvious, right? Like I think it's just like Hinduism is the only religion that's even quasi-scientific. So like these people who aren't Hindus, like they're just literally somehow cut off from science. So the mass of Earth is 5.9 times 10 to the 24 kilograms. Mass of the moon is 7.3 times 10 to the 22 kilograms. So the important thing is that these masses are closer to each other than most planets relative to their satellites. If you look up the I think there's 2 satellites of Mars. They're not anywhere near as close to the mass of Mars. So that's the difference. Like, I'm sure, Vincent, you know this, that the moon is unusual in that sense. Like, I think that even the relative sizes.
Right, the moon is like so specially, like, I understand if it was too far away, it wouldn't work. If it was too close, it wouldn't work. If the moon was too big, it wouldn't work. It's like the moon is the perfect size in this perfect space.
Yeah, it's 1/4 the size of the Earth. So for those of you who don't know much about like cosmology or whatever, this is very unusual. Usually satellites are teeny tiny relative to what they orbit. You can look that up.
Right. Okay. Yes. Right. That Earth is very like distinct. I know this is why people don't believe in. This is why people are creationists, because I mean, it's so psychotically fucking perfect. Like, how did that happen? Like, how did you get all these precise requirements all around the globe to make life possible? So the oceans don't boil. So this, so that. The moon is just the perfect size in the perfect place. Yeah, Jen didn't. I mean, it's not. This is yeah.
I did. Okay, I could tell you honestly, like I did. I'm not copying it off something else, but that's not to say that someone else hasn't posited this theory before. I would not be surprised if someone else had, and be fine to give that person the credit. I'm just saying this is my position. I know that it's pretty much accepted that the moon is responsible for the tides. I don't think anyone can deny that. Whether it's responsible for the binding of the atmosphere in the first place.
You said there's no gravity. How can the moon be responsible for the tides if there's no gravity?
Who said there's no gravity?
I know
gravity. You said that gravity.
No. She means
the water down.
No, she means that you mean that the gravity of the Earth is not great enough to keep the water there. Is that what you're saying?
No, not once it reached a certain heat content, right? And that's why I had the Boltzmann distribution, is that if something starts to heat up, it's not all at the same kinetic energy. There's a distribution of kinetic energies, and some percentage of that total band of kinetic energies will be in excess of what's called the escape velocity.
Right. No. Okay, but okay, I see. Wait. The Earth's gravity was able to hold this ice block when it was frozen, but once it became water, it could it would just the oceans would boil off because the sun would heat the water till it got gaseous, and then it would leave the planet. Right. Okay, you're saying that the Earth's gravity isn't strong enough to hold the gas state in its atmosphere.
It won't be strong enough to hold any particles of water that are in that proportion of the Boltzmann distribution for whose velocity is greater than the escape velocity. Because if you look up escape velocity, that's the literal definition of it.
Right. Basically, they've gotten so hot that they can leave the Earth's gravitational field.
Exactly. And we have to also remember that there's not really much of a mechanism to diminish the temperature of these individual particles because there's no atmosphere in space, right? So although it seems counterintuitive, there's no way for that heat to leave the individual particles, right? So whenever that happens, it'll be so far from the Earth that the gravity of the Earth couldn't possibly recapture it.
Right. Yes. Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, yeah, but guys, I took 2 semesters of physics and stuff like that, and lots of calculus. So
yeah, it's almost like I designed my theocracy so that it would automatically exclude everyone who is incompetent to partake in it.
I think Vincent should write a book.
I think you should shut
about
up.
Your blog and translate it into normal sentences.
Well, Vincent's kind of got other stuff that he thinks is important right now. So far be it
I know it.
It's very for you to impose that on him.
Unfortunate that he has. Like I wish he could have had more time to to make this all clear for everybody, including Gandalf.
Where is he?
I don't know. That's
no,
too
but
bad he's here.
Yeah. In defense of Jen, I understand her theory and it's valid, and I think it is at first difficult to understand, and I don't think that you could understand it if you didn't take physics. But I understand it, and it doesn't sound like, I mean, I can't see what's wrong with it.
Thanks, Vincent. So what have you two morons got to say for yourselves?
Well, it just takes a very long time to unwind the word salad, I have to say.
Well, it's not really a word salad. You're just a buffoon who knows nothing and can't think methodically and has no training in anything relevant to statecraft, so give up.
We're talking about
Submit.
science. We're talking
Submit. Submit.
There we go again. I'm happy Gandalf isn't here. He would be barking.
Oh my God,
Submit,
you made me want to go back to school. I didn't finish school, but that made me want to go back.
Oh my God, that's the best thing I've heard all week.
Yeah, actually, you made me like, because I was like, you know, that really had me thinking. That was really, I mean, yeah, you guys, it's hard to understand. It is hard to understand, but it's cool. I mean, it makes sense. And I know,
You can also say, no. You're not going to get away with this, Vincent. You constantly say, yes, but do you mean this? Like, do I have to interpret it like that? Instead of, this is what you mean. I mean, look, I'm not an expert on science, but at least I know that when things are written about it, at least I know when somebody else is writing about it, I can understand what they're saying. I think it is almost deliberately obscure.
Yeah, I want to keep the right people out of my theocracy, dum-dum, because I'm a genius.
Even Gandalf and Rook, could they actually translate these?
Not relevant.
It is relevant, Jenny, because if you just want to talk to scientists, then why don't you? Why do you talk to us?
Conops, we all know. Conops, we all know you're just Conops. We all know you're just trying to shift the goalposts so that it can seem like your position is somehow plausible. But I think this little debacle here proves that you don't really have a leg to stand on.
There is no debacle. You write so vague that nobody can understand it.
Then why can Vincent understand it?
Well,
I mean, how long has he been out of school for and still was able to understand it?
Understands it, sort of, I think. And then he takes the best interpretation of what you could possibly mean. Do you agree with this? Yeah, sort of. And then you had some disagreement.
What the hell are you battling
about? It was not very clear cut. It was not like, all right, so this is it. All right, and I know. Okay, then you mean this. It was just a lot of things got lost in translation.
No, I know exactly what she's saying. Wait, I do have one question. You're saying the moon was created when this block of ice hit the Earth?
That's my theory. And the way that I back it up with evidence is that they've done tests of the moon and it has the same general distribution of elements as the Earth, which suggests to me it used to be the same system.
Okay, wait, the moon broke off as a rock or as dust?
What I'm saying is that there used to be like a planet that was bigger, and then this chunk of ice collided with it, and it displaced part of it, and that later became the moon.
I heard theories like that, but I didn't hear theories about the ice being the ocean. The literal ice.
That's my
the planet is. But look, that's
Conops. This is what she's saying. She's saying the Earth was there, a block of ice came out of outer space, collided with it, a part of the Earth broke off, and that part of the Earth that broke off would eventually become the moon, and then the block of ice was on the Earth, and then the Earth's gravity was holding the block of ice, and then the sun started heating the block of ice, and then it started becoming liquid, and then it would have started becoming gas, and the gravity of the Earth is not strong enough to hold the gas, so it should start evaporating out into outer space. But because the moon was satelliting the Earth, and the gas was escaping, but the moon in its rotation as it rotated around the Earth would curb the gas escaping back around the Earth. It would curve it back around the Earth, so the moon is constantly the moon's gravity curbs it back, and
But I don't get that last part. How can it?
Praise God.
The last part I don't get. How can the last the gravitational pull of the Earth keep something down? It would only pull things, right?
no,
My God.
wait. Give me 1 second. I have to think about something. Because I'm trying to explain it, but you're asking me.
You say like there's a rotation.
Oh, okay. There's the gravity's Earth, but if let's say there was no moon, the gravity's Earth is strong enough to hold a block of ice but once you warm that to water and then you warm it to water vapor, the Earth's gravity is not strong enough to hold vapor. So
okay, I can see that in theory. Yes.
If there were no moon, it would just boil out into space and disappear.
Yeah, but that last part,
the moon is rotating. Okay, as this water starts to escape, however, rather than boiling out into outer space, it gets caught in the moon's gravity. So
why wouldn't it accumulate on the moon then?
Because what happens is the moon is moving around the Earth. So what happens is it's not being pulled in a straight line towards the moon. It's kind of like circling because the moon is circling around the Earth. The water vapor circles around the Earth as well, trying to catch up with the moon. But what happens is it gets sucked back down into the Earth's gravity because it's circling around.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense because the Earth gravity is stronger than that of the moon.
No, it's because the moon is Conops. I understand what she said. I just explained to Conops.
Yeah, okay, but you think it makes sense?
Yes.
How so? I mean, like, okay, so you have a.
You're just a pinhead, Conops.
No, you have you have a larger gravitational force on the Earth, and then you have a weaker gravitational force on the moon.
I know, but that weaker gravitational force is moving circular around the Earth. It's Conops. You didn't take physics, so it's going to be
okay. No. But that's interesting. That you could make some calculations about that. You can calculate what the speed or velocity of the
calculations are for unenlightened people.
I thought you would make. Why would you not calculate this? This is interesting. So you would actually
because I don't need
what force would be applied by the mass plus the velocity of the moon, right?
I'm such an expert on karma that I don't actually need to check. I already know I'm right because I can visualize it happening. You're free to go and try to disprove me, but you can't do it, dude.
Well,
can't be done.
Someone else could. That's.
Yeah, sure, they could, but they haven't, right? And look how many people hate me.
Well, maybe they have. I might have a look around.
Wait till Vincent understands the unified field model. Then he might get a little pissed off at all the people who've been slandering me all this time. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe he also has spirits in the future that can protect him. Who knows?
I don't know why you're bringing that up, but okay.
I don't know. It's the same sort of megalomania and grandiose delusions that I hear more often.
Yeah, I know you have grandiose delusions. You have no education in physics.
No,
you're able to speak authoritatively on it. I call that grandiose delusions.
Conops, this is not a grandiose delusion. I don't want to.
Vincent's not under any obligation to endorse all my theories, but he's being honest here. He's read one theory and he doesn't see.
Okay, but I still don't see. Okay, I want to hear it from Vince then. Okay, so how much is that force being applied by velocity and by the mass of the Earth, and how much is that, and how much stronger is that than the Earth gravitational pull?
It's
You don't seem to understand that it doesn't matter, because if the moon wasn't there, by the mechanism explained, all the water would have boiled off. It doesn't matter what the precise measurements are. It just matters
No,
that
it does matter. Otherwise, it will fall back
but
on
it
the Earth.
does not matter. No, you just
It
why
falls
does it
back
matter?
into Earth because it falls back into Earth, or the moon never lets it leave the Earth's gravitational pull far enough because it's
Oh my God, I'm so happy. I feel so good right now.
Yeah, but I have the feeling that still
it's
Vince
not
doesn't
going
really
up
understand
and
it.
it starts slanting and kind of like its gravitational, the Earth's gravitational pull, I mean the moon's gravitational pull makes the water, instead of having a straight descent or ascent off Earth, like straight, it curves it back around the Earth because it's like tangential. It starts making the gas move tangentially around the Earth. So because it's moving tangentially, it can't ever reach the escape velocity in the right direction to go off into space.
Yay!
Thank you, Vincent, for explaining things that Jen could not. But
I
Jen,
definitely could, Claire, but you're filth and you don't deserve it.
well, why waste our time and not say it properly?
Yeah, I think we should next time we should just speak to Vincent.
Yeah.
Because I disagree with the theory, but at least I can understand what he's saying.
How about actually reading the blog yourself?
No. I don't want to read that blog because I don't make any sense.
But you want to be able to disagree
Like
with
if you now refer me back, read the blog, I will say I can't make any sense of it. Call Vincent.
Okay, well then I guess you should stop making public declarations.
But Jen, we want to know why you're taking credit for this theory that that you now admit is somebody else's, and so
where did I say I was taking credit for it? It's my position.
Okay, so some
idiot.
people have this theory, and
Why are you trying to slander me now? You fucking filth.
No, I'm asking you why you think this theory is so important. So some guy said, okay, a scientist has had this theory and explained it better in a way that Vincent could understand it, and it was on some documentary that he saw.
Do we have a link to that?
And so, why are you telling us?
So Vincent needed the help. Vincent needed the help of the documentary to actually make sense of the blog.
I mean, did they actually post?
Yeah, I know. It's so crazy to think you'd have to know some physics to understand physics. It's just totally insane, isn't it, Conops?
But what I'm trying to find out is why you're explaining it to us and what significance it has. Obviously,
you're begging me to talk about the blog. You asked for an article, I gave you one, and now you're kvetching.
No, I'm just saying. Okay, so some other person thought of it before you.
We don't know about that, do we? We know maybe someone said something about the moon affecting tides. We don't know if they have the exact same theory as me.
Okay.
Yeah, the worst thing I can say about Jen's theory is that I don't think she came up with it. Maybe she never heard it before, but...
Well, I never claimed that I came up with the idea that the moon controls the tides, but I think the idea that the water was originally in ice form and displaced the moon, I'm not aware of anyone else having come up with that theory. Mostly the theories are that there was a collision between two bodies, but that doesn't explain why it's the same distribution of elements on the moon as the Earth. I have no idea, but I certainly never saw this theory anywhere before. That's not to say I came up with it, but I like my explanation, and I think it goes really far.
Well,
that's fine.
The only thing so you would have had this sphere, like the Earth, out, and then this huge block of ice comes and cracks it off. Why is the moon so, like, perfectly round then?
Maximum entropy state. Sphere is a maximum entropy state. So everything will eventually go spherical.
Even if it's a hard anything? Like a hard...
I actually don't think it was hard. I don't think it was hard.
That's bullshit. Everything...
I don't think it was hard. Vincent, shut up, Conops. If you look at the, what the mantle, what the total, what is Earth made up of, it's mostly liquid. So I'm guessing that back then it would have been mostly like a liquid thing. So yeah, it would have eventually, as it was going through space, right? It's moving around, orbiting the planet. It will eventually go to a spherical shape. And the reason physically for that, Vincent, is that the sphere minimizes the torques about the center of mass. That's why the sphere's maximum entropy state.
The more mass
God damn it, shut up!
Oh, wait.
You're not even letting me finish. You're not even letting me finish. It's a very complicated thing.
The more
Conops,
mass you have, the more likely it's become spherical. Do you agree with that?
Conops, why don't you wait till I'm actually finished rather than cutting me off mid-sentence? I'd like to know why you feel the need to do that.
Because it's a very important question. Because you say
also,
everything
so important that it's worth interrupting me for. Is that right?
Because your theory is just very inferior to the theory of gravity.
We just proved how gravity can't possibly account for the atmosphere, dum-dum.
Yeah, I think you haven't proved that. I think it was a very silly
Yeah, but
theory.
you're not fit to speak authoritatively on the subject. Like, it's the whole point I'm trying to make. Like, people who are authorities on subjects.
No education in science makes more sense
like,
than
I just think you should shut up and never talk about science because you obviously don't understand the first thing about it.
I don't believe he got.
Wait, wait, I have a question. Wait, so are you saying what came out of the Earth was like lava? You say lava escaped out into space?
What I'm saying is that it started off as a sphere that was mostly liquid, and then this impact happened, which displaced part of that liquid into space. But you got to realize this is space mechanics, not Earth mechanics. So there's nothing like it can be a liquid. It's like basically a water droplet popping off.
Liquid magma, like liquid.
Yeah, the phase of the Earth before the atmosphere would have been almost entirely liquid. I mean, even the modern Earth is mostly liquid.
Liquid magma.
I guess you could call it that, but it's just whatever was there. I mean, even if you look at it now, like what does the inner part of the Earth consist of? It's mostly liquid or plasma.
Okay, right. So then why didn't, when this ice cube came out of outer space, why didn't it all like melt? Well, what
it did melt.
It melted, but how quickly?
I'm not sure. It would be hard to say, but we could probably make a model and figure out approximately how long it took. But actually, here's what you can do is look up how long life has existed on Earth. It's almost the same age as the Earth, which suggests it was liquid pretty quickly.
Right. Okay. So, okay, because the fact that the moon is round, I mean, the Earth would have to be, the Earth would have
think of it this way. The only way the moon wouldn't be round is if it was already solid when it broke off, and it wasn't.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But you're saying this is a liquid Earth. You're not a solid Earth.
That's right.
Right. Okay. Okay. Then that makes sense. Yes. That broke off. Right. And then it was in outer space, and it would turn into a sphere. Yeah. Okay. Right. So then it cooled out there, and then the only thing left that you have to explain is how quickly whoa.
Wait. Liquid Earth. Then we're talking about temperature, right? So what would happen to the ice once it got into contact with really high temperatures?
Here's what it would do. It would freeze a large chunk of it, right?
No, it would fucking evaporate, wouldn't it?
Well,
what do you think the sun is? Why doesn't the sun have any water?
The ice is gigantic, so it would freeze part of the liquid magma, which would then isolate it from being able to interfere thermodynamically with a large part of
Have you done the calculations for that?
I'm just contemplating it as we're speaking about it here now. But yeah, the first thing that would happen is the moon would break off, which would be, you can imagine, as like pretty much a liquid, and it would start to fall away. And then the water would fuse to the surface of Earth. Are you following me so far? So part of the water would melt, but it would probably also freeze back, right? So there would be a freezing and melting and freezing and melting that would go on for a while. And as the cycling continues, the atmosphere would start to get bigger.
How would there be a freezing and melting,
Because of
if it's like a liquid.
Conops.
Oh.
Conops.
Jenny,
Day.
what's wrong?
You're retarded. You keep interrupting me. It's infuriating. What's the daytime temperature of the moon? Retard. Above boiling. Above boiling. What's the nighttime temperature of the moon? Below freezing. There's your answer.
No, but then you have to say, all
Yeah.
right, so there are two
You're
sides.
so dumb.
Yeah, no, but that's
You're so dumb.
that's because it is a solid surface. You're talking about something that's liquid.
It's
What I'm
gravity.
saying is it's
gravity
mostly
caught up.
liquid. It's mostly liquid, and the top of it may have been semi-solid. Doesn't really ultimately matter.
No, it does matter if you're talking about the Earth.
No, it doesn't, because the Earth is mostly liquid.
If you throw a whole lot of fucking water or a whole lot of fucking ice in the magma, it won't cool it down that much. I promise you.
How do you know?
Oh, it has to be a gigantic.
So, like, you don't even know. You don't even know anything about the
And
specific
these things we
capacity
can't
of
even
water.
observe on the telescope. Do you ever see such a?
You
big
don't
body
even
of ice?
understand.
Is there
You
any
don't
block
even
of ice that
understand.
is that
You don't
big?
even
in space?
understand. You don't even understand the basic idea of the specific heat capacity of water. So how are you supposed to comment on this?
You always say you don't understand. That's your argument. But have you actually seen something in space that huge? Is there ever any time has there been something observed remotely of that size?
Has anything the size of Earth ever been observed in space? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Many.
I wonder. Have we ever observed something the size of Earth in space?
Yeah,
Perhaps Earth.
Yeah, approximately. Yeah, many
Well,
other.
Earth is exactly the same size as Earth. So there's your.
No,
there
but
you
you
go.
don't have any comparison. I can call a lot of planets.
Why do we need a
Science,
comparison?
Earth.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, why do you need a comparison in science? Why do you need a comparison in science? I don't know.
Why do I need a comparison? Like, what the hell are you talking about?
You can't give me any precedent of something like that ever happening.
What the hell are you talking about? So because
happening or ever being observed. So even like
what are you talking about?
The theory that you're saying that this large chunk of ice would be so huge as to cool down, like, how would you say, liquid magma?
No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding.
Well, go ahead.
I think you should start with going to school for physics and then come talk to me.
I think you should do the calculations and publish them in a peer-reviewed journal.
No. Go fuck yourself.
Come on, Jenny. There are scientists that are much younger than you, and they're living from their scientific achievements. They're very rich.
They're sellouts.
And where are you? Probably somewhere in a basement.
Wait, guys, it's right here. Guys, no, okay, I'm sorry. It's here in astrobiology. This is. Okay,
Vincent, I don't think you've appreciated just how stupid these people are yet, Vincent.
They didn't say, okay, the only thing is they didn't say it was ice. Jen, right? You're saying it's ice?
Yeah, okay, but how big is that ice?
Conops, she didn't come up with this theory, and it's not Conops. Okay, now you're just drop it, Conops, because this is like not.
Come on, Vincent.
This is not very unstandard. This is like, I'm sorry. I'm about to read the Scientific fucking American quote. No, Conops, stop, because what she's saying is like, she's not the only person that's come up with this theory.
Okay, who else? But like, okay, read that interesting theory by Scientific America.
Wait, I don't know. Wait, I'm looking at Scientific American. If it's the other thing I just sent you was, give me 1 second. Okay, let me just read the other one since. Yeah, I knew I'd heard this before. Okay, astrobiology. What is this? Astrobio.net. If we had no moon, it's by Astrobiology magazine, is who put this out. If we had no moon, okay, right. Okay. In the time of Earth's existence was condensed into a 24-hour clock. The moon formulation event occurred just 10 minutes after the Earth was born. The Earth formed 4.56 billion years ago, and the moon formed about 30 million years ago. At that time, the Earth was a magma ocean. An impactor about the size of Mars struck the Earth at an oblique angle and removed some of the magmatic mantle. This mantle was put in orbit around the Earth. together with some of the debris from the impact itself, and this material eventually formed the moon, right? So she's saying that the thing that the size of Mars that impacted the Earth was ice.
Yeah, I think that's really the only difference between my theory and these other similar theories. So yeah, I agree. It's not particularly different. I just like the way I explain the model.
It's very different from.
I never made a claim that this was original. What I wrote in the article is this is my opinion, and it's been substantiated by a bunch of writings, and this is not the mainstream view. So I'd like to correct it because obviously it's on. I mean, other people like Vincent said have come into the basically same idea.
You're saying something very different. You're saying that this thing was ice. You're saying that the water is derived. The water we have presently on Earth is derived from that, and it wasn't. How would you subsumed in the magma? It's just a weird theory. Look, I can understand a collapse with another planet, and I think that's actually quite logical, in fact. But I think
Slow down. You're chimping out. Stop
really
spurting out Conops.
I am not spurting out, sweetheart.
Every time you interrupt me, you are spurting out. You have no self-control. Shut up.
I have a lot of self-control.
Why is the magma solid now?
Magma is not completely solid, sweetheart.
No, it became solid because ice hit it. It became solid because ice from outer space hit it, right?
Yeah, thank you. God, you're dumb, Conops.
Why can't you think of any simpler explanation? That's it just
that is the simplest explanation.
It just cooled off.
That is the simplest explanation.
And it doesn't need ice to cool off. It's an unnecessary hypothesis.
Conops, stop.
Dispenses things like that.
You're wrong because the specific heat of deep space is very low. It does not have the capacity to absorb heat like that. Idiot.
Conops,
like Conops, why is the sun so hot, dude? Shouldn't it just evaporated away?
You can't compare the Earth magma to the sun. They're two different things. You can't compare them because the sun is gas and the Earth is a liquid solid. You know what I mean? You can't compare them. They're really different. But Conops, what she's saying is it's definitely not crazy. It's like 0% crazy.
So I guess that makes Conops and Claire either stupid or crazy. I wonder which it is. I'm going to go with both.
Jen, I didn't doubt your word.
So now that someone else has gone through it and shown
to me
actually quite a reasonable position, now all of a sudden the scumbag leech is backing down. How predictable.
No, I never doubted your theory. Enough about science to doubt your theory. You did explain this thing to me before. I've actually got streams of us talking about this.
Right, and you were too dumb to understand it.
Quarreling about the way you explain things, or I'm quarreling with the way you explain
because
things.
You don't actually care about truth.
How many streams did you have?
I think that's the point. The point of streaming with Claire was to show that she doesn't care about truth by demonstrating exactly what I did, and also Vincent does care about truth.
Listen, I didn't contradict you. There's no point. I don't know why you're saying I was hostile. I just didn't express any view. All I did try to do was try to understand what you were saying and why you think it's so important.
Well, you were unable to. Does that make you stupid?
Well, now you're saying that some other scientists has already thought about it before, so I still don't know why you are going on about it.
Well, that's one thing on the blog. You do realize like 115 articles up there, and some of them don't have any analogs in other scientific works, right? So what are you talking about?
I'm just asking why you keep wanting to ram this theory down our throats. Because
the point is that the default position should be that I'm right about everything, unless you can defeat me. Yeah, so that's real funny. But you guys are actually, your approach is actually backwards. You don't have any tradition. So you have no way of knowing what knowledge is good and what knowledge isn't. Like our tradition tells us exactly straight up what knowledge is good and what isn't. You have no way. You're just like my book. And that's the whole point of this exercise, to show how stupid and limited your intellects really are.
But I didn't even contradict you. All I tried to do
Oh,
was
of course.
understand your position.
You've never spoken against me. You've never libeled me on your blog. That's true. What am I saying?
This is nothing to do. The moon in water earth evaporation theory has nothing to do with the other stuff that we talk about.
Well, it has to do with logic, truth, and morality.
Yeah,
Dum-dum.
and I
So
quarrel
if
with
you're an
your
expert on logic,
definition
truth,
of morality.
if you're an expert on logic, truth, and morality, what's on my blog should be rather self-evident.
No,
And in
it's
fact,
different
it's a
because
test.
it's written in
It's
a
not
terrible way.
self-evident. It's not
Well,
self-evident.
it's not
And then
self-evident.
he just
for
It's
admitted-
someone
not
who cares nothing.
self-evident if you need Vincent
not
as
gonna
a
be
ventriloquist,
self-evident.
man.
It's not going to be self-evident if you're a fool that cares nothing for
No,
truth.
it's not self-evident if you need Vincent as a ventriloquist. It's
You
just
can't explain your own ideas. You're like
What the fuck?
Kurt
Can't-
Dickinson.
I think you've confused can't and won't, because for a while, Claire, I was more than willing to explain my theories to you. Then what happened?
You have explained them.
Then what happened, though? You started saying I had mental problems, and you are so insane yourself that you were unable to stop, even though you were asked multiple times, right? And then you lost the privilege, because indeed it is a privilege, of accessing my teaching. So yeah, obviously I'm going to make it as difficult as possible.
grandiose delusions.
That's what I'm saying. Like you guys are
You lost the
delusional.
privilege.
You're
Oh,
delusional
God.
to think that your opinions are even worth hearing in the first place, and that's the whole point, right? It's just
No,
projection.
we agreed about secular Quranism and your
The
entrance.
point is that everything you say about me, everything
your
you say about
physics.
me is actually true about you. Because you're projecting, because you're so simple-minded that you can't understand that your hallucinations about me are actually just vomiting up of your own subconscious, right? It's all projection. Everything you've said about me is true about yourselves.
Jen, I would never dream of contradicting you in matters of maths and physics because
Doesn't your mom think you have mental problems, Claire?
Jen, we only argue
Yes or no?
mainly about
Yes
your
or no, Claire?
your-
Does your mom think you have mental problems or not? And I agree with her. I think you do have mental problems. I think you should seek help. And I'm hoping everyone in the chat will encourage Claire
What are my
to get the help she really needs, because she's promoting a lot of toxic filth and confusing a lot of stupid people who really should be.
What mental problems are you actually referring to?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Well, I think you should go talk to a professional. Your obsession with me suggests some degree of severe disturbance.
Well, I do think.
I guess I could say the
you
same
are
about you,
archetype
Connor.
of Western woman. I've already explained.
Oh,
these
yeah. Vincent, do you think it's true that I'm the archetypal Western woman, or do you think that that's something a crazy person would say?
Well, because you are.
I
in
was
a-
asking Vincent, not
sexual
you.
audience.
Pipe down, crazy. I was asking Vincent.
No, Claire, she's not. No.
How
Well,
dumb does it
I
sound?
don't know.
Vincent, how dumb does it sound for someone to say that?
Claire, I'm sorry, it does sound very stupid.
No,
I don't know if I think it's that stupid.
What everybody
Yeah, I think
thinks.
it's an interesting. I think it's an interesting idea, actually. I think you
No, Jen is not.
embody a lot of
I mean,
a lot of contemporary problems with Western women.
You haven't established
The fact that they're
you haven't established any problems that I have, though. So you're kind
well,
of
I
saying
think you're very domineering.
Delusions?
Domineering.
you haven't
I think
established
you're
any delusions.
quite
Every time you try to
self-unaware.
establish delusions, it blows
I
back
think
in your
you're
face.
controlling. You're very controlling as well.
What the hell are you talking about?
You don't have babies.
You, Dan, you.
You don't have babies.
Well, what does it? Wait, what does that have to do with anything? I didn't have kids in my past.
That is what Claire
What's the big
sees as the problem with Western women. She thinks that women are men are ruled by women. We live in a matriarchy, and she thinks you are you're symbolizing that.
Okay, right. So we still haven't established how I'm the archetypal Western woman, though, because it's a position with no evidence to support it.
No,
Something only a
there
crazy
is some
person would
evidence.
think.
There is actually some evidence that she can bring to the fore.
Okay,
among
but
others,
it's
that
not
you're
gonna
very
stand
controlling,
up
and
to
Western women
any
are very
kind of
controlling at the moment. I think that's
If I'm archetypal, then you can find a bunch of other women that are pretty much exactly the same as me. I'll wait.
No, but I prefer you because you're.
Point is, I'm not archetypal.
you're even more eccentric, Jen.
The point is, I'm not archetypal whatsoever, and to say that shows you actually know
Well,
nothing.
I mean,
about women.
I would say there are a lot of Western women that are looking for a spirituality in the East now as well. So you're not alone in this movement.
But I'm not looking for spirituality in the East.
Yes, you
You're
are.
yoga,
No,
Jen.
Yeah,
What are you talking
Swami
about?
Jen, Guru
Yeah, that's
Jen,
because there are people.
Dayananda Saraswati.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
are people in this culture who are, aware enough to recognize me for who I am. It's nothing to do with East or West. Like, I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
We're talking about you seeking spirituality as a Canadian in India, which you've never visited.
I
You
came to
romanticize-
Canada from India, dum-dum, to rescue my descendants. Dum-dum, and it's working, dum-dum, and you're going to fail. And I'm going to humiliate you. until
Hey,
you take
Vincent, have you been to India?
Yes,
How many times?
once.
Oh, okay. So you got caught, and now you're going to try to change the subject. I want to stick on this why am I
No, I
archetypal
think it's
Western woman
interesting.
thing. Now, I'd really like to know why I'm archetypal Western woman because I don't think it has any
I can
evidence to
continue.
support it.
your class, your education, the fact that you would be considered, you're the archetypal white middle class college educated woman who has had a career, and now something happened to you, and that's why you're like this.
That's your hallucination. I've told you why I am the way I am, and you just deny it because I don't know. You're a liar.
What you're saying that you're the incarnation of the Dayananda Saraswati?
Well, how else do you explain all my knowledge? Did I get it from Canada?
Yeah.
What do you think, Vince? Is she the reincarnation of Dayananda?
Well, that's unprovable, Jen. You know it.
Depends on your standard of proof. I think that the
It
alternative
does really
makes no
depend
sense.
on your standard of proof. I agree with that.
Well, yeah. What's the alternative? That I got all this physics knowledge from what? The back of a Cracker Jack box?
Well,
Probably.
you got your degree from the University of Ottawa.
Yeah.
Right.
Can we see that degree? Can we see that
Anything
degree?
that is in my current theory, like you don't
Can we see that
understand that
degree?
I have an actual physical unified field model, something no one else has been able to do. How do you explain that a Canadian woman was able to do that when no one else
maybe
is able
because
to
of the
do it?
crackpot theory.
Nobody's heard of your unified field theory, have they?
Nobody can disprove my
Scientists
unified field
are
model.
not accepting it.
And if it were,
How do you know?
understand it.
I talked to Mitchell Porter. He was unable to deny it because it predicts the shape of water molecules, and the rival theory can't do that. Therefore, based on science, my theory must be more correct, if not absolutely correct, than the current model because it makes more predictions. So if you understood science, philosophy, you'd already know that, but you don't.
Well, look. The amount of predictions you make doesn't necessarily mean that the theory is great. Actually, in fact, the more vague the theory, the more predictions it can make, and that actually means you're back on. Oh, God did it.
That's not true.
Hypothesis.
That's not true.
No. It's God explains everything. It's just not precise. That's the problem.
There's no.
As are you. You're not precise either, and your confusion.
Can you shut up?
Can you
shut up though?
Explanations with predictions. You don't make predictions. There's nothing you can potentially falsify.
What the hell are you talking about? If my theory was wrong, it could have been falsified, dum-dum. It's just right.
No, it can't be falsified.
That's because it's correct.
It's not precise enough.
What the hell are you talking about? It's very precise.
It's not fucking science. And
you don't even understand it, Conops. Do you think
Mengele is also asking about the personality particle.
Do you think that a sane person... Here's a question. Do you think that a sane person would make a declaration on a theory being true or false that they didn't understand? Does that sound like something a sane person would do?
I understand perfectly well where you're going, but...
Okay, what's my theory then?
Well,
I'm just wondering.
I understand the vagaries of your theory. Well, I think
no, you don't.
I understand it. You have personality particle, everything
That's not the
inside
theory.
on the bed. No,
That's not the theory. That was me calling out your butt buddy OV on his horse shit.
Yeah, well, you brought the personality particle. Where can we find it
because
already?
There is a de facto personality particle, so blow me. It's not my fault. Your boy's an idiot and can't back up his shit. Anyway, that's not the core part of my theories. I don't even think you understand what my theory
No,
even
because
is.
nobody can fucking read your blog. That's why.
false.
That's not what
You've got literal evidence of a person on this very stream who could and did understand.
Yeah, it took him like a half a year to actually get it.
Now he's never read my
every
blog.
sentence. He had to stop for 10 minutes.
He's never read my blog before right
and
now.
then also the theory just turns out to be complete bullshit.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, your whole theory about water and like
That
being
isn't actually
pulled
my
out by the
unified field
moon.
model. That what you
Oh,
guys just
yeah.
said is not the unified field model.
The unified field mode, does it have to do with the quantum computer again? Are we going to talk about the quantum computer again?
The point is that you don't even
And the
know what the
personality
unified
particle.
Are you going to interrupt me again there, or because really, like interrupting me just makes you look pathetic and weak and like you're trying to antagonize me. So I'm wondering why you're trying to antagonize me when I thought you cared about knowledge.
No, I want you to explain something.
No, you don't.
Once.
No, you don't.
No, yeah, and clearly. Like not,
Well, it
not
looks like
vague.
people in the chat are starting to lose faith in subatomic physics. Darn. I wonder if that bodes well for me. Oh, right, it does, because I'm the one with the unified field model that does away with both the strong and weak nuclear forces. Bye-bye into the garbage now. Fake theories. Bye-bye Einstein. Bye-bye Popper. Bye-bye Freud. Nice knowing you.
Yeah. I'm just a bit disappointed in Vince, to be honest. I thought because he was a homosexual, he could actually resist the temptation of the gen.
You
But,
do realize this has nothing
it wasn't possible.
nothing to do with sexual attraction. This is
I know
about
it
whether
does.
the statement
Maybe
is
because he
true
was
or
a
not.
bit like a boy, I don't know.
What the hell are you talking about?
Mm. I just find it hilarious.
You're really a piece of shit, Conops.
Thank you, madam. No,
I hope you
I'm
show
very
your
nice.
IRL friends this stream so they can realize what a shitbag you are, so they don't respect you as much.
I never do, and I think you shouldn't either.
Well, if I ever get a hold of one of your friends, I'll definitely be filling them in on some very important facts about you.
What are those important facts? What are those important
Moving
facts?
on.
All right. Your unified field model, quantum computer, what was it? Oh, yeah. The soul, what was it? The soul was a quantum computer?
That's not the unified field model.
Okay, explain me the unified field model. Again.
Eat a bag of dicks.
No, sweetie. That's what you should do for once. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. That would solve everything.
Maybe it will. Maybe Western women will be more cooperative if they did that more.
What?
Maybe you are symbolic of Western women. Maybe Claire's right.
Okay, so the solution to Western women is being the way they are is more cocksucking. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. In
okay. Well, I'm glad you've made your position
intimate
clear.
relationship, I would say, yeah, definitely.
I'm glad you've made your position clear. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think cocksucking is good for a relationship.
Wow.
You never go there,
You
Jen?
guys are really
Or are you
degenerate.
too much of a Puritan.
This is taking an unbelievable turn. I'm not comfortable with it.
It's hilarious, though. Yeah.
No, you're just a joke, Conops.
Yeah. Thanks. To whom am I a joke? To you?
To anyone legitimately intelligent seeking knowledge, you're a joke. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm the mainstream. Like I'm not a joke to anybody. Only to people who are on the internet.
And there's nothing wrong with mainstream thought, I guess.
Some things are wrong. Most things are probably right.
Probably, but how do you know? You have no way of knowing because you have no tradition.
Well, no, I have criteria. That's better than a tradition.
No, it's not.
Most traditions are false. You would even acknowledge that fact, aren't you? Because you only believe in one tradition and not the others.
Of course, I have to be able to validate them scientifically, and I'm the only one who meets that standard because I'm just so
No. You are not science itself. Science is a method. You are not science.
Please explain to me more about science.
And what do you want to know?
I was being facetious.
Oh, God. I didn't notice.
Yeah, it's not the first time. There's lots of stuff you don't notice, like blatantly obvious things right in front of your face. Like looking back on this one day, imagine what people are going to say.
Yeah.
Wow, these
what are they going to say? There's nobody fucking listening, Jenny.
They had access to the greatest mind of the generation, and they treated her like garbage and ridiculed her. And then they wonder why their society collapsed. Well, there's the reason why.
Vincent, do you think that Jenny is the greatest mind of our generation? Oh, fuck. Every time I ask a hard question to Vincent, he's just not responding. What do you think, Claire? You think she's the biggest mind, the greatest mind of our generation?
If Jen were the biggest mind of our generation, she doesn't explain herself very well, and that's my problem with her.
Yeah, it's explained poorly. That's why Vincent understood it within 10 minutes. Because
he understands one paragraph.
Science and maths. And we don't, and Jen explains everything so badly, and then she admits that her method of explaining is deliberately obscure because she doesn't want other people to know what she's talking about. She actually admitted that.
Liar,
including her followers, by the way.
Liar. The reason you don't have access to good quality teachings is your own actions. So blame yourselves.
So, Jen, we don't. What are you up to? What are you trying to prove with this theory? So you've got a theory. Other scientists have different theories. I've just been googling all these different theories about how the Earth would be if the moon didn't exist, and there's a range of theories. Some people don't think it would be that disastrous. So, and I guess we won't really know until the moon really goes away. But then I guess it would be too late if it means the end of life on Earth. But how is it useful?
Get your ass over here, Army Hood. Post a link in the chat. Is he trolling again?
Yeah, why would it be important to know about science? It's so much more important to know about the Noahide laws, right, Claire? Science is not important at all. Why would anyone think science was important?
Well, this is important to the extent that we might want to do things with science, but scientific.
Okay, utilitarian bugman ant. Okay.
Claire is not a utilitarian.
I love it when you call me names.
How is Claire a utilitarian?
Well, we might want to use science. That's utilitarian thinking.
No, that's not utilitarian thinking.
Yeah, using stuff for your own ends is the definition.
That's what science is for, to be applied science. Right?
The point is
we can have a whole bunch of theories, but we won't know if these theories work until we apply them.
Yeah, and they've been applied, and my theory makes the predictions, so it's correct.
The predictions. There you go again. The predictions.
Yeah, what have your theories predicted?
Oh yeah, there she goes. Dreams. No, she can explain dreams with a weird theory. That's not a prediction.
There's no phenomenon that my theory doesn't predict.
No, you say there's no phenomenon that my theory can't explain, but that's the same case. Is the same is the case for the people who believe in a personal God.
No, it's not.
Yes,
they can't. They can't prove their assertions. I can.
No, you can't either.
Yeah, I can. You just deny the proof. No,
you can't because you
have
not explained or you haven't predicted one
I have.
phenomenon. No, you haven't. So when Einstein was predicting
he didn't
black
actually
holes,
make predictions either.
When Einstein was predicting black holes, we could actually at some point we could find black holes. It wasn't just mathematics.
And evidence.
And so he made the prediction that you make a statement in advance. and then you wait for it to be confirmed or denied. That's not what you do. You just go back and then you explain things with a rather eccentric theory. It's not the same.
I just posted a link in the chat, and you want to know what that link goes to? Evidence
I have no
supporting my
evidence.
theory.
Evidence
Destroying the rival theory.
Yeah.
And my theory is the only
But
one.
why do you think you're not noticed? Why are you here with like?
Why
8
would I
people?
speculate about that? That would be conspiratorial thinking? Why would I speculate about that? I don't care.
Maybe I might be very interested into hearing your explanation.
Yeah, because you want some reason to deny what I'm saying.
No, I
You
just
ask them. You ask them. Go ask them why they don't care about this theory. I don't really care what they say because, as far as I'm concerned, they have no authority, so they can go fuck themselves.
And you have authority because your predictions that nobody. I mean, look, when people like, I don't know, Christian Huygens or Copernicus or Galileo Galilei or Isaac Newton made their predictions, there were some kind of physical phenomena that they could predict. But I haven't seen you predicting things that haven't happened yet.
What are you
so
talking
that's why
about?
it's just vague. Yeah, what are you talking about? This is just mainstream science of philosophy.
Can mainstream science predict things that haven't happened yet?
Yeah, and they can.
Show me.
Okay, well, I mean, I gave you the example of Einstein and black holes.
What exactly? Okay, you do realize Einstein's already been exposed as a fraud, right? So you're gonna have to give me someone different who hasn't already been established as a total fraud.
No, you could actually hypothetically cook water at certain degrees and set the parameters, and they can all give predictions about when it will cook. Even though it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, my theory can do that too.
Degrees.
However,
no, you can't. You haven't
Conops,
given a scenario. Give us a scenario. Give us a hypothesis. Give us a hypothesis, then we can confirm.
Here's one. Why is water bent?
That is an explanation. That is not a.
Why is the water molecule bent?
Why is the water molecule bent?
Yeah, dumb.
I don't even know if it's bent or not. Is it bent, Claire or Vince?
I don't know. I mean, I know Jen talks about it being bent, but I don't see how or why or why it matters.
Oh my god! This is honestly, I would have an easier time teaching this stuff to a monkey.
You're such a bad teacher, Jen.
Yeah, you're
terrible.
Blame yourselves. I'm a great teacher, probably the best. I just don't accept shit students.
You don't.
Yeah, even the best of your students can't untangle the word salads.
Or they don't think you're worthy to be getting that information.
They admitted that they couldn't.
I don't think that ever happened.
Yeah.
Not to mention you don't even actually know who knows about my theory, so you have no evidence, right? You're just speculating crazily. When did you become a conspiracy theorist, Conops?
No. Well, you think there's a vast conspiracy out there to deplatform you.
Did I say that?
Well, why aren't they taking you seriously then? If you have all these marvelous predictions, why aren't scientists very interested in your theories?
But you'd have to ask them. I don't know. I mean, I think some of them are. That's why. Did you look at the article I sent in the private chat, Conops? What does it say there?
I haven't looked at it.
Well, I think you maybe should.
All right.
Right. So they looked in space where my theory said to look for this phenomenon. They looked in the right place, and within a year, they'd observed what I predicted.
Yeah. Okay, that's what you're telling us now, but I want you to give us a few predictions for the future.
Okay.
And then we can see in a year or so if they're true or false.
And I want you guys to never speak publicly again, but we can't always get what we want.
Oh, see, you just don't want to do any predictions. You just don't want to do anything. You don't want to be.
Sure I do. Just not for idiots.
Pinned down. You don't want to.
No. Just not for idiots.
You don't want to abide by the.
You're not worth it.
Scientific method.
I've tried to explain to you multiple times. You disrespected me multiple times. Fuck you. Same with Claire. Fuck you both.
Would you really fuck me again?
Not if you were the last grug on Earth.
Come on, Dan. I'm ruggedly handsome.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sure
we
you
all
would
know
fuck
the only
me. I'm
reason
sure-
you come
I'm
on
sure
these
you- I'm
things is
sure you
to
would.
try to convince yourself that you're smart because all your superficial IRL friends like you, but you're suspicious. Maybe they only like me because I'm good looking. I better go online and test to see how smart I am. Newsflash, you're a big dum-dum. And your friends only respect you because they think you're good looking.
It's at least something. I want the scientific community to respect and hold you and in high regard, and I want you to get a Nobel Prize. I want the best for you. I just want to get a
Right.
road to get there.
Well, that would imply that these things were legitimate, but you do realize Obama was given a Nobel Peace Prize? What's that
Yeah,
tell
the,
you?
no,
about
the Nobel
Nobel
Peace Prize
Prizes?
is a bit different from the scientific Nobel Prizes. Yeah.
Well, is it though? Like, what's come out in scientific Nobel Prizes lately that's been so impressive?
I think Einstein's Nobel Prize is impressive.
Really? You don't even know what his theory is.
Well, you have general relativity and you have special relativity, right?
Don't go down this path, Connor.
Yeah, you really don't want me to go down this path?
Well, general relativity can be disproven directly, and special relativity was coined by Lorentz, not Einstein. So don't jerk me
Lorentz, he was a
around.
Dutch man.
Don't jerk me around.
No, you're not. No, he's not. No, that's not true. Lawrence did some pre-work, but I think it wasn't his. I think
Special relativity was entirely deduced by Lorentz. I know this because of something called the Lorentz transformation, which I learned in my second year introduction to modern physics course.
We can check this out, but I thought that Lorentz had a theory, but also he made some mistakes.
Well, I mean, is it a mistake? I don't know.
No, he made some mistakes.
Maybe his ethnic background. Maybe his ethnic background just didn't fit the narrative.
He was Dutch, wasn't he? Was it? No.
Darn.
Lawrence, yeah.
Too bad for him. He was the wrong race. So he didn't get to be shilled as some sort of exponent of modern brilliance, did he?
Yeah, actually, in his lifetime, he was a very popular guy, Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
Much more popular than Einstein.
How does history remember Lorentz? The same way the history of everyone who collaborates with these internationalists is remembered, i.e., it's erased. So, yeah.
Oh, God. Are we going down the anti-Semitic line now?
I didn't say anything about that. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just going based on the historical record here.
I don't know.
Except we could spell it W-R.
You're like OV, but less coherent.
So, like, anybody who disagrees with you is anti-Semitic now? You're taking Claire's position now? Is that it?
I don't know if that's Claire's position. Is that your position, Claire?
No, I'm just saying anyone who doesn't see the Noahide laws as motherhood and apple pie is anti-Semitic. That's what I.
Oh, well, you're not helping yourself now, Claire.
Claire also has a YouTube stream where she says that anyone who doesn't agree with secular chronism is an anti-Semite.
No, is an Islamophobe. Yeah, I've got two lines.
Basically, you've spread out the definition of Islamophobe and anti-Semite so thin that it would apply for everybody in the world, even people who don't have any animosity towards Jews as individuals or Muslims as individuals. I think that's basically just creating a whole sort of shut down conversation.
Yeah, it's an ad hom. It's basically saying I don't have to address your argument because I called you.
I'm always addressing your argument. I invite them. I invite you.
The argument is
all you're saying is
science. You shouldn't be involved in statecraft. So shut your goddamn pie hole. That's the argument.
No, you haven't demonstrated the link between physical laws and moral laws.
Sure, I have. You just deny the proof because you're psychopathic.
What is the truth? Do you know what the truth is, Conops?
The truth, no. Absolutely not.
So I don't know what Jen is referring to.
No.
So she's saying, because you know so much physics, you should be in charge of our politics, and we disagree about that.
Well, I guess we should do a democratic investigation. Let's ask the people what they want. Let's let them know they at least have a choice.
No, because they're stupid.
Ah, yes. Contempt for the commoners. How degenerate.
Yeah, in the same way that you've expressed the same thing too, because you said
I have contempt for you.
You're going to have one law for the priesthood and another for the plebs.
I have a contempt for you because you're a bad person, but I don't have contempt for the plebs.
I'm not a bad person. How am I a bad person?
I like the plebs. I don't like people who promote
you
filth.
Recruit from the plebs.
I don't like people who promote filth. Yeah. This coming from the person who recruited John Vance, who's like the very archetype of plebbery, right? It's just not gonna hold water, Claire.
Well, I'm not fussy where they come from, but I don't go and recruit exclusively.
But why are you fussy where people who happen to agree that I'm correct, where they come from? You don't even know where they come from. You're just speculating.
No, you have no followers to speak of, Jen. I mean, have you?
Again, this isn't about the theory, and you know that's not true. And why don't we just keep it to the actual theory? Because I'm tired of the ad-homs.
I don't know what theory you're talking about, and I don't see why.
The theory is
your knowledge of physics has anything to do with politics.
If you're too stupid to understand basic causality, you should have no say in anything to do with
causality of what?
General causality, stupid.
Well, yeah, I know the law of cause and effect. So what's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with what you're trying to say? So you spent how many hours telling us about how Earth how there'd be no water on Earth and no life on Earth if the moon were to go away, and how does that advance any sort of argument exactly? You can't even prove its usefulness. You're trying to show us how clever you are.
Why don't you shut up for a second and let me answer? Or are you just going to keep interrupting me forever? Because you know I'm right and you're afraid of what I'm going to say. You able to shut the hell up while I answer? If someone can understand that, it tells me they have the intellectual capacity to potentially understand how to do statecraft. If they can't, it tells me the opposite, period. Defeat that, you can't.
So really, you're saying only people who understand physics can govern. That's what you're saying, but you know so little about politics.
I've got a ton of evidence to support that position and no counter evidence.
Let's hear it then. Let's hear it. So how many physicists were ever in charge? How many physicists were revolutionaries and prophets?
Think about it. Think how fucked things are. There aren't any physicists in charge. That's why. Dumbass. Things will be better if smarter people are in charge.
So you're basically saying that if you were put in charge, everything would be better. And
I'm saying it would be as good as it could be, but I can't force people to be better than they are. So it would only be as good as it could be given where people were at, but that I would try to gradually improve it so long as people were able to keep up with it, right? It doesn't make sense to expect people to rise to an unrealistic standard, but they can get incrementally better, which is what I'd be looking to set up.
So your system is that, no physicist would ever, try for the job, basically, because no sane physicist would think that they had a right to rule simply because they were physicists. So all you're going to get is sort of...
Oh, wait, does that mean that the people in charge now are insane to think they can rule because they're less competent than physicists? Because I think it does.
I don't think they even think of physics at all, because they'll think...
That's probably why society's
and politicians do another. And you're saying...
Probably why society's in the toilet.
No, it's because nobody has any principles, nobody believes in telling the truth or sticking to principles or using logic to solve and avoid problems, and you're one of them.
Logic tells us it should be people who understand causality who are in charge of statecraft.
Yeah, I understand cause and effect. You don't, because you know very little history.
You don't understand cause and effect. At all.
Prove it. Prove how I don't understand cause and effect.
No, I'm afraid it doesn't work like that. You have to prove that you do understand cause and effect. Then we'll talk. I've proven it. You haven't. You have to accept that I've proven it.
I don't know what you've proven.
That I understand cause and effect better than anybody else.
In what way? Give an example of how you understand cause and effect. That's going to wow us.
What about the article we just spent like an hour plus going through?
Well, you just wasted our time. And the cause of that is your desire to show us how clever you are, but by refusing to explain anything properly and allowing Vincent to explain your idea for you in the same way that Kurt Doolittle can't explain his own ideas properly and can only hire John Mark to do so, you're in that position, I guess. And I still don't see how whether the moon exists or not has anything to do with our politics and how to go forward from there, or what kind of laws we should obey. And then we go back to your oral tradition, and you're going to say you can't tell us because it's secret. So, I mean, what are we supposed to think except that you're a charlatan?
You're supposed to think that you should shut up until you have a sufficient understanding of causality to be able to understand at least basic causality. I mean, this thing with the moon and the earth is really pretty basic. Vincent was able to understand it pretty quickly. So, I mean, that wouldn't...
pretty quickly. Come on, give me a break. He was like staggering over every sentence.
Well, it took him less than a day. So how complicated could it be?
Okay, but Jen, you're talking to somebody.
And it took him it just took him a minute to explain it to me. So you're a poor educator and a poor writer, evidently.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion, Conops. It doesn't change anything. The point is, I've got a solid argument. I'm saying that people who want to do statecraft should understand basic causality, because when they do, the society is good. When they don't, the society is bad. I can prove that with a lot of evidence. You guys don't have an argument against that. The conclusion is you should both take a vow of silence with regards to speaking on these matters, but you won't do it because you don't care about logic.
You haven't told us anything that is cause and effect. What is it? You're going to say some sort of scientific theory, and I'm asking you to relate it to something political and historical and social, and you can't do that at all.
You don't understand how understanding cause and effect builds better societies?
No, I'm asking you to demonstrate your understanding of cause and effect.
That was what reading the article was all about. I explained how those causes brought about the effects we see today. Duh.
Conops, did you understand what Jen was trying to teach us? Conops?
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't. Didn't until Vincent explained it.
Yeah, but how has it got to do with our politics and why we should become entropists? I don't understand.
Water.
Oh,
and
trust me, I don't want you
on
to
the
become
moon
entropist.
is related to statecraft in which way?
They both are subject to cause and effect.
Yeah.
Right. So the fact that you can't understand physics means you can't understand cause and effect as a general construct, which is what I was trying to prove. And the point of the blog is to distill people into the groups that can understand cause and effect and the groups that can't, so that I know.
Yeah, but you've clearly demonstrated that even your followers don't understand your cause and effects. I mean,
you don't even.
I haven't. What are you talking about? This is a complete straw man.
Jen, cause and effect can be understood by non-scientists. So,
and you're not one of those people.
I'm not a scientist, but I'm saying that you can understand cause and effect through some knowledge of history.
You don't understand cause and effect, and your view of history is very biased.
How is my view of history biased?
It is my opinion that your view of history is biased.
On what do you base your opinion on, Jen?
Well, you seem to think that the Noahide laws are the best thing in the world, when actually I can prove that they're a ripoff of a story from Hinduism. And so then you have to take the position of Hinduism. So then the position is that Hinduism is somehow the source of all this stuff. So then you're in a very bad.
But it's really not.
but it really is.
How is Hinduism the source for the Noahides?
Please tell us. I mean, at least that can be something that we can understand. So you're saying that the Noahide laws came from Hinduism. Do you have any authority for that? A link that you can show us?
What I'm saying is that the Noah story itself comes from Hinduism. So why don't you?
Okay. How does this story?
Why don't you take that article and shove it up your ass?
Oh yeah, potty mouth again, huh?
So Jen,
The
does
point
it
is that
really
this is
matter
what
where
you
the story
deserve.
comes
This is
from?
what you deserve. So deal with it. Read the article, please.
Which
What
article?
article?
Which article?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Are you aware that there's a private chat on StreamYards, which is what we're all on right now? Are you guys aware
Yeah,
of that?
I'm looking at the chat as well.
Are you aware that you can click on private chat and you'll see all the links that got sent to the private chat? Are you aware of that? Can you put your pants on in the morning? Can you tie up your shoes?
Okay. There we go with another interesting article.
Can you read it, please?
Ancientorigins.net. All right, starting. Oh shit! Shit, cookies. I hate that.
The word is startling.
Sorry. Yes, I'm not a native speaker. Come on, give me a break. Startling similarity between Hindu flood legend of Manu and the biblical account of Noah. In 1872, the amateur Assyriologist George Smith made a discovery that would shock the world. While studying a particular tablet from the ancient Mesopotamian city of Nineveh, he came across a story that many would have been familiar with. When Smith succeeded in deciphering this text, he realized that the tablet contained an ancient Mesopotamian myth that paralleled the story of Noah's Ark from the book of Genesis in the Old Testament. That's interesting. Today, we are aware that flood myths are found not only in Near Eastern societies, but also in many other ancient civilizations throughout the world. Accounts of the Great Deluge are seen in ancient Sumerian tablets, the Deucalion in Greek mythology, the lore of Kirche and Maya peoples in Mesopotamia, and the Gun-Yu myth in China. The story of La Courte, I think that's Oreis, Owawe tribe of North Africa, and the stories of the Musica people, to the same but anew. One of the oldest and most interesting accounts originated in Hindu mythology. I'm getting tired. And while there are discrepancies, it does bear fascinating similarities to the story of Noah and the Ark. Well, that's quite interesting. Like I can stop now and say that I think it's also rather revealing that there are some discrepancies, what the article says as well.
The point is that there's no evidence that this Noah story happened, right?
Of course not.
Right. So the basis of the
And there's
Noahide
no
laws,
story that anything of Manu.
the basis of the Noahide laws is it's true because this group of people said it's true. That's it. There's no actual way to validate it outside of its own axioms, which makes it not objectively true.
Yeah, I think that there's no evidence of this massive flood either. But anyway, the Hindu flood myth is found in several different sources. The earliest account is said to have been written in the Vedic Sabata Brahmana, while later accounts can be found in the Puranas, including the Bhagavad Gita, Punarama, and the Matsya Punarana, as well as in the Mahabharata. Okay, as well as in Mahabharata. Regardless, all these accounts agree that the main character of the flood story is a man named Manu Vaishvata. Like Noah, Manu is described as a virtuous individual. The Satapatha Brahmana, for instance, has this to say about Manu. There lived in ancient times a holy man called Manu, who by penitence and prayer had won the favor of the Lord of Heaven. Manu was said to have 3 sons before the flood: Karma, Sharma, and Japati. That's like a food thing. Well, Noah had also had 3 sons: Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Okay. In the book of Genesis, the cause of mankind's destruction.
Guys, Conops, just 1 second, guys.
Hello? Vince?
Hey, I just got to step out for like 25, 30 minutes. If you're still here, I'll come back on.
All right. So I continue with this article. I'm not the most enthusiastic reader, I have to say, but I can still read it if you like.
The point is that this is all based on hearsay. There's no way to validate it outside of its own axioms. Claire's defending a position is not logically sound. That's it.
No, whoa. You're saying that this flood myth originated in Hindu texts, and I actually think the Mesopotamian texts are older than the Vedic ones.
But they're not, because nothing's older than the Vedic texts.
Because how would you establish that?
Because that's the traditional teaching, and that's what the evidence supports. And all
Yeah,
these
but you're just reasoning.
text.
You're just doing. My book says, but you say my tradition says.
You're also doing that, though.
No, I'm not.
The point is that all these Mesopotamian religions can be traced back to the earlier Vedic religion, right? You can't do the reverse.
No. It's the other way around, probably.
Oh, right. Okay. How can you be sure about that, though?
Well, because you can do some dating about
really?
the origin myths and how old they are. Yeah.
According to you, the Mahabharata is like 3,500 years old, right? But that's not the accepted date. So clearly,
no. The accepted date from the Rig Veda is even 1500 BC.
No, there's no.
That's when the Epic
true.
Yeah,
that's not true at all. Prove
true.
that to me. Prove that to me from the Rig Veda.
From the Rig Veda. I'm not going to prove it from the Rig Veda. I'm going to prove it.
Yeah, exactly. How can you prove that the Rig Veda is that old?
It's interesting. We can look at the Rig Veda and we can see what it refers to.
The point is that it's the oldest text, right?
Well, you can just say it's the oldest text because it's the oldest text. Is that your only reason? Do you have anything else? Why is it the oldest text? Does it refer to something in the real world that we can say, maybe they're referring to some kind of period where it was way before 1500? I don't think so.
All the other religions can be traced back to it, or most.
How so? No, you're just making a blanket statement with no evidence.
Well, I just gave you the Manu story.
No. That's not a confirmation that it predates. It could also be a confirmation that either it's independent origin or that it derives from.
I don't think it confirms an independent origin. I don't know how that.
Well, it could.
That would appear to violate Occam's razor.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, independent origin implies it was more complicated than it needed to be, which violates Occam's razor. So
no,
the
it doesn't. No, it's not more complicated. No. But anyway, even if it's not an independent origin, it could be derived the other way around, which is much more logical. Because
I'm afraid independently arising is more complicated.
No.
Yeah, it is. That's part of it. Sorry, you don't just get to invoke Occam's razor whenever it suits you.
I wasn't invoking Occam's razor at all. I was saying something about
the point is that you don't know
timelines.
what the content of the Veda even is. So for me to attempt to date
have you read it? Have you read it?
For me to attempt to date the Veda would imply you had knowledge you don't have. So there's really no point.
Yeah, you really sound like a fraudster now.
Well, one of us does. It's just not who you think.
Look, if you say I can't say because you haven't been initiated, I mean that's the
I didn't
stupidest
say
thing.
that. I said you don't know what the content of the Veda is.
Do you? Do you?
That's up to someone else's decision, I suppose, whether I
All
know
right,
what
all right,
Vedic
let's
philosophy
go.
is or not.
Let's go to the content.
point
of the
is
Rig Veda.
that,
Can we go to the content of the Rig
The
Veda?
point is that you cannot establish a pre-Vedic Indo-Aryan religion because none exists, or a pre-Sanskritic Indo-Aryan language because none exists. But there's been a lot of propaganda to suggest something different, and it's essentially divide and conquer propaganda to make people who descend from Indians not think
You
that
always
they descend
invoke
from
a
Indians.
conspiracy.
The point is that it's pretty obvious that Aryan invasion theory is not supported by the evidence. It's a ridiculous theory. Like, to think that the Veda was 3,500 years old when the Mahabharat is like, what do you figure the oldest the Mahabharat could be, or the youngest?
The Mahabharat. I think that's much younger. So I don't know.
So when did the Mahabharat happen?
Well, that's a good question.
Right. So according to our dating, it's about 5,000 years ago. So I don't know what your idiotic fake science tells you, but what does it tell you?
Let me have a look. I don't know it by heart. Mahabharat. Look. Okay.
So a whole is inscriptions give the date of the Kurukshetra War as 3,102 BCE. That's under Kurukshetra War, which is what the Mahabharat was about.
Okay. Yeah. So does the Bible says also that the Earth is 6,000 years old, because God says so in the Bible. I mean, I don't.
Well, I don't think that's what this is saying.
A circular reasoning, an own text validating itself is not very good.
But it's not a text validating itself.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. This is talking about an inscription.
Which inscription? Is it talking about an inscription that is not in the book itself, but somewhere else? Can you answer the question? Is it referring to an inscription that's somewhere else?
Shut up. Something spelled AIHOLE inscriptions give the date around 3,102 BCE.
You send me the link?
It's just Kurukshetra War on Wikipedia.
Yeah, but it's a war that says, oh yeah, there was a war in the past, but when it was written, you don't know if the people that actually wrote it down had an accurate idea of how old that battle, how long it was ago, right?
You can say that about anything, but you accept that these magical Babylonian people are somehow older than the Vedic people. So
no, but there's something different. That we have radiocarbon dating. We have
right, but you don't.
We have other ways of determining the age. There are different dating methods to check out.
So what date are we going to put the Mahabharat at? You're going to take a position on that or what?
Jesus, I have to look it up.
Because
the Mahabharat,
you need to take a position on that.
Jesus Christ, I don't know. It's like somewhere later than 1500. So probably like, I don't know, we could be even 1,000, or it could be.
Yeah, so you don't really know, but
no, I don't know. I'm not an expert in this.
According
area.
to the Indian sources, is 5,000 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, but
so that's
5,000 years ago.
So because Indians
that's not true.
Shut up. Because Indians had a superior understanding of cosmology,
they didn't.
It stands to reason that as
why aren't we using Indian science to fly planes, man?
Well, you are. Vedic maths are the basis of computational field theory.
Can you refer me to any like specific Hindu text that writes down how you can make an airplane?
Oh, Pythagorean theorem comes from the Shalba Sutra. So, like,
has
you're
nothing
just an
to
idiot.
do with this.
So, can you take a position on the date, please? Because this is getting annoying.
Okay, you already. Okay, give me the fucking Wikipedia article, and then the Mahabharata. I don't even know how to
already did.
spell that. I'm dyslexic.
I already sent it to you.
Okay, there we go. Chat. Ancient origin myths. Where do you go here? No, you didn't send it. I want the Wikipedia article about the Mahabharata. Okay. Jesus. Okay. All right. Ancient origin. Okay. All these different. Why can't you just show me the Wikipedia article? International Gita Society. Wow. But this is also like, I mean, it's a compiled article from different articles, and the sources are, among others, the BBC. Not to diss on the BBC, but it's not like, how would you say? It's not like a scientific publication. And then an online article. That was also a bit weird. And only one book, Hindu mythology, of Mr. Wilkins. And it's from 1900. Great. That's some sources. But anyway, you want me to look up the Mahabharata, or what is it called? Yeah, Mahabharata, yeah. Okay. And what do you think, Claire? Are you already bored sick of yoga?
No, I'm interested to discover the outcome of our investigation.
Okay. Historical reference. Mahabharata. Okay. What does it say? Okay. 3rd century BCE. All right. So.
Well, I know the
with the oldest preserved part, not much older than 400 BC. So,
yeah, so we can't even agree on the historical record, right? So you have a.
Which is why the Quran is so much better.
You have a Christianized version of history.
BCE.
So if you're not going to accept the actual date of it, there's not much I can do. The point is, I'm not going to debate with someone who's a liar who denies the historical record.
This is Wikipedia, sweetheart.
Right. What does that prove? Nothing. Right. Nothing.
Well, what I think is interesting is that the texts are dated 400 BCE, so they can refer to something that happened in the 3rd century. But I can also write something down and refer it back to 2,000 years ago. Doesn't make what I say is true. Right? If I write a book and I say, this happened 2,000 years ago.
Stop, Conops. You don't agree. I get it. You have a Christian view of history. You have a Christian view of history. That's fine. You want to live in a fantasy world.
What do you mean the Christian view of history? That has nothing to do with the Christian view of history.
Yeah,
and I don't have a Christian view of history. I believe in evolution. I believe in science. Christianity, for a large part, contradicts science. So yeah, I don't think I have a Christian view of this at all.
Well, you're saying the Mahabharata happened in 300 BC, which is not what the evidence supports.
No, it's not when it happened. It's when it was written down. That's my thing. That's the big contention here, because you're comparing it with texts from Babylonian times that were written down much earlier. The Babylonians were already out of existence. They were not there anymore. when those texts of the
Look, I don't really want to argue about this. Like, we can't agree on facts.
Oh, no,
We don't understand the religion. I don't want to debate about this.
This is a
The point is that you don't have a leg to stand on. This science is not valid because it's hindered by religious fanaticism.
Rhetoric. It doesn't refer.
And you're trying to say that something is proven that hasn't been proven. It's very easy to see how.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying you just take the claim of a text that it's very old.
Forget it. This isn't
down.
This is
very old.
Here's the thing. I'm fine to talk about this stuff. This idiot keeps interrupting me. Claire's not intervening. So I'm just wondering, why is it okay for everyone to speak over me and for me to be constantly disrespected, Claire?
You're the theocratic dictator. You can handle.
Okay, Jen, we'll talk, and I'll try and get
it out of you. The point
you.
is that as soon as he talked over me, you should have instantly muted him. So I'm just wondering why you didn't do that.
Why don't you know? I don't do that. It's not my style.
That's right. It's your style to let people insult me and talk over me because it helps make your position seem like less of.
No. Well, I don't need to
just cut me off, right?
Are you about
I'm going to head out. I'm going to head out because I'm tired of being cut off. But I hope you guys enjoy whatever it is you're up to.
All right. Thank you, Jen.
All right. Thank you, Jen. I'm sorry. Did I? Do you think actually she was upset about me interrupting her, or couldn't she find any good reason to say that text was really that old? What do you think?
I don't even know. I think, we're probably all a bit tired, but we can try and sum up what we thought happened, because Jen is not very good at explaining things. So I can't quite get why she insisted on talking to us about the moon and atmosphere thing.
Yeah, but the whole theory didn't make any sense. Like, for me, I mean, eventually, Vincent explained it in a way that I could understand.
Yeah, and he said it made sense, and other scientists had propounded the theory before, and I thought, okay, so I'll take your word for it, Vince, that it makes sense because you have a bit more of a background in science and maths than me. So I'll take your word for it that you say it's a respectable, valid theory that makes sense, but. The other question, which is why did Jen feel it necessary to tell us about it? I don't have the answer to that. Do you?
No, I don't. Well, particularly because we couldn't understand it if she tried.
Yeah, and then it's like, okay, you're bad at explaining things, and you couldn't explain it properly, and then she admitted that she wasn't. Trying to explain things properly, and it's like it's just a way she talks about things. She introduces weird words, and then when you ask her what it means, she refuses to explain. So, it makes no sense at all. So okay, that Jen and I have a vastly different style. It's like I'm going to tell you my position, and it'll be so clear that you'll be saying it in your sleep, even though you don't want to accept it and you want to reject it. It's like what my position is, you understand it, and I want you to understand my position, even if you don't agree with it. But it's like you don't even know what her position is or why she. So that makes no sense.
Well, it's going to be some vague dictatorship. I mean, if the laws in her theocratic dictatorship are going to be as vague as her blog, help us.
I think what she's trying to do is she's trying to she says, oh, this is so easy for you to understand. Why don't you understand? You're so stupid. Therefore, you can't be in my priesthood. And therefore, I should rule over you with other people who do understand my theory.
Yeah. So she writes a blog that is deliberately so vague, full of terms that nobody understands, and
which she won't explain.
She won't explain that everybody just says like, "Oh wow, I don't understand this." I mean,
and you're stupid.
I must be stupid. Like, I will surrender. I'll surrender to Jen. It's like basically one big rhetorical trick to trick everybody to
Just thinking they're stupid. I mean, we need to have
stupid. This is like basically this is the definition of gaslighting. I don't want to use gaslighting that often because I always think it's misused. But this is the definition of gaslighting. You're always like going to doubt yourself. Like, all right, is is this really true? Am I so stupid, or is it? And I think this is what's happening to these people, like Gandalf and Rook as well. They're starting to doubt themselves when they read that blog, and they're like, "All right, fuck it, I'll just submit."
Yeah, and you know that the way Gandalf talks, he just repeats certain words, certain phrases, and that kind of keeps the devil at bay. You know, the way some Catholics do, you know, they have a certain form of words to tell you to fuck off and go away, when, you know, but in a polite Catholic way, like, you know, may God have mercy on your soul or something when you're trying to ask them a question or something. I know they have a particular technique of doing that. And I think Gandalf has got the hang of it. But yeah, so Jen is basically saying, you know, she puts forward a complicated theory. We you know, ask her what it all means. She says we're too stupid to understand it.
Yeah, but it's not just that it's complicated. It is written in such an opaque way that even if you're very smart, you could possibly not like really understand it. And it's very difficult for us as non-scientists to actually distinguish. It might just be all bullshit or all very true, but it's just so unclear that you just don't know. And she could have easily written this in a way that was intelligible to everybody.
Yeah, and then Vincent sort of explained it in 1 minute. And it's like, yeah, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Why don't you just say about the liquid mass and stuff like that? It's just like, Jesus Christ, we're like...
Yeah, I mean, I managed to get that, you know, the fact that the moon is moving around the Earth stops all the water and the atmosphere from evaporating. Yeah. And we'll just, okay, I'm happy to take, you know, Vince's word for it. But I know that when they were talking, I mean, I looked up a number of competing theories, and you know, not all scientists think that all the water and atmosphere is going to evaporate.
I don't think it's even 1%.
Yeah, so it's only a hypothesis. It's not a proven theory. I mean, they can only prove it, you know, when it actually happens. So let's hope it doesn't happen.
No, I'm sure there's been some calculations. I mean, you can do the calculations. You can take the Earth, the gravity of the Earth, then you probably can add up the forces of the gravitational pull of the moon, and then the acceleration together. And then, I mean, there must be some kind of formula to actually calculate that. And I think people have already tried and failed. But it seems to me like it's almost like back to the days of Aristotle, like trying to reinvent the wheel, and there's already a wheel. So I mean, it's just completely futile, and I just don't see how this relates to statecraft at all.
Yeah, and when you ask her, I mean, she accuses you of all. It's like, okay, you know, what I always get is you know, it's equivalent to somebody saying, "Conops, you're a murderer," and then you say, "Who did I murder?" And they won't tell you, but you're a murderer. You know, it's this kind of, you know, crazy, vague accusation that, you know, Jen was, you know, saying that I lied about her. It's like, well, what was that lie that I told about her? You know, because I don't think I've lied about her. I might have expressed opinions that she dislikes and disagrees with, but I don't think I have ever lied about her. Have I?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. But it reminds me of one big racket. You know, like if somebody comes to your house and they say, "Yeah, you won the lottery," and
you can afford to spend lots of money now.
Well, if you say like, okay, so can I have the money? well, you first have to give me 100,000 euro deposit, right?
Yeah.
And then okay, and then you're asking, well, okay, I'm willing to do that, but how can I prove the money will be like transferred to me? And then he says, yeah, well, you just have to take it on my authority.
Yeah.
It's the oral tradition. I mean, this is what I am science. This idea, it's like, do we have any like objective measure how we can like either confirm or how we say falsify your theory? And I just don't hear anything. It's all like tradition, axiom. It's all these rather weird ways of reasoning that are just really transparent, and it's not nothing different than it's true because it says so in the Bible. And I don't think that's a good way of reasoning, to be honest.
Well, no, because when she goes on about physics, she can't prove that it's actually related to moral laws. So then politics is nothing to do with science then, because science, as far as I can see, is whether you can make something happen, whether you can make a plane fly, and all that kind of practical stuff that you can do things with. And politics is about whether we should be doing those things or not. And that is the main difference as far as I can tell. And Jen saying, follow my theocracy and it's better than Claire's, and I'm saying, okay, but what, you do realize that people want to know what the law is going to be like, and you're just saying, trust me and trust my cronies, and we look at our cronies and we don't think that they're particularly trustworthy.
Yes, we're not terribly impressed. Let's let's keep it simple and keep it mild. It's just, I don't know, the way of. But I think it's really impressive, like how she actually managed to convince some people, because it's actually quite sort of cheap rhetoric. Like, I proven everything, and then people are like, all right.
Well, because they want to believe her, and they kind of know that the bargain is, you don't question me in public, and I'll be nice to you, and if I'm nice to you, then you are you are raised in status above people like Claire and Conops.
Yeah, I can spill this bean. Did she ever ask you to not criticize her in public, in private?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. And I know that some people actually buy that. So I remember that Colbert said that he would never criticize her in public.
Yeah. It's called prestige.
Yeah, it's called prestige. Come on. Wow. It's so but it's just so weird to me. So this is why people can believe weird things, because
they want to. I mean, they want to believe because they want the bargain. They want the bargain of Jen being nice to them, because she sees, the fate of those that she's mean to. They see what happens to people like you and me.
Yeah, that's true. We get scorned, huh?
We get insulted in public. We get rage quitted on, and then we get lies told about us, and
abused, our reputation damaged. Yeah, we are in quite the predicament, Claire. Like, we're outcast, and we can maybe
curse for God knows how many lifetimes.
Oh, definitely, yeah, and all the
pigs.
Yes, turn into pigs.
That will be raped by terrible fate awaits us.
Yeah, we have to be careful, and I think the biggest punishment, of course, is that we might not be able to reappear on the weekend and review
without being severely humiliated.
Yeah, I think we have to
chat, timed out by people who hate us.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she has an army of people who do that for her. And I
Yeah.
remember because I repeat that on for some times, and I was like, ah, God, the chat there is just like basically everybody who says something gets gassed, and then you have
Yeah.
to be really strategic with your words. So I didn't want to get gassed, so I was like, all right, I'll play along.
Mhm.
I want to have a good conversation because sometimes conversations are quite interesting.
Mhm.
But you do have to sort of put your pride at the door. Sort of, you have to sort of submit in order, and yeah, you do have to do some kind of walk of like shame or something, and something like some exotic Christian sects always do. Like they confess their sins, like, oh, I'm a sinner, I'm bad. Like I'm not as good as Church of Entropy, but and then you can come in the good graces of Jenny, and then she'll accept you.
Yeah. Until you can't stand it anymore, and then you question her sanity, and then you're out in the cold again.
Yeah, true. I wonder what if Vincent, because sometimes he counter signals her as well, but I doubt that his sort of his way of approaching this sort of scientific question that we talked about today was actually genuine. I think he was just grasping for straws and trying to sort of explain it in like yeah, I can see what you mean a bit. It's like a very charitable interpretation of people who say something very hurtful or stupid. It sounded a bit
Mhm.
like that. But
Yeah,
dude,
I mean, a lot of leading questions and all that, but it's like, okay, let's assume that Vincent's interpretation of the idea was the correct one. It's like, well, why'd you say it in such a bad way that we took hours to understand it, and then and why do you do that? But yeah, I guess we know to show how clever she is. By knowing stuff that we couldn't possibly understand, and took hours and hours to understand because she explained it so badly and wouldn't understand certain words and would not
ah,
explain what.
I wonder if other people can pull this trick, just like in politics. It's like write something like a book as like a presidential candidate that will be so obscure that everybody would think that they're stupid, that you gaslight everybody so much that you can actually become president that way, and then always say, yeah, you're all stupid, like you don't get it, and the people who are with you are always like, yeah, you guys are very stupid, we get it, and then never being able to explain it. I thought that would be like something like that would be brilliant.
Yeah, it's a confidence trick, isn't it? But
Yeah.
actually, in the last few days, somebody posted a YouTube video of somebody doing theology at Oxford, and he's got hundreds of thousands of followers, and so he's very popular. But then he was just saying, oh, it's disgusting, my theology degree and the kind of nonsense I was told to believe in, and he was talking about Athanasius and.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it's like those crazy convoluted theories that the Christian fathers, I guess they call them the patriarchs of the church.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's kind. When you said that about Jen, I that was whom I thought of,
I
like the
I
Athanasian Creed.
I had to read the Summa Theologia from Thomas Aquinas.
Mhm.
I really had to whip myself to read that book. It's just completely dense. Of course, I gave up about a fourth of the way because it's just eminently unreadable.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's the same. It's like these really weird, intricate, complicated theories about how yeah, angels behave in heaven and if they have sex, and they're all like derived from these like axioms, and it's just really complicated, and it's so complicated that probably at the time it sounded very smart to most people, like, all right, like, like it's rather uh intricate.
Mhm.
So he's probably right. I think just people gave up reading and I was like, all right, he's right.
And they kind of, to show their understanding, quote certain words, even though they didn't know what it meant, and nobody would actually question anybody about it because they'd be so afraid of, being shown up because they didn't really understand it,
Well, what's this? There is this story. Is it not like the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? What's it? The Wizard
I
of Oz?
haven't read it.
Yeah, I think there's something where at the end of the story, it turns out that there's just like one, like there's nothing going on, and there's like somebody pretending to be like everything, and basically all the people were duped for a very long time because it all sounded so fancy and intricate, and there was such a, how would you say, like a good way of playing this. And I think she is a bit that. Like, she is a bit. She's very sort of. Yeah, she's like a great mask, but then behind it is just a lot of nothing. I would say.
Yeah, it's a confidence trick, and it's obviously useful for people who want to buy into the dream that she is selling, or maybe they don't even believe in the dream; they just want to be in her good books.
Yeah, I wonder if it's actually the dream, or if it's like the attention and how would you say, the validation that she's giving. So she could have sold a totally different dream. Maybe Gandalf and Rook, and they might have thought the same about her. They would have turned Christians.
Yeah.
So you have
but Christianity.
Sorry?
But she hates Christianity.
Yeah, I know, but I think it's just not. It's not the theory in particular. I just think it's the attention that she gives. So if she would have a different theory, people would also adopt that theory. It's not.
Oh yeah. It wouldn't matter what particular theory, because they would want. In return, I suppose we're if you think about it this way, we're all characters in the play, and some people get to play the good guys in Jen's play, and it's like, oh no, I'm the wicked stepmother again, and I end up being having this not very comfortable thing happen to me, whatever. So I guess people will just buy into that, even though I suppose in the great scheme of things it's not very important.
Yeah, I wanted to go somewhere with this conversation, but I know this topic has been censored, because if you talk about it, you're not allowed to ever interact with her again. And that's, of course, about mental sanity.
Yeah.
Because I will say, it is rather strange when somebody says to you, you have to respect my authority. I am so important. I basically am. Who are you to say anything about what I do? Because I'm basically like a reincarnation of a Hindu saint. Mm-hmm. That's not typical behavior, I would say, in a disagreement. And I wonder to what degree the sort of orbiters are actually falling for that truth. Because I always put them on the spot. Do you believe that Jenny is the reincarnation of Dayananda Saraswati? And I always get, yeah, could be. Well,
it's possible. No, but you see, that's quite clever too, in a way, because it's unfalsifiable. Nobody can prove she's definitely not, and nobody can prove that she definitely is. So it's 50-50. So we can choose to believe or not to believe.
No. I hate that kind of agnosticism in respect to a particular statement. Can be really dumb. Did you ever read Bertrand Russell's teapot analogy about this?
I might have. It rings a bell, but can you remind me again, please?
Well, like, what if there's like a teapot on the ring of Jupiter and going around? You can make that statement.
And it can't be proven false.
It can't be proven false, but would it be logical to assume a 50% chance between there being a teapot and the rings of Jupiter or not?
Well, there is because of its unfalsifiability, it's 50-50. So you might want to say yes because you'll get something, or you want to say no, but you'll get something else, and it depends on which thing is more valuable to you. And it's the same thing as the God theory, isn't it? It's like,
Well,
God,
I would say it's the same thing.
created us and now exists outside the universe. And of course, you can't prove it to be false, because the whole premise of the Abrahamic God is that, he created, the earth and the whole universe, and he caused a big bang, and he now exists outside it. And of course, you can't prove it to be false, not in this life. And when you're dead, you still can't prove it.
No, but I think this creates a problem.
If you want to believe in it, and you only deny it if you want to deny it for your own reasons.
Yeah, but I think this is looking at it as a very practical way, and I want to look at it more theoretical. I think assumptions like this, for example, there is a unicorn that visits me every night, and if I don't take precautions, for example, to make a big cut with a knife in my chest to scare it away, then I will die. I mean, this is very dangerous thinking, and you wouldn't engage in some kind of foolishness like that, right? And you can't say,
look at what the Aztecs did on this sort of thing. I mean, what did they do but make human sacrifices? And in order to ensure that the sun would rise again, apparently.
Yeah, but you can see that this is foolish to have a 50-50 agnosticism on such statements. So if you say like, oh, it's 50-50, it could be either this or it could be that, just as likely. Well, the teapot analogy, and I think it even applies to religion as well. Like,
I was applying it to religion. I'm. Well, when people say these things, you have to ask yourself, why are they saying it? About this teapot, circling Saturn, and once you realize why that person is saying it, then you can decide whether to believe it or not, I guess.
Yeah, but is it likely?
Yeah, so you decide it's not likely, unless
then it's a different.
The person saying that this teapot is like, if you say you believe in it, then you'll get a reward from me, and you want that reward, so you go along with it.
Yeah, but then we return to this big money deal that you got offered. Somebody turns up at your house, saying that you won the lottery, right? I mean, you have to have some reason to believe that is the case. You can't just like take it on faith. You have to have some reason to believe that is actually true. And then you're going to eliminate options. I mean, that's...
if we were being rational, but a lot of people actually want it to be true, and therefore they will do all these things. And once you do things, if you commit to it, then you're more likely to believe it to be true. I'm trying to give... There's actually a term for it in psychology. I think it's called confirmation bias.
Yeah.
So the analogy is that you have all these cult members, and the cult leader promises them, that you have to fly to another country, and then obviously it's a big thing. You have to leave their family, their jobs, and their property behind, and there will be waverers, and the ones who commit will double down on their belief in this project.
Oh, definitely. Also because they invested. It works a lot of times with fanaticism. Like people who are fanatic in something and they fail, they say, yeah, it's probably because we're not being fanatical enough.
Yes, right? Because we've given up so much, we want to believe that this thing is going to be true.
Yeah.
So,
like the Vietnam War,
we think it's true.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes, great. Go ahead.
Oh, and so I'm saying, it's the same with whether we believe in God or not. So if you think, oh yeah, the laws make sense, um, and if I believe in it, then I'm more likely to stick to them. Or we can decide at the outset, well, I don't want to do that. What if this life is the only life I get, and then I'll miss out on all the fun. Fuck that. I'm going to, have my fun, and I'll do what I'll have the most fun I can have in this life. And obviously, once you decide to disobey what are said to be God's laws, it would be silly for you to say, well, I believe in God, because then you'll be worried that God is going to zap you for breaking his laws all the time. So you'll have to, for perfectly understandable reasons, not believe in its existence, because you don't you want to break his laws.
Yeah, but for me, a creature like God, especially if you have it in like a very theistic way, if you think that God is interfering in human affairs, if he's concerned with the positions we have sex in, if you think that he cares about our dietary regulations, that sounds to me just as implausible as pink unicorns attacking you in the night. And also as teapots circling around Saturn.
Well, I mean, I think the dietary restrictions could be, for, I've had shellfish poisoning, and it was pretty bad, and I still remember the pain and how it would come in waves, and obviously, it could kill some people if they're already poorly. So I guess it would make sense, to avoid shellfish and pork too, because in those times there would be the temptation to undercook pork because they're hungry, and then they wouldn't kill the parasites, and then the parasites, I know, can live in our bodies and sort of eat their way around our brains and our eyeballs, and it's all really disgusting.
Well, I might understand that with fish, not with pork. Also, chicken is much more dangerous than pork as well. So, well, even if you can make an argument that these things were logical at the time, that people were doing this to how would you say, to survive to a bigger extent, that's something else that's saying it's coming from God.
Well, I mean, people say that the existence of Jews is an argument for, or evidence even, for God's existence, because the Jews say, oh, but nobody would expect us to survive. We were just sort of a bunch of escaped slaves from Egypt, and we had no land, but we conquered, Canaan, and then founded Israel. But really, you wouldn't expect a bunch of escaped slaves to do these things. So obviously, God was protecting us. They could say that, and we can't prove them wrong. It's like, yeah, okay.
Claire, there's some really outrageous statements being made in the Bible. Moses splits the sea. I mean, that's literally there.
Explanation for it, something about the tides or something.
Oh, come on. Like, he splits the seas. You can't say no, like it was a bit of low water. That's not what is in the Bible. Also, Noah's Ark.
Okay.
All the animals.
What you just said reminded me of the tsunami in Thailand all those years ago, and they were saying there was an eerie silence, and the water receded.
Yeah, but it can't recede.
And then it really came back again and washed everything away. So maybe something like that happened.
No, well, we're talking about the Red Sea, right?
Yeah, but I think Sodom and Gomorrah, from the biblical account of its destruction, was destroyed by a pyroclastic flow, right?
Well, but you can say, oh, like some of these stories I could make vaguely plausible if I don't literally interpret them, but put them in a sort of different context. No, it wasn't really the sea that split, but it was more like, how would you say, one side of the sea withdrew and then it came back. But that's not what it says. It says the earth is created in 6 days. The seas split. The animals were brought in 2 pairs into the ark, and then magically all got back to the same place. It's it's just really not true.
Yeah, that article you were reading, I mean, there's similar accounts of it in Chinese mythology and Greek mythology. So I guess there was some kind of flood,
Oh,
you
there
know,
could be, but
in
there could
those
also be,
times.
yeah, but I mean, there could be many floods, and
Yeah, but
because
there was
you have
one really
proximity
big
to,
one. That's why, the Chinese and the Greeks talk about some flood in some distant past in their mythology.
yeah, but there could be big ones in a lot of places for the people that live in proximity to water. Yeah, I mean, it would not surprise me that they didn't have flood mysteries. Also, many stories are derived from each other, so we probably know that the flood myths of Mesopotamia were taken over by the Jews, or borrowed or plagiarized, as you could.
Yeah, and I would expect that sort of thing because you hear, I mean, like Pandora's box is a kind of Adam and Eve story.
Yeah, it is. It's much more beautiful, though.
Yeah. But
Right?
I mean, the Adam and Eve story is also quite complex in that, like who's really guilty? Was it Eve? And it's like, well, maybe Adam should have a bit of a mind of his own instead of being, so easily led by Eve. And then of course you think of the difference, the female role. So, you could say,
Yeah,
oh, it just means women are trouble. And it's like they always want more. I mean, men are content just doing their thing, but woman comes along and then woman says she wants this, she wants that, and she'll drive him crazy and lead him to doom and get him thrown out of Eden. And it's like it's kind of true also, and because there's a story of the fisherman and his wife that is kind of like that. Do you know the story of the fisherman and his wife?
no, I don't. Where's it from?
It's a fairy story. I think it's Grimm's,
Ah.
or maybe Hans Christian Andersen. But basically, there was a poor fisherman who lived in his hovel with his wife, and he went out to sea and he caught a flounder, and the flounder said, "Let me go, and I'll grant you a wish." And he said, "All right, I'll let you go." And he went back to his wife, and his wife said, "Tell him to." I want to live in a nice big house, and then he got his wish, and then she wanted something more, and until she asked for the moon and the sun, and then the flounder finally lost his patience and said, go back to the hovel,
Yeah,
and all had turned,
I mean, many of these fairy tales are, of course, didactic as well. I mean, it's true to to a large degree that that men are easily manipulated by women. That's very true.
Yeah, because the whole thing about is like marriage. It's really biting off more than you can chew. You were perfectly happy living your, and then you marry, and then you have to pay for her, and you have to pay for the kids, and your income is not going to be secure, and blah blah blah, and it'll be just, So yeah, it's always been difficult. I mean, but maybe that's not so much acknowledged now. But it's always been difficult, and then you think, well, obviously, most people would just left to their own devices will say, well, I'd just rather have recreational sex and never have children, and then of course the human race would die out. But obviously it won't. But what will happen is that the country that most follows these rules will have the bigger army to invade your country that is an aging population full of old ladies after the men have died.
I'm not so sure if things will turn out that way in future warfare. I think technology has sort of, I would just nullified all these old arguments or
Really?
yeah, I think the nuclear option.
America, they have all these nuclear bombs, but they, basically illegal immigrants are just walking into America.
Yeah, but I mean,
They
but these are
can't nuke themselves to
no, but
stop migrants from coming in.
yeah, but these are
So
choices.
it's so good with the technology. You need something more, which is the kind of moral fiber to say, no, we're not gonna, we're not going to have these people walking into our country. And of course,
but these are political choices, Claire. They're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
like
but
an
I'm saying-
army invading. And it's also the case that because of our cosmopolitan values in the West, the distinction between the other and us has dissipated. So we see the other as us. So if the other is coming in, there is almost no ideological impediment. So I don't actually know if it has a lot to do with the patriarchy as such. I think it has a lot to do with our cosmopolitanism at the time.
Well, I think even as we're cosmopolitan, we can say, in our particular nations, people are multicultural now. There's no particular race of Britons or Dutchmen who can be brown as well as white, and that kind of thing. I understand, but even then, you can tell how whether somebody is talks with a local accent, whether they went to the same school, whether they have the same terms of reference and that kind of thing. So even if they don't look like you, you can notice that they speak Dutch in the way that you do.
Yeah, but I think that the boundaries of class are now much more pronounced, and you have to see it. It's sort of a return to the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, you had these cosmopolitan elites like Thomas More and Erasmus. Well, better say the Renaissance time, right? Erasmus. They would travel and they would meet each other and they would have sort of common culture, and the nobility married with each other, and they could the man of letters and the man of the sword, they could interact with each other and feel kinship with each other much more than with the people they actually ruled over, right?
Yeah. So it's like the Russians would speak French.
Oh,
And
definitely.
English would speak French because who want to speak English? It's the language of the plebs and the locals.
Definitely. Yes, and you wouldn't be found dead with like talking to a pleb. You would rather go to your friend in England that was also an aristocrat and join his party. And it's very similar at the moment, or we're creating a much more similar situation. And I would even say this for myself. I rather talk to people of my own, how would you say, class, maybe difficult, but about my own education level, my own sort of way of looking at the world, my way of being brought up, than with people of my own country that are totally different. So I rather, like, I don't know, spend time with you than spend time with some guy who works at in a factory, and that makes me a snob. I know.
No, I don't think that necessarily makes you a snob. I mean, it just eases communication. You don't have to explain everything, 3,000 times, and then they still don't get it. But I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what we do, but I'm talking really about the working classes, which is like, well, there isn't really a working class anymore in the West because basically the governments have dismantled all the factories and exported all the jobs to China and other cheaper places. And I'm saying, fundamentally, if you were sensible, you wouldn't have done that in the first place. I mean, I know why Britain did it because it just seemed at the time the easy thing to do.
Yeah, but I think you misunderstand. You think this is a choice by Britain, and I think it's much more a choice by people who have been brought up in this sort of culture of upper and upper middle class people, you know. So
I was thinking about neoliberalism rather than.
yes, yeah, no, but I think that's interesting. So these choices were made because the lives of these people has become more internationalized. So they have much more of a feeling that this works out for them. I mean, they have cheap labor, and at the same time, they just don't really care about people that that work factories or worked factories one day, because it's not in their social sphere. They don't interact with these people. They don't live with these people, and they don't understand. They don't feel a lot of affinity with these people, and that is a problem, because if you're going to be a state that rules in the national interest, if you're going to be a nation state, you have to have affinity with all of its people, and you can't live in a world where a lot of these people are forgotten. Otherwise, it will be the return to the Renaissance or medieval times, when elites were having a cross or a transnational kinship, and plebs would be universally despised, because that is basically the outcome of neoliberalism. It's a sort of return to some kind of like feudal solidarity.
Well, I think really, I'm glad you mentioned the working classes. I'm saying that they don't really have a role, because they're being replaced by foreign labor. So there's almost sort of no relationship at all between the employing classes and the working classes, because the jobs of the working classes now go to foreigners.
That's true, but that's a choice as well, right?
Classes have become kind of like the Roman, the plebs of Rome, who are only entertained by bread and circuses. They don't work anymore. They no longer have a role, because during the late Roman Empire, Rome was flooded with slaves. So, obviously, Roman employers would rather hire slaves than have than hire working classes who were priced out of the market and then had to be kept quiescent by the bread and circuses that the Colosseum provided.
Oh,
and that was kind of corrupting.
Yeah, definitely.
But then they didn't want to breed anymore, so they couldn't. There wouldn't be enough people to join the Roman army, and then they had to use mercenaries, because they still had lots of money, so they paid mercenaries to do their fighting for them, until of course the mercenaries just took the money and the weapons and probably used it against the Romans.
Yeah, well, this development started already in the late Republic. So we have the Gracchi brothers. They were actually murdered by the senators, because the senators, what they did was, every time there was some kind of exploit, they would confiscate the land and give it to themselves. Also, they would pay away or disown a lot of landed yeomen, like people like just normal farmers that could keep up with their weaponry, so they could fight in the army. But because these latifundia, these villas, became so big, at some point there was actually nothing to do. Like there was no, how would you say, there was no land for the army upkeep. So it was like a really self-interested process, and this is how I see neoliberalism as well. It is like a way for the elite to catch more money, to have a more, how would you say, interesting life, a better life. But it's actually really at the expense, and at the expense of the working class. And you have to,
because I still remember what Harold Macmillan, when he was alive, said to Margaret Thatcher when she was selling off, the public utilities, water, electricity, gas, that kind of thing, and he said, "You're selling off the family silver."
Yeah.
And that's and so if you privatize, which means internationalize your gas, your electricity, you're saying some other country owns your water. So the Chinese own a bit of Thames Water, the Germans and the French own British gas, and and electricity, which is crazy. It's crazy. Why would you do a thing like that? And when I was learning economics, it was like, free trade is a fine idea in theory, but really, people who only sell agricultural products will one day want to industrialize, and when they want to industrialize, they will be protectionist about their new industries to give them a time. So if you have a car industry, you don't want all these cheap foreign cars being bought to give your own car industry a chance to stand up on its own, and in practice people will do these things until somehow they've all been bribed not to do that. But then, of course, it's easy to bribe politicians of any country if you're the CIA, because it's quite easy, really. I mean, it's like in the UK, the members of the Prime Minister's cabinet will be the key people to bribe: the Chancellor, the Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, the Defense Secretary.
I don't know, Claire.
There was this big thing about the Westland when Thatcher was Prime Minister, and Michael Heseltine wanted to keep the British, I forget, Marconi, I think, or something like that. Anyway, it was a British-based arms manufacturer, and Thatcher wanted the contract or to go to Westland, which was American. And some sense of patriotism would have told you that really, if you should be making your own arms, you don't rely on the Americans. So Trident is the same thing. It's like, the British have to pay enormous amounts of money for the nuclear submarines, but the codes are not even accessed by the British government. It's actually held by America, who are not going to release it unless they want us to nuke somebody.
Yeah, but I think you're mistaken in to see that. Oh yeah, it's owned by another country. So what I think is what this sort of elite tendency is to almost think like, all right, so we have some kind of world system in which people of sort of similar persuasions are going to rule it. So, I mean, the fact that that China or that I don't know, people in the USA have your nuclear code, or I don't know, even have your companies or whatever. It doesn't matter because these are the people you talk to. These are the elites of the other countries that you feel an affinity for. So the whole idea of the nation state or loyalty to your nation is sort of alien to them, even though they get it somewhat. They don't get it enough.
But the lower classes are not happy.
No, well, yeah, but I mean, there's. I think elites can go really far until there is a moment of no return, let's say. So I think they would always try to think of.
Remember that there are far more poor people than there are rich people. So they're always a minority. They're always the people at the top of the pyramid, and there's only a very small section. So they've got to, to keep communism at bay. You have to have a strong middle class, because that's a kind of buffer class to stop the whole country from going crazy. And you give the lower classes the hope of becoming middle class. If you make it so hopeless that they know they'll never win except by force, you are creating a dangerous situation for yourself.
Definitely, but I think they don't truly realize
they
how
don't even think in those terms, and it's like you can tell from the things that they say that they are completely clueless. They're not thinking about the future. They're basically just borrowing more to spend on useless things that will never help it's not even investment. It's like, you got to help these poor pathetic people and blah blah, and it's like, but why? They're useless.
Yeah, and it's interesting that like under the sort of veil of ideology, it's just most of the time it's just naked self-interest. So it's like all these grand ideas about globalization, and I actually think like the basis of that is just all right. So in this world, I will do better, and this is more my world, and I want that world, and it always looks like complicated and morally sanctimonious, but it's just not. It's not really.
It's whether it's sustainable or not. I mean, that is the thing. So you think of social or political reformers like Solon, and it's like, why did he make those changes? He basically divided society into four castes, which is a method of dividing and ruling the different people. So you make them fight each other, so they're not, ganging up to topple you and take your stuff.
Yeah, well, what
So that's basically what Solon did.
Yeah, I think like Solon is interesting. Another reformer, Cleisthenes, I think he actually divided up all these sort of landed aristocracies, and he made like sort of different sort of voting banks. Like he divided up big landowners and their lands, and then he would divide it up and give it to farmers. It's like land redistribution, and that was really a necessary condition because at the time it was the case that how would you say, rich ruling elites would just self-enrich and make their own life better, their own power base more. And I think you can just see this in the present day as well, even though you don't see it in like literally with land. Sometimes you can see it in big companies like Facebook. You also see big telecom companies that are like fusing together and making like one big company.
Cartels or monopolies. And of course they will abuse their position.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, you see just more and more, and there's this tendency of people to do that and to not be like Solon or Cleisthenes and redistribute and trying to preempt the revolution, but be as stupid as the French and actually make sure that that the French Revolution happens.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, in a way, I've sort of had a look at European history. It's like, what was the mistake of, whoever I was thinking had made a mistake, and it's like, oh, but the Quran says don't do that, and they did, and that's why, they suffered defeat and disaster. So, I mean, the French Revolution was caused by Louis spending all the money trying to thwart the British, the French, the American the War of Revolution. He was basically paying the Americans to defeat the British, and they did.
Well, but look, the main impetus for the revolution, because it didn't only happen in France, like you have the American Revolution first. But then you have something that's less noticed. For example, the Dutch Revolution. There was a patriotic resistance in 1768. 1786. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Well, the wars. Sorry, who was that against?
Oh, that was actually against its own government. So it was a sort of democratic revolution. It was based on Enlightenment ideas, and it was also to destroy the corrupt hierarchy of the regents and the Orange families, Orange family that was ruling the Dutch Republic at the time.
Sorry, when was that?
That was in 86. Yeah. So 1786. Sorry.
Oh, before the French Revolution.
Yeah, that's 3 years before. Yeah. So the reason for the French Revolution was why it actually ignited was, of course, that the different, how would you say, the different parts of the society had different voting rights in the Estates General. Like the
Well, the people just didn't want to pay taxes when they saw the inability.
The nobles didn't pay any taxes, but they
Yeah.
were disproportionately represented, and the commons weren't really represented. So and England was actually much better in guiding, how would you say, revolutionary movements, because their system adapted.
Yeah, well, because they had their civil war, so they were kind of in a way ahead.
Yeah, well, it's not about the Civil War; it's about the Glorious Revolution. So, the Glorious Revolution made sure that Parliament had much more to say, and incrementally in England, the Parliament became stronger, and in France that was not really the case. In fact, often
because the French king was still an autocrat, right?
Oh yeah, and even to the extent, I mean, Louis XIV, Louis XIV, was actually became much more autocratic than his predecessors. He was like trying to squash the so-called parlements, which were like sort of like law courts, but also sort of like assemblies, and they had a lot of local autonomy. He tried to crush them. So, and you see, like, because there was so much, how would you say, dictatorial, but also like suppressive power, and people were not going with the times, let's say, revolution happened.
Well, I suppose, if you accumulate enough injustices, there will come a boiling point, and people will see that there is no other way of getting their way other than using violence. Particularly when it's like, okay, we will play by your rules until we realize that the rules are always rigged and you will always win, and therefore, let's not waste time playing by those rules anymore. I mean, this is all part and parcel of the rule of law, I think. And people will play by the rules as long as they think they have a reasonable chance of getting their way if they play by the rules.
Yeah, the rules can be, I don't know, bended to serve the aristocracy or to serve a certain class.
As long as it's not too blatant, I suppose. I mean, that's the thing. If enough people think that they'll never get a fair court hearing, for example, then they'll stop going to court. They'll just take the law into their own hands.
Yeah, I would say so. But it has to be. Yeah, I mean, if they're really slow, I mean, incremental change can be very devastating, because it's not very obvious to anybody, basically. So nobody really will notice that it's going on until you end up in a pile of shit.
But when you have a revolution, which nobody ever really expects, but I mean the social policies are obviously going to help stabilize the society. I mean, the way Marx said that religion is the opium of the people. I mean, I think he was talking about the patriarchy being the way of making life predictable and society stable. And I think there was probably a problem with illegitimacy in Germany at the time, when it was industrializing, because you can imagine all those peasants going from the countryside to work in industrial cities of the north. There was a lot of vice, and then they kind of lost touch with their religion, and
I don't know, because Russia was the country where it actually happened. Like in Russia, industrialization wasn't very successful.
Yeah, but I mean, the Russian Revolution happened because they were fed up with the war. That there was the constant mutiny and food shortages, and then the horrible stories that they were hearing about Rasputin and the Tsarina.
Yeah, but you have to understand, I mean, this also comes from a how would you say, a regime that was very exploitative to its people. I mean, people were even serfs until the 1870s or something, 1860s, and after that they didn't get it much better either. I mean, the country was on its back, I think in Russia in particular, big landowners still decided what could be done and what could not be done. So yeah, I
Too late.
too little, too late. Yeah, well, there were some attempts at constitutional reform, I think in 1905. But yeah,
Yeah. Well, the Russo-Japanese War didn't help. It's like the Japs defeated us.
yeah,
You know, sort of unbelievable.
all these little clericals on a ship defeating the Russians, right?
Yeah, but the Japanese modernized their army. They were prepared to, you know.
Yeah, they were.
I mean, you know, the Chinese wouldn't modernize their army, and they were equally surprised to, you know, see little Japan cut through their territory like a hot knife through butter. Because I guess the Chinese at the time were too proud. It's like, we don't have to do that. Look at the Japanese, but you know, we're not like them. We're bigger, better than that. And in the end, they you know, the Japanese proved them wrong.
Yeah, but the Japanese, I think, especially after the Meiji restoration, they crushed the samurai class. You know, that's a horrible movie with Tom Cruise called The Last Samurai. I don't know if you've seen it.
I think I might have seen the Kurosawa version. What was that? Oh,
yeah,
okay. I probably didn't. I didn't.
It's basically about like the modern Japanese army with all their Gatling guns shooting down samurais, and as a true reactionary movie, Tom Cruise is siding with the samurai, and it's all great and heroic. But what they forget was how these people were suppressing the lower classes, and how these like sort of feudal systems were just holding Japan back, like China. And Japan decided to crush these groups, and China didn't. And only I would say maybe only after Mao did these sort of landed warlords really get crushed. This is a failure to modernize, a failure to have a state, a unified state, and to divide it up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many vested interests. You know, people who say we'll never change, and of course, you know, the samurai classes would lose a lot of privileges under the new organization, right?
Yeah, oh, definitely. But I see we're moving much again more into a time where these sort of classes will be more visible, and they might not be very old or not very aristocratic, but they will be. How would you say? They will be, mainly based on money and education.
Or arms in a case of the samurai.
Yeah, well, that was the case, but I don't think that's the case now. So I see a return of sort of local potentates, like local people who have money. I see, like even in Mark Zuckerberg, I see as people like that, like this new transnational class, sort of neo-feudalism.
I don't understand. Sorry, how is Mark Zuckerberg to do with neo-feudalism?
Well, because Mark, you have to understand these companies have a lot of power. And they have a lot of power to lobby governments, to give them grants, to give them legal exemptions for a lot of things. And what they do is they expand their power base. And it used to be the case, of course, that the landed aristocracy did that as well. They had, of course, a land power base, but now these people like Mark Zuckerberg have more of like a financial power base. So you have to see them as sort of, new feudal lures, even though they don't rule over a manor in the same way. Even companies like Google decide much more for their employees than they used to. And I think they need to be crushed and separated into smaller companies. I think it's really necessary.
Broken up because of their monopoly position on
Yes. And not just because of economic reasons, but also because of political
antitrust.
reasons. Yeah, I think they're very dangerous. I think they're dangerous in lobbying, and I think people don't see how this sort of transnational world that's being created now is very reminiscent of an older past that we've left behind for very, very good reasons.
Say that again.
Well, no, that the forces that are now sort of concentrating power, and this new elite, this sort of like technical elite.
Technocrats.
Yeah, well, they're not technically technocrats, but they're sort of, how would you say that? Let's call them the new elite. And the way they are concentrating power, and also the way they can create a power base, is very similar, very reminiscent of the old feudal system in many ways. But you don't
I
get
don't
that.
quite see how.
Well, I'll tell you, because they will have much more power to lobby governments, just like feudal lords used to have. They have much more financial means. They have also much more means to control the sort of the people in the company they work for, let's say, and much more pressure to lobby the government to treat these people poorly, for example, right? And what they will have is sort of a transnational a network with other companies that have very similar interests as well. So what you see, just like sort of like localized power, or how we say, big companies, and a sort of weakening state. And you can see that in the very same way that like the big landed aristocracy would have all these sort of pockets of power, and then also a very weak state, a very weak centralized state. And I don't think that's a good thing.
Well, I think if you gave up representative democracy and became a one-party state, then none of these things would be a problem. You know, you just got to take the bull by the horns. I mean, China won't have these problems because they would have no, they wouldn't be beholden to any lobby. They just do what they think is in the national interest, hopefully for them, or that they might try and govern in the national interest by getting it wrong, but they would never, not consider the national interest. In the same way that, Western politicians are completely heedless of the long term. They only care about winning the next election, and that's always only, less than 5 years away. So they and whatever that isn't relevant to winning the next election, they're not interested in.
I don't see that. I think that dictatorial regimes, one-party states, can lead to the same result that democracies can. Also, in the time of the emperor, but in the time of the Roman Emperor, he didn't protect the population from from the greed of the landed aristocracy. You have to see also. You can maybe compare the whole medieval world to a period where when there was no sort of democracy of the people, no people power, and it was still decentralized, weak, and exploitative.
Well, yeah, but the Middle Ages were basically different European countries getting to know themselves and deciding what it is they wanted. I mean, that would be the wars of the Reformation. That was immensely disruptive.
No. That you really don't get it. There were not countries as we see them today. They were
parts of empire.
No, there were states or parts of empire. There were states, and they were divided up, feudal configurations. There were manners. There were different loyalties, but a people or a sort of a loyalty to a territorial or ethnicity, that was not the case.
And they would only kind of see themselves as being under which empire, whether they were under the Bourbons or, well, I'm a little vague about the different
empires.
But there were quite a few of them.
Yeah, but also little states, like little petty possessions of feudal lords that became sort of states. Not just empires, just also
dukedoms and things.
Dukedoms and and it was just really confusing. So, for example, I don't know, like Charles
Very
V.
divisive.
Well, Charles V, he owned territories in Spain, but also in the Netherlands, and also in, I don't know, like France and whatever. It became very confusing. And there was no sort of loyalty between him and, how would you say, like, there was loyalty to the king, but there was no loyalty to the idea of the territorial nation state. Which makes it
until Germany was unified, right?
Well, yeah, but that's like the 1870s, huh? It's
Yeah, but I
very
mean,
late.
surely it was like, things happened, and okay, before that it was the French Revolution, and then everybody suddenly kind of noticed the French and why they did all these sort of weird things, and they were scared of these revolutionary ideas, and they didn't want it infecting their countries, and they, and I guess once you become conscious of the enemy, you become conscious of yourself.
Yeah, I think that's true.
But I'm sure the French Revolution was enormously frightening to a whole bunch of European monarchs.
That's true, but it's more confusing because the enemies of Napoleon weren't all, how would you say, nation states in the same way. I mean, you had different German states reacting to the aggression in a very traditionalist way. I think that,
but by military means.
Well, no, more in a sense of like, all right, so we want to restore the ancien regime. So we're not gonna push nationalism in our country, but we just want to have an army, and we want to crush the French, or how would you say, the Enlightenment, Napoleon. How would you say, like, the new sort of ideas that have come up, but they're not like reacting like, oh, we want this like territorial state with everybody with the same language and everybody with the sort of kinship and stuff like that.
Oh no, because I mean there were all these different empires, and it's like, it's enough to conquer them. You just don't have the energy to make them speak your language, and it's probably not worth doing it, because then you'll provoke rebellions, right?
Yeah.
So you leave them be, but you exact tribute, you exert control over their territory, but as much as you can, you leave them alone and try not to upset them too much.
Yeah, I think it's like probably Napoleon was one of the first that had like this levée en masse, the mass army that was created from the citizenship, and I think only later did the European aristocracy realize that having sort of a nation states creates sort of safety from other states, because people have more loyalty to the state, and that's why they're more like willing to fight, also for the foot soldiers. So it's sort of, I don't know, in the national interest to perpetuate nationalism. But I thought they realized that quite late, only I think like probably after Napoleon.
So are you saying that Napoleon was the first European country to have a standing army? Well, is that what you're talking about?
I think so, like a mass army. Yeah, the mass army. I think that was an invention of Napoleon. Before that, yeah, of course there were some armies with volunteers,
militias, really.
Militias, also like different nationalities would fight as higher soldiers. How would you say, auxiliary forces? Very confusing, but
yeah. I
Napoleon did was also get the plebs.
Would get his serfs to serve in his army. That was how traditionally the barons would provide the king with men to fight wars, right?
Well, I think, yeah, most of the time, yeah, like people who there would be foot soldiers, and there would be like, how would you say, like people who were lances and stuff like that. But I'm not so sure if we're actually the lowest of the low, to be honest.
Well, I guess you'd be a knight if you could afford a horse and armor.
Yeah.
Obviously, You could be just an opter until different weapons of war were created, and that changed the composition of the army.
That's a good question. I actually don't know if the poorest of the poor were often involved in warfare. I actually don't think so. Especially not the people who were bounded to the soil, the serfs.
Well, I think that I know that Islam, well, the Quran talks about the sacred months, the 4 sacred months in which no fighting is supposed to take place, and I think that also came from the Romans, because their army at first began with farmers who've harvested their crop for the year, so then it would be at leisure to raid neighboring lands, and that would take place either within the 4 months or outside the 4 months. I forget which now. But there is a mention of the sacred months in the Quran. I don't know what they are, and there's also something in the Roman in Roman history as well. I'm afraid I'm a bit vague about that, but okay. So Rome started off as the sort of part-time soldiers who were mostly farmers, and then obviously got more organized, and it had a standing army, and that was how Rome expanded. And then of course they improved their battle battle techniques, I guess, and then they were very successful and acquired the empire. Until they could no longer have enough, sons to join the army.
Yeah, this is why I don't like empire, because I think actually empire and the process that I was describing of like disintegration of a state, and then having these like smaller power bases with local lords and feuding against each other. You see this often happening in China. It happened in Rome. It happened. It happened for the whole medieval history. And actually, that's something that I want to avoid, and that's why I actually have some good things to say about nationalism, because at least nationalism prevents that.
It prevents what exactly?
It prevents the deterioration of a state. It prevents it from falling apart. It prevents it from having local warlords fighting each other.
Tribal.
It begins tribalism as well. But you can also say, I mean, medieval wars were not very tribal, but there were still internal wars. Like these little dukedoms fought each other, even though they were, for example, under the same lord.
Yes, I can understand that, but the modern Western mind equates nationalism with war. In fact,
this is one
Second World War are attributed to nationalism, right?
Well, this is
That's why it's such a dirty word now.
Yeah, it's unfortunately true to some extent, I would say. Because
the whole point about empire is that, okay, you're saying it's unstable, but people talk about Pax Romana, right?
Yeah,
and Pax Britannica.
That's true.
And Pax Americana. So basically, even it's like empires are acquired by war, but once they are acquired, you do get peace.
I'm not so sure, because America's empire has been rather informal, right? And you can't say it hasn't been involved in a lot of wars, especially in the territories that is sort of like informally having influence over. It's been rather violent, I have to say, except Europe and some of Asia, which is an exception. Rome was rather peaceful, that's true, when people were sort of
when it was in control.
Yeah, but also, I mean, it actually disintegrated quite quickly, I would say. So there was some. Okay, so when Julius Caesar captured Gaul and stayed in the Roman Empire for quite some time, but it also had at the same time it created these, how would you say, these new upstarts for the foreign generals that were used and that weren't completely acculturated into the Roman ways of living, and they actually eventually destroyed the Roman system from within. Because I think,
how did they do that? I don't quite understand.
well, I think who was the last emperor again? So a little boy, I think he was about maybe like 12.
Oh,
And-
right. I don't know about that.
Let me look it up. So all right. So I think
Sounds like
okay, yeah. So,
the last emperor of China.
yeah, it does. He was also 12. I thought there was also some very small emperor, but this is all like escaping me now. I used to know all about this stuff when I was still in university. Wow. Okay.
Long time ago.
I'm getting old. Well, I think the Goths, for example, were used as auxiliary forces and turned against Rome. That's even the case for the Batavians, the Dutch, as well. We also did it. Then we were pacified. I think
Romulus Augustus.
yes.
Romulus.
Yeah, and
Flavius
who
Romulus Augustus.
took over again? You know, who was that guy? Was it?
It was the Ostrogoths.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was Ostrogoth. But who was the leader again of the Ostrogoths? I forgot.
Oderic or something.
Odoric. Yes,
like that?
yes, could be.
Oderic.
Yes.
Oderic. Yes.
Yeah, and that was already, I think, like there was already like a Visigoth invasion that already happened. That was also a general Alaric invaded in, I think, 411 or something. So I mean, these foreign generals were the people that actually destroyed Rome, even though they claimed to be its sort of descendant, or how would you say, they claimed to do it on behalf of Rome, but the system already collapsed basically. And that's why I am scared of empire, because I think it will lead to this process of slowly, the slow disintegration, slowly from like a unified power system into all these different competing power systems, and eventually a
I
few
just don't see
more.
how you can avoid it, even with the best will in the world. Okay, you might decide not to acquire empire, but somebody else will, acquire empire. It might be, your country that they decide to incorporate into their empire. So you will have to think about national defense, whether you like it or not. And you have a choice of having a standing army to defend yourself or just have, militias. But maybe you don't have a choice. It's like, well, every other country would have a standing army. But I think really you're more likely to invade another country when you have a youth bulge. So if you're if you're an aging country and your average age is rising, you're not likely to be invading anybody else's country, and you're more likely to be invaded. So that's also dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah,
this is happening right now under your noses.
No, well, like there's not an invasion. People are asked in. I think that's a different.
Well, quite often they're illegal immigrants. So
but we choose not to deport them. We can easily deport them.
Yeah, because you're helpless. All
No,
the
not helpless.
No, can't get any government to keep them out.
No, but this is not what you get. This is a choice. that people have made. This is a sort of a consensus, especially among elites.
It's not consensus. They can't organize. They can't organize because they have no leader, and that is a problem. They have no leader to represent their.
Yeah, no, but like the sort of broad middle class, the people who are in journalism, the people who are in politics, the people who are in, how would you say, like any cultural sort of culture creating business, they all agree on this. So it's like you can say, oh, you can't even deport them, but we don't want to deport them. That's the thing. That's the problem. We don't want to deport them. We don't want to be strict. So you can talk about invasion. No, it's not an invasion. It's an invitation. Unfortunately, people are asked in. So yeah, I think that's.
And do you approve?
No, I don't.
So, but you can't organize because because basically you don't care enough, and also you think of what will happen if you don't have these immigrant workers. You'll be stuck with your own workers, and they don't make good employees.
No, but I think we can sacrifice a bit of economic growth to have a more functioning society, because I also don't think it's a long-term solution, and I actually don't think the numbers add up that much either. Because if you look at unemployment rates and I don't know, criminality rates and stuff, it's probably better not to have them in if you all calculate it all together, especially not in these large numbers.
Well, yeah, because it's going to change. It'll unsettle everyone, and it's like you're supposed to have your own working classes, right? And the fact that you're not using them means something is very wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm seeing this in a very similar way as the Roman Republic. You made a reference as well. I mean, it's basically like importing slaves, because the elites can't really be bothered to have people working for them for more money. It's not how, I don't know. It's not in their interest. So yeah, we have to do something. And I think return to a more Republican sort of, like Rome in the Republic, or Athens when it was completely democratic. I think that would be the solution to such problems, because then we're not under the control as much of the elites that want this policy. So that's why democracy is probably the only way to do this, and only plausible alternative to this kind of sort of no borders world with big companies and elites and no borders.
You were talking about Greece and democracy, but maybe it wasn't such a good idea for the ancient Greeks, because they just voted for more war with their democracy, didn't they? Until they destroyed themselves.
Oh, well, Sparta did that as well. Sparta was an oligarchy.
Well, eventually you become an oligarchy, i.e. a cartel, and cartels are corrupt.
Yeah, no, but Sparta was always a different system from Athens.
Yeah, but there was, I forget the details now, but there was something unsustainable about the organization of Sparta. And ideologically, it was against Athens.
Well, the unsustainable thing was that the Spartans became much more exclusive and more exclusive and more exclusive, and they weren't having babies either that much. So at the end, they had, I think, about 300 Spartans left, and the rest were all mercenary troops. And they had to rule over a lot of helots, like people from the island of Mycenae that were subjugated. And so the ratio of Spartans and the poor little saps they had to rule over was becoming more and more dangerous. So that's why it became unsustainable.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Sparta was unsustainable. I don't know if Athens was, to be honest. I think if Athens didn't have that much imperial desires, and if they were more cautious, it could have turned out a bit differently.
Well, I guess the Athenians fell into the Thucydides trap.
Yeah, or the Spartans. I mean, the Spartans were scared. The Spartans were scared, and I think the Corinthians were lobbying the Spartans to go finally for war, because the issue was between Corinth and Athens first. Or actually,
I don't know the origins of it.
Corinth and Corfu, to be honest, like.
Mm-hmm.
Corinth had a problem because I think Corfu was a province of Corinth, and what the Athenians did was to support a democratic regime there, and that's the Corinthians didn't like them. They crushed it. The Athenians helped, and then it blew over out of control because, of course, the Spartans supported the Corinthians, and the Corinthians lobbied a lot. And then, Athens and Sparta were, finally, instead of just sort of rivals, there was an open war starting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it was not just the arrogance of the Athenians, but it was also the fear of the Spartans that led to the war.
The Peloponnesian War.
Yeah, the Peloponnesian Wars. This is the Thucydides trap.
Yeah, and it was. So who was it? Was it Athens who fell into it, or the Spartans who fell into it? The way you're talking sounds like you think it was the Spartans who fell into it. But it was Athens that was more prosperous, wasn't it?
Athens was more prosperous, yeah. Well, it was their arrogance, but it was the Spartan fear.
So it's kind of like capitalism and communism squaring up to each other because they were ideologically so different from each other.
There's a really interesting book by it, and famous neoconservative philosopher, the founder of neoconservatism, Leo Strauss, wrote a book comparing the two states, and it's actually very readable. Maybe it's a better, actually, sometimes a better read than the original if you don't want to have some philosophical reflections on it. It's a very interesting.
Oh, that's interesting. Could you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah. Also, what Leo Strauss does in particular is he's comparing Athens and Athens and Sparta in a sort of Cold War context, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 70s, and he's actually right. He's really he has really like a pro-Spartan perspective. So he actually thought that Thucydides agreed with Sparta, and that it was sort of it was the fault of the Athenians, and that he was secretly liking their regime, and he actually compared the Spartan regime more with the American regime, and then Athens would stand for communism and revolutionary communism at the time. So it's an interesting book. Yeah, it's actually, Leo Strauss's lectures are actually about the Peloponnesian Wars. I've only listened to one of them, but he has a whole series of lectures, about 12 lectures. They still gives I think 1971 or something. They're still up somewhere.
On YouTube?
Not on YouTube, but there is a site. I used to. It's just if I can find it easily, I'll send you the link.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, it sounds fascinating.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a big story, like rising powers and balancing behavior and leading to a war. It also happened. It happened to Germany and Britain.
Yeah.
And France and Germany, and it happened to. It happened to a lot of places. So it's every time there's a big rival coming, what you can do is either acquiesce or you have to fight most of the time. And if you're too scared, you can just bring on a war. But on the other hand, if you're not scared enough, who's gonna check the power?
Well, yeah. I mean, so I think it's really important that there are workable rules of warfare, because basically you can't prevent it, but what you could do is make people obey certain rules of warfare, so that there need not be quite so many atrocities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. But I think war can also be avoided many times. I think it's fear, hyperbole,
Hyperbole.
hyperbole. Sorry, it's also like arrogance.
And the leadership that's there. I mean, the awful thing is that so many leaders want to have a war dedicated to them almost. It's like, I'm not really a prime minister unless I start a war and win it, kind of thing. So they all try, and some of them fail terribly.
I think you should read the Peloponnesian War, Claire. I think you should just give it a try.
I will. You mean the Strauss version?
I maybe just read the
real one.
Maybe you can read the original one, although there is always like some terms are different. So maybe you have to get a good edition. I know there's some really nice editions where they have some explanations with it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're talking about, there's the Taqiya affair, and they're talking about different names for places that we call different now. So you have to get a good translation, otherwise it gets a bit confusing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just fascinating. Also, these narratives, and also, I mean, Thucydides was rather critical of democracy, and he's really criticizing, especially in the late sort of the war. So the war starts breaking out. The great leader Pericles dies, and basically it turns into the hands of many demagogues, people who have unrealistic expectations. And one of his heroes is Nicias, and Nicias is a sort of conservative, more oligarchical type. And he even has examples that he says, like, you guys always hear what you want to hear, right? And like it's like an implicit it's an implicit critique on democracy. So the moment he's like sent out to do a very irrational mission, he's like criticizing democratic systems and how they work and how people pander to the populace and how
were aroused by these demagogues.
Yes.
And I remember some account of these people, these Athenians, voting for war because they were afraid not to be seen to be voting for war, because at the time they didn't have the secret ballot.
That could be. I don't know if actually.
Perhaps I misremembered it, but I mean, there was kind of war mania towards the end, wasn't there?
Oh yeah. Oh, that definitely was. But I mean, it's a difficult war, because there's so much happening in that war. It's like so many sides, so complicated. Also, the Spartans are not always portrayed as being the most sensible or the most honest.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like it's a magnus opus. It's a really like dramatic, tragic play almost on history. It's just it's just really fascinating. It's like it's like it's like an epic, but then more epic than an epic. It's better than it's better than stories, because we always tend to simplify them. But also like all these characters are many of them are just really tragic people that center death, that don't want to go. It's just when history You say like when you have two competing forces and everybody has its truth and there are noblemen on both sides,
Yes.
and then nobody really wants it, but it's happened.
You sort of sympathize with both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes it really interesting and complex. I hope somebody one day will make like some kind of Game of Thrones series of the Peloponnesian War.
Oh yeah, I was in a toy shop yesterday, and I kind of like looking at the board games, and there's a board game called Carthage and Rome,
Ah,
which is kind of about a struggle for supremacy, and it's invented by the people who invented Risk.
that's interesting.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I'd like to buy it, but who will play with me? Except once every Christmas.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, the war against Carthage, because we don't know much about Carthage. It's the problem. The only thing we know about
except that it was destroyed.
Well, yeah, and we know it through the Romans, basically, and some Roman writers could be quite sympathetic towards sort of their plot, and even I think I forgot who it was, but it's like when Carthage is burning, like even writing about the horrors and how bad you should feel for the Carthaginians.
Because Dido was well the queen of Carthage, wasn't she?
Dido, yes, but that was way.
Aeneas, who founded Rome, had an affair with her, and blah blah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it has, of course. Yeah, it is. Like the history is intertwined, but that's of course way before. It's like the before the founding of Rome, and then of course, yeah, later on, it ends up destroying. The revenge on Dido. Let's say. Well, she killed herself.
Well, she killed herself after Aeneas.
Yeah, true. I like. You've ever seen the opera of Purcell?
Yeah. But I saw it. It was like, it's Europeans dressed up in wigs, and that kind in powdered wigs. So I didn't think it was quite the kind of Dido Aeneas that I was thinking. Because I was thinking of togas and I don't know, just what ancient Greeks.
That's maybe because you've seen a probably different version. But for me, it's more of it's more the song. It's not so much the performance. It's more the.
Oh, right. I mean, I don't have a particular memory of it.
That's quite good. Quite good.
But Handel, wasn't it?
No, Purcell.
Purcell, right. I mix them up.
Yeah. I mean, they're very similar.
Mm.
Not surprised.
Mm.
I can give you some homework now. That's nice.
Yeah. I think I'll maybe have a read before I go to bed, or.
Yeah. Thank you for entertaining me so much, because the UFC 248 is starting in not so long, and I was trying to pass the time.
What UFC? What are you talking about?
Oh, that's the Ultimate Fighting Championship. This is basically guys who kick each other's shits in.
Oh, you mean the cage fighting thing?
Yes, the cage fighting shit. This is the shit Jay is also into.
I hate to watch it. It's like
manly men beating the shit out of each other. I thought you liked the Patriot. This is
actually prefer boxing.
The essence of Patriot. Nah, boxing is gay because you don't. I don't know. It's just stupid. Why not use your feet? Why not kick somebody if he's down?
Because then it becomes a pub brawl. It just becomes a brawl, doesn't it?
I think it's either with like fences or swords or.
Well, you might as well. Oh, we'll just go kill yourself then, you two. We'll just put bets on it.
I don't know. I don't like.
Well, let's have the games. Maybe that's what you really, really want.
Well, maybe.
Okay, how do I watch it? The
UFC. Oh, I don't know if.
I have to subscribe to some.
Yeah, you have to pay-per-view, or you have some British channel that would probably maybe.
That I have to pay for.
Yeah.
Okay.
You probably no, or probably maybe it's just on telly on some channel like in Holland it is.
Right.
Kind of I'm not gonna pay like 80 euros for, I don't know, like a ticket, a fighting ticket.
Okay.
But it's gonna be exciting, and it's good for me because I have to stay up until 7. I was like, fuck. Today I'm just gonna chill out. Because yesterday I went drinking, a bit hungover, and I had to work. So now I'm just gonna be completely sober, and then I hope with the sleep deprivation I can still feel good tomorrow. But I'm very happy that I didn't do any drinking and I did some good talking. Although I find Jenny just a bit. I thought that conversation was quite exhausting. But anyway.
Yeah, I did find it a bit exhausting, but well, I'm glad we managed to rescue it.
Yes, that's true. It was interesting, Claire. Well, see you again soon, and I'll send you some things to read or to think about or whatever.
That would be great. I look forward to it. Enjoy your match.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye, Chad. Bye-bye, Claire. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.